Hey everyone, and welcome to the Ansible 101 course. So, in this course, we will try to cover all the aspects and topics related to Ansible, and also we will practice all the commands and all the configuration in our own VMs. Okay, and we will also set up our one controller node and also manage node. Okay, so let's discuss what's in this course for you, what you are going to learn. So, in the first chapter, you will learn about configuration management and infrastructure as code because they are related to automation and they are related to Ansible. Okay. In the second chapter, you will learn what is Ansible and how Ansible works under the hood, along with its architecture. What are the components inside the Ansible? Then, in the fourth chapter, you will learn about YAML overview. This is the language which is used to configure our playbook while running it from Ansible. So YML is needed for this course. And if you want to learn more about YML language, then please go ahead and navigate to my channel and try to find YML crash course in which I have talked about YML in brief in 30 minutes. Then after it on the chapter 5, you will learn about Ansible installation and setup. And this is very important chapter. Please do not miss this. In this chapter, we will set up our control node and manage node means our remote host, and we will set up both remote host as our Ubuntu VM and Windows VM, and both of them setup process are bit different. In the chapter 6 we will see what is Ansible configuration file and is it needed to have in your managed host, what if it is not, so how you can configure it and how you can create it. In the chapter 7 you will learn about Ansible inventories file and what are Ansible inventories and the various syntax that you can define various hosts and how you can group your hosts, how you can define variables inside your group host. Then in the chapter 8, you will learn about Ansible ad hoc command. So basically, whatever you will try to run and achieve via Ansible, you can done this via ad hoc commands, right? The single line command that you will run on your terminal. So you can do that. So this will be an overview of an ad hoc keyword for some of the keyword. But I would request you to go ahead and try to run all the things on the playbook itself. Ad hoc is just for a quick and testing purpose, whether if you are trying to run or ping, so whether they are pingable or not, so that you don't need to write the whole Ansible playbook. Then at the chapter 9, you will learn about the most heard term, Ansible playbook. So if you will heard about Ansible, then you will definitely heard about Ansible playbook. In the chapter 10, you will learn about Ansible variables, how you can use variable just like other programming languages in your Ansible playbook YML format. Then in the chapter 11, you will learn about Ansible modules and plugins. So we will be using modules in the chapter itself, but here we will discuss some more modules in details. And the plugins, so basically plugins are like they will be working with your modules in the background, but you might not know. So it will be a theoretical illustration of plugins in our this chapter. Then at chapter 12, you will learn how you can protect your sensitive data using Ansible-Vault. Then in the chapter 13, you will see Ansible-Roles and Collection and also the use of powerful Ansible-Galaxy. So this is, I would say, kind of repository on which many developer and in fact the Ansible developer are hosting their platform for roles and collection. So we will learn about roles and collection. Then we will see some real world example with Ansible. Some of the examples like setting up your or deploying a tar or war file over Tomcat server and many more. And then we will learn about nowadays most used Ansible-Tower, which is an enterprise version for using Ansible. So basically it provide a GUI of using Ansible features. Okay, so let's move ahead with this. So there are some prerequisites. So first, you should have your practice lab VM set up. I know there are more interpreter online that you can run your Ansible command line tool, or many platform provides Ansible to run on their interpreter, right? But I would say that you set up your own VM so that you will be knowing how you can set up these VM from the backend to connect to each other. Okay, so it will be very helpful when we will be working on our main production streamline. In here, as I am using Oracle VirtualBox, so I have created three VMs on it. So first one will be my controller node, which is Ubuntu. Then the other two are Ubuntu and Windows. Please be informed that three VMs can run on 16 GB of RAM efficiently. Okay. Now, if you don't have that much of RAM in your computer, then go ahead and sign up for a free credit on cloud services and create a VM on it. Okay. We will see also what are the prerequisites on this VM to connect to each other. And the second prerequisite is you should have a basic understanding of YAML, their indentation while writing the code. However, I have included an information or overview about YAML in my this course itself. Okay, so I'm hoping you have some prerequisite for this. So let's move ahead and let's start with chapter 1. Hey guys, and let's start chapter 1, which is all about configuration management and infrastructure as code. If you want to learn more about in theory, then you may navigate to my DevOps full roadmap course. Or if you want to have more theory about it, just search it about this topic on the web. These are most popular topic in nowadays. Okay, so let's start our journey and let's understand about infrastructure as code. So first, let's understand how it works without it and how it works traditionally. So suppose there is a development team and they have completed their code and they want to test it. So they will ask operation team that, hey, just take this code and go to your data center and provision this code on our on-prem servers, VMs, or network or database, right? Now the operations team will go to the data centers, they will connect the servers, and then they will check the code, right? Now these is completely manual process. It may lead to human errors, it may lead to data center level failures, and it may result to late deployment of software, right? So nowadays we have a solution for it, which is called infrastructure as code. Under this terminology, we write code for our infrastructure. Whether we want to deploy a server, whether we want to deploy a network, whether we want to deploy a database, whether we want to deploy a VM or any other infrastructure, we can deploy it just writing our code using infrastructure as code platforms. Okay, so there are many platforms like Terraform is one of the most popular, and AWS CloudFormation is also one of the most popular, which is used to deploy infrastructure by just writing the code, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with infrastructure as code. Now let's understand what is configuration management. So configuration management are tools which is used to accomplish change in the state of infrastructure. Now this infrastructure does not need to be created by infrastructure as code. They can be your on-prem, they can be on the cloud, or they can be yourself created, right? So how do you explain this? So suppose there are three VMs. I am taking example of VMs, but they can be either servers, network, or databases, right? And we have these versions of these three VM, and it's my current design. So using configuration management tools, I just write a code, right? And I defined a desired state or a defined state that, hey, I want to go and change the configuration and change the version of particular software in this VM, or change the configuration of something in this VM, or change the configuration in this VM. Once I deploy it, I got the desired or build stage. So that's how configuration management tools are used to accomplish in the change of our infrastructure, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with infrastructure as code and configuration management terms. Now let's move ahead. Welcome to chapter 2, and in this chapter we will learn about what is Ansible and how it is related to configuration management or infrastructure as code, and how it works, why one should select Ansible, and what are the most use cases of the Ansible. So it's just a easy process. So Ansible is one of the most popular configuration management tool that is used to change or define the desired state of your infrastructure. You have multiple options other than Ansible, which is Chef, Puppet, or Salt Stack, but the most popular among them are Ansible. Okay, now why one should select Ansible? So Ansible uses a simple human readable script, which is YAML, and basically it stands for yet another markup language. We will learn about in the next chapters. And these scripts are called playbook, which is used to automate your task. In Ansible terminology, the tasks are not actually tasks, they are called plays. Okay. Now the second one is important and it is agentless architecture design. Now what does that mean? It means that you just need a agent of Ansible installed on a controller node. You don't need to install any agent. Ansible tool or Ansible software needs to be installed on the managed VM or your remote hosts, right? But yes, they do have some prerequisite like they needs to be Python installed and they need to be SSH connection enabled. So we'll talk about it when we will be setting up our managed node. Okay. Next one is scalability and flexibility. So you don't need to worry about if you have any infrastructure added to your inventory. We will learn about inventory also. So you just need to write inventory file configuration in your inventory file and Ansible will able to scale and flexible according to it. And the next one is the idempotent and predictability. So there are some Ansible ad hoc command which is used to run before you can run actual playbook to deploy your infrastructure or change the infrastructure. They will just tell you what it is going to change. Okay. And the idempotence means suppose if you have deployed a change in your infrastructure using your playbooks, and if you are trying to run playbooks again, it will not change anything in the existing work because it has already done that using your previous run or previous build of your playbook, right? So it will not change in the state. It will tell you that it's been already made the changes and it will not change the further state. So that's what idempotence means. Now let's move ahead and let's learn the common use cases of Ansible. So first one is if you want to eliminate repetition and simplify workflows in your code or in your development life cycle, so you can use Ansible. Eliminate repetition means you can go through the loops, you can use loops in your playbook. If you don't want to mention the infrastructure, different infrastructure again and again, you can just mention your infrastructure in your inventory file and it will work for you. So it has also eliminated repetition and also simplified our workflows. Next one is manage and maintain system configuration. So you don't need to go to your data center and do any modification or on your on-prem server. You just need to have access with your account and Ansible will change and manage or maintain your system configuration for you. Third one is continuously deploy complex software. So what is the point if you are not automating anything in today's world, right? So Ansible is also called an automation tool when it comes into DevOps lifecycle. So it is used to deploy complex software continuously. You just need to mention your inventory file or your testing environment in your inventory file. You need to define your state, what you need to change. You need to define source, where it is going to take this code from, and it will do all the rest for you. Next one is perform zero downtime rolling updates. So it does not need to be agent or your managed node to be restarted or to be shut down when it will perform the infrastructure update for you. It will update all the things in the backend. But yes, if there is an app updation needs restart of your system, so it will update. So I'm hoping you are clear with basics of Ansible. What is Ansible and why one should select for Ansible and what are the common use cases of Ansible. Now these common cases consist of many things in here which we will discuss in this course for you. So just stay with me and I am ensuring that at the end of this course you will be able to automate your infrastructure using Ansible, right? So let's move ahead. And let's start our chapter 3, which is Ansible Architecture and Components. So first, let's understand about Ansible Architecture, how it works. So there will be your controller node at the beginning. So what does that controller means? Controller means like your master node on which the Ansible is running, set up and configured. Now on this controller node, you have written a playbook.yml file using modules. Now modules are like a configuration or a software that is pre-installed with Ansible. So they are just a module which is used to run argument for a particular module. Now, where this is module taking from? So there is ansible.config cfg file, which is an Ansible configuration file, which will tell you how you can manage control, how the controller is managing your Ansible infrastructure, and all the related setting is in Ansible configuration file, right? Also, you have something called an inventory file on which you have mentioned and defined all aspect of your managed VM or your remote host which you are going to manage. You have mentioned their credential, you have mentioned their IP, you have mentioned their DNS name, you have mentioned their port on which it is going to connect using Ansible. And by default, Ansible uses such connection to connect from your controller node to your managed node. Now using these modules and the playbooks, it is going to manage your remote host, right? So this is the brief on the Ansible architecture. If you will talk about different type of components, so we have various components involved in Ansible. First one is controller node, which we have discussed earlier. Controller node is a machine from which you are trying to run Ansible CLI tools or Ansible ad hoc commands. Like if you will run Ansible-Playbook, Ansible-Vaults, and many more. These controller node can be anything like your laptop, a shared desktop, or even a server. You can have a multiple control node, of course, but it needs an extra setup. These controller node OS can be only Unix based, like your Linux, Ubuntu, or Mac OS. It cannot be your Windows. If you want to set up your Windows environment as a control node, then you need to install virtual environment on it and you need to install either Docker or Ubuntu VM on it. We will discuss it on the coming chapter. Okay. Next one is manage node, which you are going to manage. So these are the target devices and it can be anything like your servers, network appliances or any other computers, right? Next one is inventory. It is a file on which you manage or mention your list of managed node along with their credential or their configuration and more information about them. Next one is playbook. So this is the important topic. And after chapter 6 or 7, we will learn only about playbook using various type of components like how you can use modules in playbook, how you can use variables in playbook, how you can use collections in playbook, right? So they contains basically a play and we call it as task. And these are the basic unit of Ansible execution. Okay. And these are written in YAML, which are very easy to read, write, share, and understand. Next come place. Place a group of tasks, which is a main context of your Ansible execution. And this playbook object map manage node to a task. The play contains variables, roles, and an order list of tasks that can be run repeatedly. And you can use basically many things like if you can consist of implicit loops to map on a particular host or a group of hosts. We will learn how you can group hosts also when we will be learning our Ansible inventory file. Next one is roles. So a limited distribution of reusable Ansible content like task, handlers, variables, plugins, template, and file. You just need to include role and you can use the things included in that role in your Ansible file itself, right? but you need to first import them into your play. Next one is task is like your action applied on your managed stores. You can execute a single task once with an ad hoc command, which we will learn also. But we have only one chapter for ad hoc command, but whatever we will do using Ansible Playbook, you can do all of them using ad hoc command. But the ad hoc command is just like a testing environment if you want to just quick test on something. Handlers, these are a special form of task that only execute when notified by a previous task which result in a change state. So you can create a trigger in handler using handlers that hey something happened to this task, then trigger or change in the next task or the mentioned task that is related to handlers. The other components are modules, plugins and collection, and modules are the most important. These are the code of binaries that Ansible copies through and execute on each managed node to accomplish the action defined in the task. Modules are basically stored in the collections. So, for example, for running a cell command on the managed node, you have collection called ansible.builtin.cell, right? So, what you do, you mention cell as a module in your Ansible playbook and you provide argument as echo hello world. So, what it will do, it will run hello world on your managed node. Okay, so we'll discuss about more of it when we will be working on our VMs or on our managed nodes. Next one is plugins. So plugins are basically a piece of code that expands Ansible's core capabilities. Basically, they control how you can connect to a managed node using a connection plugins, or you can use filter plugin to manipulate the data, or you can use callback plugin to even control what is displayed on your console of your managed node or your controller node. Collection, we will also have separate topic for all of these. So collection is a format in which Ansible content is distributed that can contain playbooks, roles, modules, and plugins. So similar like your roles, which consist of tasks, handlers, plugins, we have collections which consist of roles, modules, plugins, and playbooks, which you can include and define in your own Ansible playbook. Right? So I'm hoping you are clear with the architecture design of Ansible and also some of the components of the Ansible. Not a some, but they are most of the components in the Ansible. I don't think we have skipped this, right? So now let's move ahead. Hey guys, and welcome to chapter 4. This is just an overview of YML language. If you want to learn more about YML, then please go ahead and navigate on my channel and search for YML crash course in which I have talked about YML in brief. Okay, so let's talk about this overview in here. So this is just an example of a YML file in which I have defined the file with .yml, or I can also use YML extension. Right, now let's understand all of them one by one. So this one is a file name which has an extension of YML or YML. Then the first will be the starting of YML. So it is basically a three hyphen continuous without space, and it will tell you that we are going to write a YML file. It consists of a comments also. So you can add comments also, and comments start with hash and it does not needs to be indented. Indented means some spaces from previous data type to the next data type, right? Now I have started this line or the first line of my YML from the indented, right? But it does not need to be indented. I can start it from here itself, right? But it's just a best practice that you start from one space indentation itself. Now this after adding comment, I have started name, role, name, then colon, and then space, then John. If you will not provide any space, then it will throw an error. So between key value pair, there should be key, then colon, it should not be have any space, then a space, and then the value, right? And these are called a dictionary, like a key value pairs. Then we start our list of dictionary. This is the language is called a list, and these are the list of the dictionary, right? And you may see that after language, if it is changing my data type, I have changed indentation label to up to two spaces. So these are just a two space, right? So 1 and 2. Please be informed that tab space will not work here. Okay. So how I have defined list? So list is defined as hyphen, then space, then my keys, right? Now as it was a dictionary of list, so I have defined hyphen space, then my key, then colon, then space, and then value. Okay. Then the next are my lists. How I have defined list? So I have defined the list as hyphen, then space, then my lists, right? Now at the end, I have three full stop, which is used to tell that I have ended my YML file. It is completely optional. You don't need to mention that. At the end, this is the indentation. If you are writing an YML, the indentation is most important aspect, right? So you need to be aware of indentation. YML language is like math. Moreover you practice, you will get to know how indentation works on it. Okay. Suppose if you have one YML file, if you want to write another, you can write it, or you can just add that YML file in the same YML file itself. So you can add another hyphen, three hyphen in here, and you can start writing that YML file inside it itself. So it will have two YML configuration in a single file. Now, if you will parse it to a JSON for better understanding, so it will look like this, right? So you have key value pairs of name and developer, then you have language, which is list of dictionary, then you have some list. Suppose if you are writing your code in your YML, and if you don't know how to check whether it is correct or wrong, then what you can do, you can search for YML validator online. You can go to this very first site, which is YML lint, the YML validator, and you can paste your code in here and you can click on go. So suppose if I will write something like Kubernetes deployment YML, I will just take a YML file, for example, and if I will paste it, and if I will type go, so it will tell you that it's a valid YML. But I will just decrease that to this one. It will tell you valid YML because it is a property of this one, but it does not know that, hey, whether it is a property of this one or this one. So you need to be aware that this template is a property of this specification that you are going to mention. So you need to be aware of the key or the list that you are going to start. The YML lint will not tell you whether this code is right or wrong. It will just tell you the configuration of YML. Okay. So suppose if I have forgotten colon, or suppose if I have not mentioned space in here. Now if I will tell why, then it will tell you that implicit keys needs to be on a single line at line 9 column 3. Line 9 and column 3. Okay. So it is telling you that error. Now suppose there is an YML file and you are unable to understand it, just search for YML to JSON converter and just paste your code and convert it to JSON for better understanding. So if I will paste my YML file, so it will convert it to JSON so that you can better understand it, right? So from here also you can see that this spec is a property of template and this template is a metadata is property of template. So I am hoping you are clear with YML, and if you are beginner also, I am hoping that this illustration have helped you in getting some knowledge about YML, right? So now let's move ahead and let's start our chapter 5. in which we will install Ansible and we'll also set up our controller node and manage node. Now let's start with chapter 5. In this chapter, we will install Ansible on our controller node and also we'll set up our manage node and controller node so that they can connect to each other using Ansible, right? Now, there are some requirements for controller node and manage node. The controller node can be a Linux or Mac OS. It cannot be Windows. So if you want to install Ansible on your Windows, so either you can use a Windows feature called WSL for installing a Ubuntu VM on it, and then you can install Ansible on it further. And you can follow the instruction with me that I will suggest on the Ansible installation on Linux. The second requirement is the Python should be installed and set up, means the environment variable for or the path variable for Python should be set up. Third one is the SSH for Linux or WinRM for Windows should these services should be running and fully configured. So we'll see that also how they are configured if they have not configured, right? Now for the manage node requirement, the OS can be anything like your Linux, Mac OS or Windows. They should have a Python install, and also for them if it is a Linux then SSH services should be running and configured, and in case of Windows the Windows remote management services should be running and configured fully, right? So let's go ahead and let's install first Ansible on our controller node. So installation on Mac is very much similar. So instead of normal CLI you will use pip to install on Mac OS. So in this lecture I will be showing you how you can set up controller node on Ubuntu. You can definitely set any other environment like Docker to install Ansible on it. So if you will type Docker run Ansible, so it will create an environment for Ansible inside your Docker container itself, right? So in this lecture, I will more focus on setting up controller node as Ubuntu VM for Ansible. So let's go ahead. I am on my Ubuntu VM and this is my user DevOps. So I will be using the same user on both my controller node and my manage node, for example. And this is the host name. So host name will be different. And on my controller node, the host name is Ubuntu here, right? So first I will try to run sudo apt update. So it will try to update all the things. So let's get it updated. So it's done. Now I will type Ansible. So it will tell you that command Ansible not found, but it can be installed with this command, right? Now it is giving option for Ansible and Ansible core. So Ansible core is like a base package with limited functionality. So I would suggest you to go ahead and install Ansible, right? So I will type sudo apt install Ansible. So once if I will hit enter, it will ask for your confirmation. So I will press Y and let it get wait for installing the Ansible. Of course, I have Python 3 pre-installed in it. If you don't have Python installed, then go ahead and install the Python. While installing, you can see that it's also installing WinRM, which is our authentication manager for our Windows, and it has also and our SSH connection is already comes with pre-installed in Ubuntu. So we'll discuss that when we will be setting up our manage node, right? So looks like it's done. I will type Ansible hyphen version. So it's Ansible 2.10.8, and I have all these things. Executable location is at here, and Ansible Python module is at here, and I have Python 3 installed, right? So looks like our Ansible was installed. So we are ready to move ahead, right? Now, how you can install Ansible on your Windows? So Windows is not supported for installing or working with Ansible. Either you can use Windows called feature WSL, or you can use Oracle VirtualBox Manager to install VM on it, and then you can install Ansible on that virtual machine. Okay. So if you want to know how you can use WSL feature or how you can use Oracle VirtualBox to creating a Linux VM, then please go ahead and navigate to my Linux full administrator course in which I have talked about setting up WSL feature. So if you are on Windows 10 Pro or Bob version, so what you can do, you can just type WSL hyphen hyphen install, right? And once it done, it will install by default Ubuntu VM on it, and you can just search for Ubuntu and open that app, and it will have that Linux VM installed on your Ubuntu VM. And then you can just perform sudo apt update and sudo apt install Ansible on that VM. Okay, so it's pretty easy. So I will cancel it for now and let's move ahead. So now our controller node setup is done and we have installed Ansible on it. Now let's move ahead and let's set up our managed node. In this case, I will first set up Ubuntu OS as a managed node, and then we'll see if we can connect from managed node to, and then we can see if we can connect from our controller node to managed node. Okay, so first I will show you my VirtualBox. So this one will be my managed VM, and this is my host name with Ubuntu Personal, and this one is Ubuntu. So if you are using VirtualBox Manager, then follow me along. If you are using Cloud VM, then you need to make sure that public IP is enabled on both the VM, or else if you are on company network, then they both should be in private network and they both should be accessible, right? Now on the both of the VM, if you want to connect with them, then they need to be have an network address translation assigned to them. So for them, what I will do, I will go in here, I will go to file and I will go to tools and I will go to network manager and I will create a net network in here. So by default, I have created a net network. So I have created it and I will attach that net network to both of my Ubuntu, which is my controller node. So I will go to settings and then I will go to networks. And then in the adapter, I will select my net network, not net, it's net network. And I will select my net network name. And at the same, I will go to my Ubuntu personal, which is my managed node or remote host. I will go to settings. I will go to networks and I will select the net networks from here itself, right? And I will click on OK. So both should be connected to net networks. I don't know why it is not works on bridge because it changed, but if we connect both to the bridge, it does not allow to connect the Ansible. But I am supposing that in the coming version it should fix. So I will start my Ubuntu personal VM2 and I will also minimize the window of my controller node on which I have installed Python. So you can see that it is Ubuntu and the another one is Ubuntu personal, right? So this one is Ubuntu personal. So I will enter my password. So on the both of the machine, so you should check whether the SSH services are running or not. So for that, I will type sudo systemctl status SSH. So it should be running. If it is not, then go ahead and install OpenSSH client and server. So basically, if you will install server, it will install client for you. If you see that SSH is not found, then go ahead and install sudo apt install OpenSSH-server. Okay, so it will install that. Same, you need to check the same command on your both controller and manage nodes. So I will type sudo systemctl status and ssh. So it's also active and running. If it is not, then please go ahead and type sudo apt install OpenSSH-server. So it should install and start your SSH server, right? Now from the manage node, I need to check whether my manage, so from my controller node, whether manage node is accessible or not. So I will use SSH, then my username at the rate IP. So what is my username for my manage node? So I will tell it here, uh, remind me later. Here I will type IP-addr to get the IP address, and in my case the IP address is 10.0.2.5. So I will go on my manage control node and I will type my user account DevOps at the rate 10.0.2.5. So it is giving the fingerprint authentication. I will type yes, and I need to provide the password. So I am connected to my Ubuntu.personal, right? From my controller node. It means I am accessible and the SSH is working fully functional. So I am good with. So I am good right now. Now let's check the connection. So as I am on my controller node, so you can see it's my controller node. So what I will do, I will type a basic ping command using Ansible, right? So for pinging command, I have Ansible all, then M, and then ping. It is telling that ping all the host that is mentioned in my inventory file, which is, so we will discuss inventories and host file later on. It's just a ping from my Ubuntu to my Ubuntu personal, which is my managed node. Okay, so it should ping my all the host mentioned in my host file. So by default, this all is taking will take the host file from, I will tell you, etc, then Ansible, and then host. So it will take the hosts from here. But for now, what I will do, I will create a folder. First, I will go to desktop and then I will create a folder, Ansible. Then I will go to Ansible, and in here I will create a file called, okay, so I will create a file called inventory.ini at this location, and I will mention, and then I will type Ubuntu. I am grouping my hosts and Ubuntu personal. So this is the name of my VM that I am going to give, and this is my Ansible underscore host. And here I need to provide IP of my managed VM. So this thing, that inventory file that I am defining on my controller node. So this is my the name of the node that I am giving, and here I am defining my host IP. So 0.2.5, right? So let's re-verify it. I will go to my personal and it is 025, so it's correct, right? And here I will provide Ansible underscore user equal to DevOps. Now here I can provide Ansible underscore password and enter my password, but it's not a recommended way. So in this case, you can either use Ansible-Vault or you can use SSH connection in case if your managed node is Ubuntu, right? So as my managed node is Ubuntu, so I will use SSH client. So I will close this one and I will save this one itself. So for saving it, what I will do, I will press escape, then WQ and hit enter. I will verify the files. So I have this one, Ubuntu, Ubuntu personal, Ansible host, and Ansible user. I don't have a specified password thing, right? So for that, I will use SSH hyphen pgen. So it will generate a password. So I will provide by default, enter, enter, enter. Then it will generate a public key and a private key. Now what I need to do, I will generate and I will copy my public key pair to my managed node. So DevOps at the rate 10.0.2.5. Okay. So I'm copying my public key pair on this machine. So I will hit enter. I need to provide the password. So now it's done. I have this password at my here. So what I can do, I can directly use SSH this one and it will connect me. So now as I have copied my public key from my controller node to manage node. And my manage node, we have also checked that my controller node is accessible to manage node, and same way the manage node can be accessible to controller node. And I have also checked that SSH server and connection are running fine. So now let's try to use Ansible ping to ping my command. So I should get a green message. So I will type Ansible all, and then I will provide my file inventory, right? And I will use just a normal ping, right? So I'm just pinging from the Ansible. So once if I will hit enter, you should see that it is getting ping and it is reachable. So it has successfully pinged. So now I am good. And what I can do, I can use my Ansible from now on, and my Ubuntu personal machine is set up for using as a managed node. Now we have seen that we have set up our Ubuntu VM as a managed node. So it is necessary that you should also see how you are setting or managing node as different OS. So Ansible is like setting up your infra and setting up whether the different infrastructure can connect to each other. If you are just learning that how to run a command, then it is not that much helpful unless you see how to set up your infrastructures also, right? Now let's learn how you can set up Windows as a managed node for your Ansible, right? So here is my Ubuntu, which is my controller node, and I have shut down my managed node as Ubuntu personal. And now in this lecture and in this demo, let's set up our Windows OS as a managed node. Before proceeding, so as Ubuntu OS as managed node and Ubuntu as controller node, you should take net as network configuration. But for Windows, it does take a bridge only network type to connect with both. Okay. So first prerequisite is to change them to both to bridge adapter. So I have changed it to bridge adapter, and I have also changed it to change the network of my managed node to bridge adapter. Okay. So I will hit OK. Now I have changed both of these to bridge adapter. Now the another prerequisite is that once we log into the our Windows VM, we need to change our network from public to private. Why? Because WinRM, which is a service to connect from remote, which is Windows Remote Management, will not work on public network. It will only work on private network, right? And the third is we need to ensure that WinRM service on our controller node and our managed node both works. So that one is third prerequisite. And the fourth prerequisite is we need to have a user on our Windows, which is admin. So we needed one user from Ubuntu also. So same way we needed one admin user from Windows 11 also. If you already have, then we are good to go. So we have these four requisite. I'm again repeating. So as I'm using Oracle VirtualBox, so I need to change my controller node and manage node to bridge adapter. The second prerequisite is we need to see that WinRM services is running on Windows. For running Windows RM services, you need to set up your network to be private. It will not work if your network is set to public. And also we need one user with admin credential. So I will start my Windows VM here. So by the time my Windows 11 VM is starting, so I need to check whether my WinRM services are running on my controller node or not. So I will type pip so pi WinRM because I need to check that these services, this WinRM service should be running on my controller node also. So looks like it's not installed. So I need to install my sudo apt install python 3 hyphen pip. I need to provide my password, and basically I am installing pip, which is a package manager for Python. So it's done. Now what I can do, I can use pip install PI WinRM, which is Windows Remote Management for Windows services. So it will check whether it is services. So it is telling that requirement already satisfied and PI WinRM is already there. So I am good. Now I need to check this service. So I need to first maximize the window. So I have type Control F and this one. So if you are not sure how to maximize the window for your VM on your Oracle VirtualBox, then go to Machines, then go to Devices and type Insert Guest Addition CD image. Then go to your file manager. It will attach a disk. Then go in here and just run this as admin. If you are on if you are on Ubuntu, then run this or this one, right? So I am on my Windows VM. So I need to check whether WinRM services are running on my this VM also. So first let's check about the networks. So I will go to settings and I will go to the networks and I will check here. So it should be public or it should be private. It should not be public. Either the WinRM services will not work properly. Now, once you have verified that WinRM services is running on my Ubuntu or my controller node, so I need to check whether WinRM services are running on my Windows also. So for that, what I will do, I will use PowerShell. I will open PowerShell as admin and I will use get hyphen service and then WinRM. So you should see that it should be running, right? Also, I'm making sure that you have already changed the network type to private, right? Because on public network, WinRM will not work. Also, I would suggest you to go ahead and create a new user. So you can go to LUSR MGR, you can go ahead in here, you can create a new user and then you can add it to administrator account, administrator group. For now, I have created a user account like DevOps and I have provided an administrative privilege to this account so that I can connect to it, right? So I have all these set up in place. Now I can check whether I should be able to connect on my using my IP. So I will use IP config. Sorry, I don't need to provide space. IP config and I have this space 192.168.1.7. Let's ping this whether I am accessible or not. So I will use ping 192.168.1.7. Okay, so I am able to ping, then it's good, right? So I will cancel this. And now what I will do, I will open my config file so I can also open it directly on my notepad. So here is the folder and here is the file. Now in this file, this was my Ubuntu. So let's group our windows also. And I will give the name as Windows Personal, right? And let's give some of the parameters. So we will learn about these parameter when we will be learning Ansible inventory, right? We are just setting up, so you don't need to worry about what is this inventory.ini file or what command we are running. Okay, and we need to provide some of these things. So first one is Ansible host, and we need to provide our password or our IP. Sorry, so 168.1.7. Then I have Ansible user, which is DevOps, right? Then I have Ansible password. So here I need to use Ansible password because I can of course copy my SSH copy, but I want to just show how to use Ansible password also. Okay. So here my password for this account was as your admin 1234 and exclamation mark. Okay. And then I will use Ansible connection as it is a Windows. So I need to provide Ansible connection, else it will use by default SSH, which it will not work. Okay. Then I have to provide my Ansible WinRM transport to use a basic transport means HTTP, and I need to provide the port which is 5985, which is default password for HTTP, and then I need to ignore my certificates. So WinRM, I don't need to provide this because I'm using HTTP. If you are using HTTPS and you don't have certificate installed, then you can use this one. So Ansible WinRM server cert validation equals to ignore. So these are not in a different line. These are in a single line. As this does not have a space, so it's coming in the next line. Okay. And what I will do, I will just comment them out. So hash. Okay. So these are commented. Now I will save it. Now I have saved it. Now I will go in here and I will use my ping command again using Ansible. So let's get that command. And I can also provide here Windows. And as I have commented, so it will not ping my Ubuntu. So once if I will hit enter, so as it Windows and cross functional OS, so it will take some time to verify the ping using Ansible. Okay, looks like I have provided a wrong module, and for Windows it's not a ping, it's a win ping. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's change it to win underscore ping. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit enter. Okay, and we are good, and our Windows personal was able to ping. So for just testing purpose, if we want to create a folder in here, so we can create that. You need not to worry about what these commands I am running. These are the ad-hoc command, and I have just ran this command to ping whether using Ansible I am able to make changes on my Windows personal, which is set up as a managed node or not. So let's try to create one empty file or a folder on my managed node, which is Windows 11. Okay, so what I will do, I will take this thing and I will go to user, I will go to user, I will go to DevOps, and what I will do, I will create one file in here. Okay, so let's go in here and let's use Ansible command to create a file. So let's create a file and the same like we have discussed. So I will try to create a file in here. Okay, so let's do this. As I was able to ping on my Windows personal, so I am ready to make any changes from my controller node to manage node. So let's use Ansible. Then I will use the same all. I can also use Windows personal because this is my host name from this inventory. For now, I will use then in inventory dot ini. Then I will use module called win underscore file. So this is a module for creating a file on or manipulating file on the Windows managed host. If you are managing Ubuntu, then it will be simple file. Okay, so we'll see modules also just for the testing purpose to see whether my Ansible is fully configured. I have show you that I am able to ping, but let's try to make changes from Ansible using ad hoc command to create a empty file on my managed node, which is a Windows. So win file, and I'll provide a, which is for argument, and let's provide a path. So path would be path equal to c, then colon users, then DevOps because this one was my user, and of course I can provide my another accounts also because I have full access. Okay, then desktop, and then let's create a test file dot txt, and the state is fetch means I want to just create it. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, let's wait. Okay, path has an invalid path. Looks like it has invalid path in here. So let's get this path fixed. So let's try this if that works or not. Now it's a good thing that on every command that you run, it will tell you that it's false, failed. But it looks like this syntax is deprecated and it is not working in double backslashes. So if you are using Windows and if you are going to use Windows as a managed host, then while providing the path, just ensure to use forward slash in here, right? Now, while I change it to forward slash, so it's telling that Windows personal was changed and changed equal to true. So now what I will do, I will go to my Windows personal and you can see that my test file is at its location, right? If I want to run this, so I can do this and I can go ahead and I can delete it by just typing absent. So let's wait for some time and it is telling true. If I will go to my folder, so you can see that it's deleted, right? So that's how you can set up your Windows VM or Windows host as a managed host for your Ansible. And we have also seen how we can set up our Ubuntu VM for setting up as managed host. So as in our demo, I will use only my Ubuntu as managed host and Ubuntu as my controller node. So I will change the type of both the network to NAT network and I will shut down my Windows 11 VM. Just for the illustration purpose, if you have one Windows and one Ubuntu VM, then you can set up your Windows VM as a managed host, right? So going forward, I will be using my main Ubuntu VM as a controller node and Ubuntu Personal as a managed host, right? So let's meet in the next chapter. Hey everyone, and welcome to chapter 6 Ansible configuration. So, in this chapter, we will talk about some special file called Ansible.cfg. Okay, so by default, that is the name, but of course, you can change it and you can define it on your Ansible configuration file. You can customize your controller node fully with using this Ansible.configuration file. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's learn about it. So what it is for, so it basically defines how the controller node should act, whether you are trying to establish a SSH connection or WinRM connection with your managed node, whether if you want to specify duration of SSH connection with your managed host, whether you want to specify how a playbook should run, or whether you want to log error using handlers if any event happens. Okay, and it is not limited to with these four scenario, so you have hundred of options and configuration that you can specify in Ansible configuration file. Okay, now the by default location of configuration file is etc ansible and ansible.cfg. So this location will not be on your managed node, we are talking about controller node, right? So if you want to see the current config file applied, so you can type ansible-config space view. So we'll see this also. And if you want to see the current setting applied under this config, so you can type ansible-config dump. Then you can pipe it with by greping gathering. Okay. So it will tell you whether gathering is implicit or explicit. Okay. And the next one is priority. So it is important aspect when we will try to create or configure our own Ansible file. So suppose there are four types of Ansible configuration file that currently reside on your VM. Suppose first one configuration file you have set up using environment variable. The second configuration file that you have defined in some folders, right? Then third Ansible configuration file will be on your home folder, right? And the fourth one is default location. So suppose if you are specifying a configuration file stuff and if you are specifying all the things same in all these configurations, so how it will take the priorities? So I have ordered the priorities number wise. So first it will take the priorities of the configuration that is created using environment variable. Then it will take the priority of the configuration file that is created at your project structure. Then third, it will take priority of the Ansible configuration file which is created using or on your user's home directory. And then at the end, it will take the configuration file which is at the default locations. Okay. Now let's see the example of a basic configuration file. So this is the configuration file and these are the groups that it has created, and these are the default. Don't need to worry if they don't visible on your VM. We will see this on our VM also, and you may be able to see that some options are not for me. So these are just the grouping. So there is a default group, there is an inventory group, there is a group of privilege escalation, then paramico connection, SSH connection, persistent connection, colors, and accelerate. And in all these group, we have various type of options and variables or parameters there. For example, in defaults, we have defined inventory. So we have defined the default location of our inventory file. So suppose in the earlier chapter when we were setting up our when we were setting up our manage node, so we created a inventory file, right? So we can specify that location to use a default inventory file. We haven't discussed inventory yet. We will discuss it. If you want to specify a log pattern, so you can also specify the location. So by default location is this one. If you want to mention any library or modules, you can define the default location in here, right? If you want to have a remote port, so by default the Ansible looks for connection over SSH means 22 port. If you want to change it, so you can change it also. Here are some more parameters like sudo user. So it's a root, whether it should ask for a password. Yes, it should. Then you have inventory grouping. So if you want to enable any plugins, so you can enable that. There are various options for this also. In the privilege escalation, if you want to become true, means whether it is going to be a sudo or a root user. So it's saying true. And there are various options and parameters that is available for other groups like SSH connection, in which you have mentioned the interval of your SSH connection, a port of SSH connection. In here it's a timeout on which, so it's a 10-second means it should try to retry for 10 seconds if any connection is failed, and fox means how many parallel connection SSH connection you want to make, right? So if you want to learn about more on configuration file, then please go ahead and navigate to this docs on Ansible. You can go to this link and you can see various options other than these for your VM, right? So let's see on our controller node what is the configuration file looks like. Okay. So I am on my Ubuntu VM, that is my controller node. Let's try to look for an Ansible configuration file, how it looks like on my VM. So I will type first Ansible hyphen hyphen version. So it will tell you the details also about Ansible along with its version. So once if I will hit enter, so it will tell you that I don't have any configuration file by default set, and I does have an executable location, and I have Ansible Python module installed at here, right? So if I will try to go on, so for that I need to go to sudo cd etc Ansible. So I will type my password. Okay, so looks like, okay, so let me first change the directory, or let me become root user. Then let me navigate to etc folder. Time on my etc. If I will list the file with my Ansi- with Ansible as a pattern, so you will see that I don't have anything else. If it was installed by default and if it is by configure, then it was in etc Ansible. There was some Ansible folder, and inside that there will be multiple folders related to Ansible, like your etc Ansible push file, which are our default inventory file, which we will discuss in the next section. And also we had our ansible.cfg file. Now, as we don't have our default configuration file, so how we are going to do?
do next. So don't worry, your all command will run properly. You just need to mention all the things, whatever it's set by default in the configuration file. For example, there is no inventory file, means etc Ansible host file. So for mentioning all the host file, you need to mention your own created inventory file. So just like I did when I was trying to illustrate you how to set up managed VM. Okay, we will also discuss it on our in our upcoming chapters, right? So no need to worry if there is no configuration file. If you want to set any configuration file, then you can definitely do that. You can just type dollar Ansible, right? And then you can export it to. So first you need to type export so that it will be set to environment variable, and then you need to provide the location where you want to set the configuration file to default. So etc Ansible, suppose you create a folder called Ansible, and then you inside it you will create a file like cfg. So it will set you the environment variable for this one, right? We have also seen this when we were discussing. So that's it for this chapter. Let's meet in the next chapter with Ansible inventory. Hello everyone. So welcome to chapter 7. In this chapter, we will talk about Ansible inventory. In the previous chapter, we have learned about Ansible configuration file, and we have seen that in our controller node, means on our Ubuntu VM, it was not there, right? Configuration file was not there. So it might be your case too, that configuration file is not there. So you need to set up both configuration file and inventory if you want. But yeah, you need to mention Ansible inventory for sure. If you don't want to mention configuration file, if you don't want to set up configuration file, then it is also good. But if you want to run your playbook, then you need to define a manual Ansible inventory file. Okay, so just stay with me. I will also tell you how to set up Ansible inventory file. So let's start with chapter 7. In chapter 6, we have talked about Ansible configuration file. Ansible configuration file basically will tell you how your controller node should act. Now, what about your managed nodes? There should be something which tells you how we can change behavior of our managed node or remote host that we are going to manage. So that is what Ansible inventory is for. Ansible inventory is a special file which you use to mention while running your playbook. If you will not mention, they will take from the default location. We will also discuss it. Okay. So an inventory is a list of managed node or host on which Ansible deploys or configures. Okay. So it will consist of all your managed node or remote host, and it will also contain their properties, their parameters like what are their host IPs, their passwords, and all the things. So we will discuss that. Next one, it uses SSH connection for Linux and Windows for WinRM. While mentioning Windows, you need to mention Ansible underscore connection to WinRM, else it will take SSH and it will throw error. In case of Linux, you don't need to mention because by default it makes SSH connection itself. Okay. Now, while running the playbook, if the in default location of inventory is set to etc Ansible host, then you are good. You can just alter your host or your managed nodes in this host file with the .ini format. I will tell you that also. And where this is coming from, so this is coming from our Ansible configuration file. If you will recall, so in Ansible.cfg file, we have one section, one group called default, and in that default group, we have mentioned inventory equal to this one. But in our case, as the Ansible.cfg file was not there, so this will be also not there. So either I can manually mention it or I can use any particular location for my inventory file. Okay. So in my case, both of these folders and files are not here. So I will create a manual inventory file and I will mention that file while running all my Ansible playbook command. So if above location is not there as we discussed, so it will throw error. Hence, either you should create a config file. So if you want to create, then go ahead, but you can basically define default stuff about your Ansible to this configuration file. and mention default location of inventory file. And in the default section, just mention inventory equal to this location, and it will set the default location to this one. Or what we can do alternatively, we can create an inventory file with either .ini extension or .yml format. Okay. And how do we do that? So while running the playbook, we need to specify option and with the file name, whether it is a .ini or YML. We can also specify file name format extension as py. So that is for dynamic inventory file, which we will discuss soon. Okay. So let's move ahead. Now, this is a simple ini file of my inventory file, and this is a simple YML file. I have grouped some of the important concept in here so that we don't need to discuss it in separate topics or subtopics. Okay. So let's discuss it one by one. So first one is our file names. So they can be either ini or YML. We will discuss it. We can have a py extension also. Basically, that will be your Python dynamic inventory file. You can have a dynamic inventory file also. I will discuss in after some slide. Now, the first line is your comment. So you can mention your comment and you can tell whoever is viewing that this inventory or group is for another pair of hosts. Okay. The first one is ungrouped host. So here, if you want to run your playbook, so you can mention mail.example.com while mentioning this inventory file. Okay. So we'll see that. So this one is ungrouped host and this will be alone. If you are trying to mention, so what you can do, you can mention Ansible hyphen playbook, then hyphen I, then your file name inventory.ini and which group or host you want to run. So as this is ungrouped host, so I will mention mail.example.com. If I have a group host, so I can just mention the group. It will run on all these three nodes, or I can also provide an alias for my DNS. For example, here I have provided an alias for my this host, right? So we'll see that. This one is telling that it's a group host. So this is the name of my group host web server and it consists of these three groups. So here I have a DNS name and I can have a IP address range also. And here I can have a number range too while specifying our pattern. Okay. So in our pattern, we can specify number range also and we can specify alphabet range also. Means it will take B, C, D. It will take 5 and 6 at this location. Next one is variable. So we have given a manual name of our this Ansible host. So 192.168.1.5. So either I can mention direct this inside this or I can provide this variable name to my this host. While running the playbook, what I need to run. So I need to run Ansible hyphen playbook. Then for specifying inventory file, I will type hyphen I then my file name inventory.ini and then I can mention windows hyphen personal so it will select this host. Or if I want to select the proper group, so I can select windows or db servers. So if I will select db server, it will select all these hosts. Okay. And then here we have some arguments. So if you want to specify, so you can specify them. So these are various options. It is not limited to that. We have 100 plus option for our argument while mentioning host property in our inventory file. Okay. Now this was our .ini format and I would suggest you to go ahead with .ini format because they are very easy and they are easier to read. If you are comfortable with writing YML file too, so you can go ahead and write them. So this is a simple. So first one it will be ungroup. So we are mentioning this one. So ungroup and then ungroup after some indentation we have host and then indentation we have DNS name. Similarly, we have as it was ungrouped, so we have gave name as ungrouped. As it was a group, so it is a web servers, then host, then their host name. Similarly, for Windows, it will be host, Windows personal, and then in the column after indentation, we are giving its properties. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with inventory file, and I am sure that you have some confidence in creating your own inventory file. So go ahead and practice and try to create this inventory file and see if you are able to So let's move ahead and let's discuss some points about inventory. So while running a playbook means Ansible-Playbook, you can mention -i twice and you can mention two inventories file also. Okay. We can also set variable on group of hosts, so that we did. So we have mentioned our variable, but we can also mention variable on our group of hosts. Like, so suppose this is was my group host, right? In which I have mentioned Ubuntu and Windows. Now suppose all these properties for my Ubuntu, all the argument was same as of my Windows. So how I will carry out the same properties for them? So for that, what I will do, I will use my group host here, DevOps, and I will assign them to a variable vars, means I am making a variable of it, and I am taking two variables in here so that it will assign those two property to both of my those hosts which are mentioned in that group host. Okay. I can also have a parent-child relationships while mentioning inventory files. So this is my ungrouped host, that this is my group host, right? Then this is a east host, this is a west host. So what I can mention, I can mention that that broad host, broad group host will have a children of my east host. Similarly for my test, so they will what will do while running our playbook, we can mention prod and it will take the property of all my east hosts too. All right. So I'm hoping you are clear with it. Now let's move ahead. Now we have seen this, right? So we have some Ansible behavior inventory parameter. So these basically vary OS by OS. So suppose if your target host or if your managed host is server, database, or a network appliance, or a VM of different OS like Linux or Windows. So these parameter will differ while mentioning on inventory file. Okay, so this is just example. So for example, here is in my group hosts of my web server, and here it is a alias name for my this host. Here I am mentioning Ansible underscore host. So this is my host name. This is my variable name. Here I can have an IP address too, right? So instead of DNS name. Here it is a connection type. So here it is SSH, means basically by default it's take SSH. If you want to test it on your PC itself, you can mention localhost, or if it is a window host, you can mention WinRM. We have seen that, right? How we can set up our WinRM services and how we can set up our Windows as managed host. So if you face any issue or if you are getting some error while setting up Windows or Linux as a managed host, then please try to search on Stack Overflow or Google. If you are not able to come to the solution, then please let me know in the comment section. I will definitely try to help you. Then next one is port. So here it is a SSH port. If you want to specify a WinRM port, then you can go ahead with HTTP or HTTPS. HTTPS needs a client certificate to be enabled, so you can mention that too. Then you have your user and then your password. So here I am mentioning Ansible underscore SSH underscore pass, but it's not recommended at all. Either you can use SSH key pairs like store your public key on your managed node and private key on your controller node, and then you can make the connection, or else use Ansible-Vault to protect your passwords, right? Now there are some more important parameter like SSH private key file. You can mention the file name in here, common arguments, SSH pipelining if you want to mention parallel execution of connection, SSH executable if you want to provide any executable file while running your script, become if you want to become any particular user, if you want to, so it's a become method, means how you want to become that user that you are provided earlier, what user you want to become. So this is basically for root. If you want to become any user, you can become in here. It's for password. If you want, what is a cell type that you are going to execute, what are the executable that you are going to execute, and this is your Python interpreter path. Okay, so if you want to learn more about these parameters and various options supported in this behavior inventory parameter, then please go ahead on Ansible official documentation and search for inventory file. So you will get that all the supported option and details about them so that you can have a complete knowledge about it. Okay, it will not be possible to explain every each of the method because there are hundred of parameters supported for inventory file for a particular host. Okay, so let's move ahead. Now let's learn about dynamic inventory. Till now we were using static inventory. So a static inventory will not change by default, right? So suppose this is my static inventory example. So and this is my group. So servers, and this is the name of my one of the server, and this is the Ansible host. So whenever I am running this, so it will be static, right? This is not going to change my host or inventory file. Now there is something called a dynamic inventory in which it is a Python code. I have written a Python code, but it could be another code also. And what that Python code will do, that Python code will fetch the host name or host details from your database, servers, or API calls in the real time. So how do we achieve this? So you not need to worry about that. There are various documentation and various references that you can get the dynamic inventory file for different platform. For example, I have included a Python file. Okay. So this is my inventory.py file, which is my dynamic inventory file. And while running my Ansible-Playbook, I can provide -i with this file name and it will take the inventory file from it. So the first line is my cwang line, which is telling the Python interpreter location. Second one, in my Python file, I am importing a module called JSON. And then I am defining a function called getInventory. And I am returning the details about my host along with their variables like their parameters. Okay. So host. So this is a group, right? So this is a name of that host and this is a group. And I am calling a main function and I have assigned this inventory data to that inventory data and then I am casting out from json.dumps to this inventory data. Okay. So how do I mention that? So I we have discussed it. So I earlier we used to run Ansible -playbook -i then inventory.ini playbook.yml, right? So this one is an Ansible playbook which we will be learning soon. No need to worry about that. Basically, this contains our set of tasks and plays which we are going to mention that they are going to be executed on our inventories. Okay. So here instead of .ini, you can mention your py file. Now while running this script or command, you need to be sure that inventory.py or ini file that you are running, it should be in the same location on which you are currently resides. If you are not, then you can give the absolute path or relative path in here, right? So if you want to test your inventory dynamic inventory files, so how you can do that? You can just type this in the cell, your default shell. So you can type inventory.py means run this Python file and hyphen list. So it will list all the output in the JSON format. If you want to just filter out any particular host, so what you can do, you can type inventory, then hyphen host, and then filter it with a particular host. So it will list argument for that particular host. So basically that was for my Python. We have written Python script. So dynamic script already available for use in below environments and you can find about them on the official Ansible docs. On the main page, they have given dynamic script and use of dynamic script in the cobbler environment. But they have various like AWS, Azure, GCE, OpenStack, VMware, and Docker environments supported for the dynamic scripts. So I'm hoping you are clear with Ansible inventory, and I am hoping you are now in confident if someone talks about Ansible inventory. Okay, so I am on my control node, and if I will open my terminal and if I will become a sudo user, okay, and I will first navigate to my etc folder and then I will list anything with Ansible. So I don't have anything with Ansible means my etc Ansible folder does not exist. I can also check by using Ansible hyphen version. So it will tell you where is your default configuration file. So in my case, it is not. So if there is no configuration file, then there is no set of and there is no by default host or inventory file setup for you. So in that case, you can definitely go ahead and create an configuration file and set up using your environment variable, export, and then dollar $Ansible and provide the path of your configuration file, right? Else, if you don't want to create an Ansible file and if you are ready and create a manual inventory file, so what you can do, just like me, that I have I have did it here. So at this particular location, I have created an inventory file. So this is my .ini file, and I have mentioned these things in here earlier, right? While setting up our manage node at controller node. So for now, I will just uncomment my manage node Ubuntu, right? And I will comment all the line from my Windows so that whatever playbook I will be running, it will be triggered on my Ubuntu. If I will try to run Ansible-I inventory, so it will not detect because it's not in that location. So I need to navigate to that location or I can provide relative path. So in here, I will go to Ansible, right? If I will list the file, so if I will list the file, so I have my inventory.ini file. So in here, I can mention Ansible or Ansible playbook for running my playbook. We will come this playbook in in upcoming chapter. Just for now, I am explaining about inventory file. Okay, Ansible hyphen playbook, then hyphen I for mentioning my inventory file. If your inventory file is not at that location, then you can go ahead and mention your absolute part like a tc demo, then your file name. In my case, it's in that location, so I will mention that. And if I will type inv and if I will try hit tab, it will automatically auto type it for me. Now, on which host do you want to run it? So if you will type this one, and if you can go ahead and type all, so it will run on all the host mentioned or all the group mentioned in this file. But if you want to limit it to particular groups, so in my case, I can mention Ubuntu, right? Because so if I will type Ubuntu, so it will run on all the hosts that is mentioned in this inside this group. Okay, suppose if I have one more managed host of Ubuntu mentioned here, so it will run on both those. But suppose if I want to mention on particular only this host, so I can mention that too, and I can mention Ubuntu hyphen personal, right? And then I can type in here that just run my playbook. Okay, so that's how you can mention your inventory file. So I'm hoping you are clear with inventory file and how you can mention them in your playbook or while running your ad-hoc command or you while running your playbook command. Okay, so let's meet in the next section. Till then, take care. Hey everyone, and welcome to chapter 8. So in this lecture, we will learn about Ansible ad hoc commands. So ad hoc commands are like basically one line command that you are going to provide from your terminal to running some quick Ansible commands, right? So do you basically need it? So no, you can have a playbook instead of that, but for quick testing and for quick checking of a single task, you can use a Ansible ad hoc command. So if you will talk about Ansible ad hoc command, so it uses this location that is stored by Ansible for command line tool to automate a single task on one or more managed node. So it will follow the steps and follow the syntax of your mentioning of your inventories file, right? Now these are just for testing purpose or quick commands that if you want to do for some testing or if you want to quick run on some host, right? Like reboot and to deploy a service or to deploy any app to quickly restart any service. So instead of writing a whole playbook, you can use it via ad hoc command. But if there are some more complex scenario, then you should use playbooks also. So in this lecture, we will try to look for some ad hoc commands and we will also see them on our managed node and our controller node, but mostly for other aspect like modules, plugins, we will practice them on our Ansible playbooks only. Okay. So ad hoc commands are quick and easy, and they are not reusable. Means you cannot reuse them. If they are passed, then they are passed. So why they are? So they are helpful for quick testing. Now, what's the syntax? So here I am mentioning Ansible, but here it could be Ansible Playbook, Ansible Vault, Ansible Host, anything like that. Right? We will see that what options do we have for Ansible ad hoc commands. So after Ansible, you will have hyphen I and then your inventory file name. So it also need inventory file name. And from that inventory, if you want to provide any host pattern, okay, then there's come a module. So you will provide hyphen M that you are going to provide a module, and some common modules are like file, ping, shell, command, right? And then you will provide an argument associated with those modules, okay, and they can have one or more arguments. So this is the syntax of ad hoc command. Now these are not limited to Ansible or Ansible playbook. So while running Ansible playbook, we will follow ad hoc command itself, right? Means we will run and mention our place in our Ansible playbook, but for running our Ansible playbook and for executing tasks on our managed host, we will run Ansible playbook via command itself, right? So we will write Ansible hyphen playbook and then this command and then playbook name, right? In here it is different. It is Ansible, then your host with the help of inventory, then your module name and then arguments. In playbook, you will provide them in your YAML format. Okay. So these are not our ad hoc command are not limited to this. These are you can use ad hoc command for your Ansible. This one Ansible playbook, Ansible config, Ansible doc, Ansible Galaxy, Ansible inventory, Ansible console, Ansible pull, Ansible vault. So you have many options for running ad hoc command under these utilities provided by Ansible, right? So let's see some common use cases of ad hoc commands. So first one, if you want to reboot your server, so how you will do that? So you will mention Ansible, then your host if you want to particular filter out. Else, what you can do, you can just type all, and here we are not providing inventory file. Can you guess where it will take from? Yeah, you are right. It will take from etc Ansible host folder. If it is not, then it will throw error, and you need to set up manual inventory file by mentioning hyphen I and setting up either a ini file or a YML file. If you have missed inventory chapter, then please go ahead and navigate to chapter 7, in which we have talked about Ansible inventory, right? And then we have here arguments for this. It is directly triggering reboot. That is, it is inside this one, and there are some parameters. So it's a username. Then this is a basically a parallel execution. Then become whether it should be asked for sudo ask become password means if it is going to try to reboot, so it will ask the user for a root credentials. Similarly, so I should not have mentioned in this section, it will basically come in different section. So here you are trying to run a simple shell command like echo and term. So basically this command, if you will run it on your Ubuntu VM, it will output an environment variable that is stored inside a term variable, right? But with the help of this command, you are directly trying to fetch the details of your Ubuntu personal managed host on your controller nodes output. Okay, so this command will throw an output on your controller node itself. Now, next use case, if you want to manage files, so you can provide this collection. So ansible.builtin.file. So this is called a collection. And if you don't want to mention collection, you can directly type module file and it will work fine, right? So this Ansible.builtin called collection, and we have separate chapter for collections. Now here, what it is doing? So in here again, we are not specifying any inventory file. So this is just a demo that it is taking inventory from etc Ansible host file, right? And it is taking this one. So it is trying to create a directory at folder C, and it is also assigning an honor to this and group this, and also it is assigning permission like 755. Okay, so this one is for your, so is for user, this is for group, and this is for owner. Then there is another command if you want to delete it. So what you can do, you can just type, you can provide another argument inside of state. Instead of a state equal to directory, you will just type a state equal to absent. It will delete that folder that you just created here. Now the next use cases scenario, if you want to manage package on your managed hosts. So in here I am using app, but if you are on different type of flavor, so you can use yum. And here I am providing argument name equal to git, and here I am also specifying version. If I will just type git, so it will take whatever it has stored in the repository, and then state equal to present. Also, I would like to talk, if you want to manually manage repository in your Linux VM, then please go ahead and navigate to my Linux full administrator course, in which I have talked how you can manually fetch software repository and manually configure them and manually update your packages. Suppose if you are not providing any versions here and just typing git, and if you will provide git and then latest, so it will fetch the latest version present at that repository. If you will type absent, so what it will do, yes, you are right, it will start uninstalling this. Next one, for managing users and group. So here I am creating one user and name equal to who and then the password, right? So here it is providing the password, but here again you can use Ansible Vault. Similarly here, so again I am repeating Ansible all, and then here it is not providing any inventory file because it is taking by default from Ansible etc Ansible host inventory file, that default inventory file. If you don't have that setup, then it will throw an error. So you need to set up that inventory file. Here it's a module. It is calling a module called user. This is the collection, so it is using full module name. You can directly use users also. And then hyphen a means argument, and then I am providing name, who, and then state absent means hey, with this one I am creating one user, and with this one I am absent means I am deleting it. The next use case is managing services. So here I have mentioned that this command is going to run on web server host group. It's a module name, that service, and here I am going to start my HTTP service, right? Here if I will type restarted, then it will restart the service. Here if I will type stop, so it will stop the service of whatever host mentioned in the web servers host group. Okay, next one is gathering facts. So what are the facts? So facts are basically to implement conditional execution of tasks, and but also just to get an ad hoc information about your system. So you can just type this command, so it will tell you the fact whether gathering fact is, so basically it should be implicit so that it will gather information for you. Next one is check mode. So basically it will not change anything, it will just write a command and it will check this whether it is there or not, right? Next one, you can definitely use pattern in your ad hoc commands. So if you will type, and these are not limited to this one, so basically you can have a wildcard character inserted in the while providing arguments. So for example, here I am using a limit argument for my module. So here it is telling all, just run this command on all hosts but not on host one. Here I can just type group, so it will apply to all groups, or I can limit it to particular host also, right? So there are hundreds of use cases of ad hoc. So there are hundred of ad hoc commands example, and you can play with all of them one by one. So if you want to learn more about ad hoc commands, then please go ahead to this link and navigate to and play with more ad hoc commands. So now let's move on our controller and manage node, and let's see some of these in action. Okay. So I have logged into both my controller node. So this is my controller node, Ubuntu, and then running, right? And this is my user DevOps. The user is same, but the controller node is named with Ubuntu with a host name, and the manage node is with Ubuntu hyphen personal. Now in here, if I will go to the inventory file, so this was earlier edited. So here I am just providing Ubuntu hyphen personal, then my IP of my personal. So I will check the IP also to confirm. I am hoping that you have gone through my video in which I have talked about how to set up manage node and controller node. So if you haven't gone through that video, I would request you to please go through that, because without setting up your controller and manage node, it will not work, right? So just for the information and just for the quick note, I will recap it. So if you have Ubuntu as a managed host and as a controller node, so and in my case I am using Oracle VirtualBox. So I need to create a net network and then I need to attach that net network to both of my this VM. After that, I will create a SSH key pair and then I need to copy the SSH key pair to my managed host, that is my Ubuntu personal. So I have done that. If you haven't done that, please go through that chapter. I have illustrated how to set up your managed host, right? And in here, I can use my password also, but as we haven't covered Ansible Vault yet, so I used SSH method to authenticate between the managed host and the controller host, right? So the first one is the ping command, which I will try to ping because I need to check whether I am pingable or not. So I have checked that my IP address is correct, right? So this one is my IP and the Ansible user is also DevOps. So this is my DevOps, right? So the user is also DevOps admin account. So now from this account, what I will do, I will go to this terminal and I will go to this same folder on which I have my this inventory file. If you don't want to create inventory file, then go ahead, please edit etc Ansible host file and write the same content if it is there. If it is not, then you can set up and create a configuration file and then you can mention, which I have already talked about it earlier. So first let's try to ping our managed host from our controller node. So this is my controller node, right? Ubuntu. And then Ubuntu personal is my managed host, right? So let's try to ping it, whether I am able to ping it or not. So Ansible and then whether I can provide all. So it will ping all whatever I have mentioned. Else I can provide Ubuntu, which will limit to this group itself. But as I have only this one, so I will go with Ubuntu. Then I will provide inventory file, inventory.ini. If you don't have inventory file at this location, then you can provide absolute path also. And then I will use module. Okay, so let's test this out. Now you can see that it's giving me a green signal, means I am able to ping it. If you have set up Windows as a managed host, so it may take some time and it may give your result in some time as compared to your Ubuntu. Okay, so let's try to ping it. Let's try to do something. So if I will go to here and if I will type my echo and then home folder. Okay, so if I will type this, so it is home DevOps. Okay, it's same. If I will give term, okay, so it is X term 256 color. Let's see the result when from our controller node itself. Okay, so what I will do, I will use the same Ansible Ubuntu hyphen I, and then in module I will give cell, and in here I will give argument echo term. So it will take some time and it will tell you the output in here itself. If you want to manage a file, so you can do that. So let's give this. So I will go ahead Ansible Ubuntu hyphen I. Let me maximize the window for you a bit. Okay, and in here I will put till module, and then in the module I will provide file, right? And I will provide argument, and the argument in the argument I need to provide destination. What should be the destination? So here I need to provide absolute path. So it will be home, then DevOps, then at its desktop, create a folder called hello from controller node, right? And here I will provide a state equal to directory. I am not specifying any permissions. So by default, it will go with the normal permissions. Okay, so if I will hit enter, if it has any error, so it will also provide. So here it is telling changed. If you have any error, it will throw any error. Here you can see that by default, it has given permission of 775, the owner and the group, right? And it has created a folder. So let's check this on our managed host. If I will go in here and if I will go to desktop and if I will list the file and if I will go in here, so you can see I have hello from controller node folder created, right? If I want to check for the packages, if I want to go ahead and check for the packages. So I can also do that from my man controller node itself. So for that, I can use Ansible, and I need to close all this. And in here, I will use apt, right? This is my module. And then here, I need to provide arguments. So for the arguments, I will provide name equal to git. First, let's verify whether git is installed or not. So git, so yes, it is installed, right? So let's try to uninstall this. So I will go in here, I will go to my this one. So name git, and then I'll provide state equal to absent, right? Let's try to hit enter. Okay, so looks like I am mistaken and I haven't provide hyphen a, right? So you can see I haven't provide hyphen a as an argument. So once if I will hit enter, let's see. Okay, so now it is telling wrong because, okay, so I cannot remove it because permission was denied. So first I need to become root user. So for becoming root user, so what I will do, I will in here, I will go ahead and I will provide a hyphen hyphen become. Okay, and let's ask for sudo password too. Okay, so I haven't provided ask for sudo password. So let's become password. Let's enter our admin credential, the root credential. So I am entering my root credential of my managed host directly from my controller host itself. So let's see. So we got failed for some time, but yeah, this time it worked. And here, as it needs an admin privilege to uninstall the things, so you need to provide hyphen hyphen become to become a root user, and then you need to provide hyphen k to ask for password. So although we got through an error, but we were able to uninstall from our controller to manage host. So here we were able to check for git. So let's try to check with git. So you can see now this time git was not here. It was uninstalled, right? If you want to try to install it, then let's go ahead. Let's try to install it again. So I will type become k, and here I will type latest. It will ask for my password, and let's see. It will take some time, and it has started setting up our git on our Ubuntu VM, right? Ubuntu Personal, which is our managed host. Similarly, if you want to check for the services, so you can definitely do that on your managed host. So in my case, as I have limited resources, so I am only performing this on my managed host, right? But if you have bunch of managed hosts, then you can go ahead and play with them. I can also start and restart my services. So how I can do that? So I will go to the hyphen m, and then I will mention service, and then I will provide argument, and I need, let's give with httpd and state equal to whatever you want. So started, restarted, right? And then as the service is administrative work, so you need to provide hyphen hyphen become, and then hyphen capital K to provide password also, right? So I am hoping you have also followed me along while practicing on it. So watching lecture basically does not help. So if you will practice, and if you have set up your own managed host and control node, then you are very good and you are going in the right direction. So I would also suggest you, if you haven't set up yet, please go through and watch my lecture for setting up your managed host and a controller host, and then try to run some commands if you really want to master Ansible. Okay. So thank you all for joining me in this lecture. So let's meet in the next chapter with Ansible Playbook. Till then, take care. Hey everyone, and welcome to chapter 9. In this chapter, we will talk about all possible aspects of Ansible Playbook, and we'll also see them in action while running them on from our controller node and managing our managed host. So I'm hoping you have gone through your Ansible ad-hoc commands, and I am sure that your managed and controller node is fully set up and configured. Before starting this chapter, I would like to talk about that there are currently 98% of the viewer who has not subscribed to my channel. So apologizing for talking it in between the lecture, but I wanted to talk it about. So if you haven't subscribed it, please subscribe it. So it will motivate me to create
more lectures like this. Okay, so from this, let's start our chapter 9, which is all about Ansible playbooks, and this is one of the important aspects. So if someone will ask you about Ansible, they will definitely ask you about Ansible playbooks. In the previous chapter, we have seen that we were trying to run a command from our controller to managed host via Ansible ad hoc commands, right? But what if you have bunch of tasks at the same time that you want to run? Also, what if you want to separate the task? Means on one task you want to limit them to particular set of hosts, and then the another task if you want to limit it to particular set of hosts. So how you will do that? So Ansible Playbook help you to achieve this. So these are the automation blueprint written in YAML that uses to deploy and configure nodes defined from your inventory file. So you will write playbooks in YAML format itself. You cannot write in any other format. Okay, now how it can be helpful? So basically it can be helpful in declaring your configuration if you want to orchestrate anything, or if you want to launch tasks both synchronously and asynchronously. So with it, let's move ahead and let's see one example of playbook.yml. This is a basic playbook that I have written in YML file. We will also see a basic playbook while we will be on our controller node, right? So from here, from this line, I am starting my YML. If you haven't gone through the YML, then please go ahead to chapter in which I have talked about YML as an overview. Okay. If you want to learn more about YML, then please navigate to my channel and look for YML crash course. So in 30 minutes, I have tried to cover all the important topics and aspects related to YML. Okay, so from this line, I am telling that hey, I am going to start a YML file. Now in the next line, I can start it with an space indentation, or I can keep it with this indentation also. From here, I am starting one play. This is called a play, right? So this is the playbook is a set of plays contents. Okay. So here I am giving name. So hyphen, then a space, then name, colon, then a space, and then my name, whatever the name of my play. Then I need to provide hosts. So on which host it is going to run. Here you don't need to provide inventory. Here you will only provide hosts and host names or host groups. Now where this host will take from. So while running this playbook, you need to provide the inventory file from which it will take that. Okay. Here I am also providing remote underscore user equal to root, because if I have to install any package, I had to be root user. So if you remember in our previous chapter, when we were trying to restart or install any package, so it was asking for admin credentials, right? And then we need to go with hyphen hyphen become then capital K option to ask for the password of my root. But I don't want to provide the root credential in my inventory file. I have also shown you while we were discussing about inventory file that we can provide this one and password in my inventory file itself. But I would suggest you to not define those in your inventory file, instead define here. Okay, but definitely you can define your password or SSH key pairs in the inventory file. Okay, so in here I have started one play and I have provided hosts and then remote user. If there is no administrative credentials used, so you can remove it. And then at the next line, I am starting tasks for this play. So here I am giving two tasks, this one and this one. They should be at same level and they should be at same indentation, both tasks. And in here I am giving the name of the task. It is completely optional, but for the better look and flexibility, you should give the name. Next one is our module name. So here I am not using just apt. I can also use apt only, but here it is using completely collection of the app module. Then after using module, so here it will be name, then name key value pair, right? So name colon space httpd and then state equal to latest. If you want to run this on addo command, how you will write that? Yes, you are right. We have seen this. So you can write Ansible, then your web server, then hyphen I, then your inventory file name. Then I will give hyphen M to provide module app, right? Then hyphen A for providing argument, and I will provide these two in that. So what it will do, it will install HTTP service latest version in this web servers. Similarly, another one, so there is template module being used. We will discuss it about later. And it is taking a source and destination, means it will take
source from here and it will apply it to this configuration file. Similarly, I have a second play and this play should be at this level. You should not provide this one at this level, right? So I will take my pen. So if you will see, you should not write this at this level. If you will write this at this level, then it will throw an error that the task should not contain host or remote user. So it should be at this level. Okay. Then this is my second play. So I will start with host, then remote user, then task. So all of these is a property of play. Then I will start my first task and I will give space and then indentation means space. Else you can also give two spaces here and then here. And then you can also start hyphen and then space name from here. Right? You can also do that. So here I'm starting hyphen, then space name, then name of my task. Again, it is completely optional. Then the package name. So it will start from here itself at the same indentation. Then I will provide the indentation, two spaces. It should not be tab space. Then my key value pair, key colon space pair value, right? Similarly, this is a second task in my second play in which I am just starting PostgreSQL service, right? So this is all about a basic playbook YML. Now I have playbook in hand. Now how I will, if I want to take help, so I can just type Ansible hyphen playbook hyphen hyphen help. So it is hyphen hyphen. I think due to my font, it hasn't taken hyphen hyphen. Okay, it's hyphen hyphen. Now if I want to take help for Ansible, so I can type Ansible hyphen doc and then hyphen small l. If you want to run that playbook, so you can go ahead and type Ansible hyphen playbook, then hyphen I, then your inventory name, and then your playbook name. So keep in mind that wherever you are running from, both of these files, this inventory.ini and this playbook.yml should be there. If they are not there, then you should provide a absolute path in here. Okay. Now how you can verify your playbook or you can check for your playbook. So you can type Ansible hyphen playbook hyphen hyphen check playbook.yml. So it will check for the syntax or what it is going to create or make. Then if you want an Ansible specific feedback before execution, so you can type Ansible hyphen lint and then playbook.yml. Okay. And that playbook.yml should be at that same location. That's how you can verify your playbooks before running it. Now, if you will talk about templating, so templating also supported in playbooks with the use of Ginger to templating. So they are used for variables also means if we will use variables, so we will use Ginger to templating itself. So here what it's doing, so this is my file structure. So this will be my host.yml, this one. And at the same project structure, I have created a folder called templates and in that I have test.j2, this file, this file, and it has only this content. Okay. So what it will do, I will use this module and I will pass from this source to this destination. So it will pass this fact. So Ansible underscore facts. So the facts basically is all about the environment or details about your OS. Okay. So Ansible underscore facts host name. So it will gather the host name. So it will take the host name and it will destined to this location. Okay. So that's how we can use template module. Okay. Now there are hundred of uses of your playbook and in all of them you can have setup of your variables, modules, plugins and collections. But we have separate chapter for them. There are various things you can use in your playbooks. So if you want to handle undefined variables, whether you want to define different value for true, false or null, or a ternary operator if you want to managing various type of data type, if you want to convert YML to JSON or JSON to YML, if you want to combine and select data based on your gathered data, if you want to randomize data, right? Then if you want to manage list, convert list to string, string to list. It also supports maths and set theory. Maths means you can use greater than, less than equal to symbols in your playbook while mentioning conditions.
If you want to manage network interaction, so you can use playbooks in it. If you want to have an hashing and encrypting script strings, then you can have also create in your playbooks. And if you want to manipulate strings and text also, then you can insert them in your playbooks. So you don't need to worry about all of them. They just comes in your mind when you will practice them. It is not possible that you are going to see them and you will remember or memorize them. So you need to go on their website, just check for them whatever you have needed and then practice them. So here is the link I have included, as I won't be able to provide all of this in my lecture because each topic contains approx 4 5 topics. Okay, so please go ahead and navigate to this channel, and in this lecture about playbooks, I will try to include some of these things in my this lecture. Okay, so let's move ahead. So first, let's try to discuss about loops. So if you talk about loops, so it will be, I think, inside managing data types. But you can check by navigating to this link. Okay, so you can have loops in your playbooks, and you can use them or compare them or control a particular loops. You can also have a nested loop. So let's see an example. So here there is a basic example. So here I am starting loops and then test users 1, test user 2. So this is the list, right? So what it will do if I will run this playlist or playbook, so it is a similar like to this one. So we have saved the space here. So at first it will paste this item to this test user 1 and then it will run the same for test user 2. So I am iterating for the item variable. So it is predefined this item 1, and we are using Jinja 2 template for our variables also, right? Now if you want to iterate over list of the hashes, so you can also do that. So for example, I have loops, and here instead of just list I have proper dictionary, right? List of dictionary, this is called a list of dictionary, right? So here what I will do, what it is, so here it will take user 1 and then user 2, and then it will associate user 1 to dev user and then user 2 to test user. Now if you want to iterate over a dictionary using loop, so you can also do that. So for that we have a keyword like dict to items, so means it will convert dictionary to your lists. Okay, so here what it will do, it will take environment and it will set to application, means from here item key and item value, it will take key and value pairs, and then it will take the data and it will apply for all of the data in here. Okay, that was for the loops. I'm hoping you are clear. So you need to basically keep this one and this one as of in your mind. So while using playbooks, you can use them. Okay, they are pretty easy. Next one, how you can control your task where it should run. So you can use delegate to keywords to reference whether if you want to perform a task and while referencing to the other host. Okay, so here is just a serial. I'm using a serial keyword here, so it's basically control number of the execution parallelly. Here I haven't provide name of my playbook, it's completely optional, and here I am providing task. Here I am using module command, and then I am navigating to this one, and here it is taking inventory underscore host name. Here I am delegating to localhost. Instead of this line and this line, I can also type this line. Local action means by default it will delegate to my this localhost and then the overall this command. Okay, and this one we have already seen state equal to latest, and we have seen this delegate to this one. Okay, so this is the use of delegate to, so you can use this keyword to control where your tasks should run in your playbooks, right? Now let's see one more example. So you can have a conditional execution in your playbooks too using when keyword, and using when you can have a variables in place, loops in place, Ansible facts in place, or even a mathematical operators like equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. So here I have taken two example, but here you can just only type this one, right? So I am not given a proper YML, it's just a task. So task, the name of the task. Then what this task will do, it will send a command to shut down. Now when, so I am including when clause in here to given a condition when the Ansible underscore facts distribution equal to CentOS, right? I can just provide this one itself. But here I am using or, and I am giving either this or this, just shut down the machine. Means if the flavor is CentOS and the version is 6, or if the flavor is Debian and version is 7, then go ahead and shut down this machine. Similarly, here it's or. If you want to provide an and condition, you can just simply combine them in the list, right? Instead of here, you can, if they are mathematical operators, means suppose if you are providing here any output of any file, right? Then you can also provide here greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, not equal to. So they supports mathematical operators also. Again, if you want to learn more about them, there are hundreds of examples on their sites on the official Ansible documentation. If you want to practice them, then please go ahead to that link that I provided in the earlier section, right? So you can go to this link. Now, coming to tags. So suppose by default, the playbooks used to run on every task or every host that you are going to mention. Now, what are the use of tags? So tags allow you to run or skip part of your playbook. Suppose while running your playbook, if you want to specifying tag 1, that hey, run this playbook with the task only assigned to tag 1. So what it will do, it will run this command itself, only this one. It will not run any other command or base, right? Here I am providing tag at my play level. Here it is at a task level. So if it is applied to a tag level at playbook, so it will stop all the tag level which I will allow. So it will allow and run all the tag. If you want to just list the tasks, so you can list them by using tag. If you want to list tags, so you can list your tags. If you want to limit the run of your playbook on suppose two tags, tag 1 and my message, so it will run only to them. It will not look whether it is a task based or a play based. For example, this tag 1 is a play based, so it will run. Now it will check for tag 2, so it's not there, so tag 2 will stop. Then there is tag of my message, so it is not going to enter in tag 2, so there is no matter to talk about my message, right? So that's how you can use tags in your playbook. I am hoping you are clear. All right, let's move ahead. Now you can have include keyword to include various playbooks in your main playbook. Now what is the use of that? So basically there is an dependency. Suppose if this one is dependent on this one and this one is dependent on this one. So if I will talk about an overview, the playbook used to run from top to bottom. Please keep in mind. So once I have some output or some functionality running in this, so it will, and I have given the reference of this one from this one, so it should get run, right? Now, what is the matter of this one? Why I have given the indentation not at the same level? I have given at this level. So this one will not depend on this one. It will be completely different include thing, right? Suppose if this one I don't need to provide host or sudo one, this one, right? Because it's inside this task, right? But what about this one? For this one, I need to provide host and the sudo because it is at this level and it is treating this line at different play. So it should contain all the host, sudo, and all the parameter, but they should not contain. They should work without it. So let's see. So here is the apache.yml. So you can see that it will get run, and here I haven't mentioned host or sudo. Similarly for my content, and there should be dependency on this one. Similarly for create folder, right? And our YML will be completely different. It will contain host and sudo. All right. So I'm hoping you are clear with include also. So let's move ahead and let's talk about blocks. So blocks is much easier. You are just trying to isolate them from other blocks. So you can limit your task, and basically blocks make easier to set data or directive command to the task. And these directive that you are going to set, it will not affect the block itself. It is going to inherit by all the tasks that you have mentioned inside that block. That is what is the block. Then there is error handling, and it is also one of the important, similar like your conditional or tags and include. So here you can use keyword like ignore errors, ignore unreachable, failed when,
changed when, and any fatal error. These three keywords, this one, and this one takes boolean, means true or false, and this one can take any condition. Failed when the OS version is greater than this, failed when the distribution is equal to Debian. So you can provide anything. So what are the scenarios on which you can use error handling and how it is helpful? So suppose if you have various playbook, right? You have mentioned various tasks, and due to some error, it got failed one task, right? And that task was not important, but the other task was very important. But due to error of that non-important task, it failed and it stopped the playbook at that here itself. Now, how you can make that if the small task is has some error, then continue doing the important task also because it is going to execute from top to bottom. So for that we have error handling. Okay, so I have written the same things in here. So it can be used. The error handling in playbooks can be used for ignoring failed commands, ignoring unreachable host error, this one, resetting unreachable host, any kind of handler. We will learn about handler in the later chapters. Defining failure, defining the change state, this one, changed when, ensuring whether success for a command and cell, aborting a play on all hosts, and controlling error in your even in a block. So this is the example of my error handling. So here I have tried to include all of them in a single YML file. So first one is ignore unreachable. So there are, suppose I have mentioned host all, right? Suppose if I haven't mentioned that and in the host there are four hosts and one of them is not reachable. So what it will do? It will not run. So if any one of them is unreachable, then for the other host it should run. So that's what it is doing. If I will not mention, it will just stop at there and it will tell you that that host is not unreachable, right? Then I am starting my task, and here I have first one is ignore errors. So suppose if I have this one, this command, and if it is false, then it will do the thing and it will start and come on the next task. If you will not mention, by default it is going to throw false and it will stop the playbook at here itself, right? This one will try to run and it will come to this one, right? This will start. This one is ignore unreachable again, and this one is at task level. This one was at playbook level, right? So keep in mind. So that it will check at the playbook level, at your task level. Then for the failed when I am given some condition. So this one, and these two will commence as a AND operator between them. Then the changed when, if it is true, then it will get run. So that's it for the error handling, and we have tried to cover some topics related to your Ansible playbook. Please don't worry if we haven't covered modules, collection, variables. So we have just upcoming chapter for them. Okay. So now let's move on our controller and manage node, and let's see some of them, some of these playbook example in action. Okay. Hey guys, and welcome back. So I have logged into both my controller node and manage node. So this one is Ubuntu Personal, which is my manage node, and this one is my controller node, in which I have already written inventory.ini file, right? And I have opened this folder, this particular folder at my Visual Studio Code, right? So from here I have written this, and I have this one written in my inventory file. As I don't have etc ansible host file, so I am using a manual inventory file. So if you haven't gone through my lecture on setting up managed and control host or setting up your inventory file, then I would ask you to please go ahead before proceeding further. Now at the same location I will create a file, and I can give anything, any file name, but for now I am giving playbook.yml, and I will start writing my YML file. So the first line will be your three hyphen, and then I'll provide the name of my playbook. So doing some stuff on my Ubuntu personal, right? Then I need to select the hosts. So for the host, what I can do, either I can give the whole group or I can give the particular host. So I will give group. Okay, just Ubuntu. Okay. Now I will start my first play. I need to provide tasks, right? And then from here, and then at the same indentation, I will start my first task. So we have, while showing you my PPT, we have discussed some options for playbooks. So you can go ahead and play with them just for the illustration purpose and basic understanding of how you can run playbook and how you can connect from controller to manage. I'm just going to write some basic task for your playbook. Okay. So here it's I'm going to create an empty file, right? Again, it's completely optional. At this one, I will give the module as file. I can give Ansible dot built-in dot file also, right? But I will not give that just to save some time. So I will give file and then colon. And in here, I will provide path after some indentation after two space, right? At the same level path, and then I will give the absolute path where I want to create this file. So home, then DevOps. Okay, I think my user is DevOps. Then let's try to create it on desktop. Okay, and let's give the file name as hello from ansible.txt. Okay, and then I will give the state as touch. So I am creating this in my home folder of my DevOps account, for which I am mentioned in my this one Ansible underscore user equal to DevOps. So it will go good. But what if I have another task, sorry, name uninstalling get, right? So on my managed host, if I will go in here, I need to quit it and I need to reopen it again. If I will type git, so it has git installed, right? So for uninstalling anything, we need admin credentials, right? But how you can do that? If I will mention and become equal to true here, so what it will do, it will become root user in here and it will not be able to go inside the account of your DevOps account. So I will provide this thing at this level, become equal to true. Now what about its password? So we will provide the password while running the playbook, right? Then I will give the module apt, then I will give an indentation, then name of my package. So it's git and what's the state? I'm going to upset. If you want to end the YML, you can go ahead and type dot dot dot. As of now, I'm not going to end it. I'm just keeping it as it is. Okay. Now I will go ahead and open my terminal and I will navigate to this location where my inventory and my YML file is there. So if I will list, so here is my inventory and playbook. So let's try to run Ansible playbook, or first let's try to use Ansible lint, Ansible lint and then playbook.yml. So if I will hit enter, so it will create an empty file. It is going to create an empty file and here no new line character. Okay, and it is telling that you need to end it. So we are good. And it's giving only warning. There are no error. So let's try to run it. I will clear my terminal and I will use Ansible hyphen playbook. I will give the inventory file inventory.ini. Sorry, inventory.ini and then my playbook name. Let's, and also I forget, I need to provide ask become pass. Okay, so it should ask for password of root if it is provided in this YML file. So we need admin, right, for this task. So let's give this and let me hit enter. So it is asking for the passwords. Let's give this. I will hit enter and let's see. Okay, and it's telling could not touch target, no such file or directory. Okay, so looks like, okay, so I have checked. I think I have spelled it bad and it should be small DevOps, small d. Okay, so I've done that. Let's try to run now. and it's telling that the file was created. Which file was created? It was changed, and here uninstalling it was also changed. If it has some error, then it was stopped. Here we got error because we have provided the wrong path. It was small d, right? Now in here, if you will see that when it was failed, it didn't allow for the next line, right? It didn't allow to go to the next line. And at the time it was failed. In here, if it was allowed to create a file, then only it got to the next pass. So now this time, let's do something. Let's use error handling. So what I will do, I will use ignore underscore error, or let's try to install now. Okay. So this time I will install git. Install git, and this one is the latest, right? Now instead of this one, I will type Ansible hello from Ansible, and if it should create a file, so you can see that Ansible dot hello from Ansible.txt was created. And if I will go in here and if I will type git again, so you can see that git was not found. So git was also uninstalled. Now this time let's use error handling. Now instead of giving this file, so we have created this one, but we haven't created this file, right? So instead of this one, I will try to give here absent. Now it will throw an error and it will not move to the next task, right? And it will not install git for us. So let's see this also. I am asking to delete this file, this one, but it's not on my desktop. So what it will do, it will throw an error at this location, means for this task, and it will not execute this task. Let's see this. So I will go ahead, I will clear the terminal again, and I will type this one, ask become password. I will hit enter, and okay, so let's see. And looks like it's changed and it didn't allow. Okay, let's do this. Let's try to change some path. Okay, so let's try to create folder, and let's give the path like it is not going to find, right? So I will give file, and the path would be this one, desktop, and then my underscore folder, right? It is not going to find this path because this dd DevOps is not exist, right? And the state will be directly because we want to create it, and the mode means permission would be 755. Okay, this looks correct to me, and I need to place this in this one and 0. Okay, so this looks good to me. So let's try to run this. I'll provide my become password. Okay, so now it is telling permission denied, and it didn't even run this one git install. It didn't even get to this command, right? So what I can do from here, so what I can do in here, I can at this location, at this task, I can provide ignore underscore errors equal to true. Means suppose if I got this fail also, if I got this fail also, it will try to execute the next command. It will not break the code. It will not just stop here. If it has some error, then go ahead and execute the next task, right? So let's try this. I will save it. I think I had wrong indentation earlier. So let's try to run now. And now let's try to run this one. I will provide my password. And as that was ignoring, so it was ignored. And looks like for this one, it's also got failed. Change message value of state should be one of the absent build express. Okay, so I think it was already there. Means our git was already installed from the previous path. So that's why it failed the error. But you know that how did you use error handling, right? So this time it came to the second task, right? It's throwing error because it's already installed. I already again installed it. If you want, you can go ahead and type absent, so it will again uninstall it. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try to run again. I'll hit enter. I'll provide password. and this time it will give you ignoring. Okay, so it failed, so it will ignore. It is ignoring, and then it's trying to uninstall it, and this time it uninstall it. Okay, so it's uninstall it. So that's how you can play with Playbook, and I have shown you in the real time of setting up your control node and manage node. So that's it for this lecture. If you want to practice with more topics, then go ahead and navigate to Ansible official docs and play with more Playbook. So thank you all for watching me. Let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care. Hey guys, and welcome to chapter 10. In this chapter, we will talk about variables that you can use in your playbook. So, just like other programming language, we can also define variables in our YAML format or in our playbooks, right? So, what are the variables? If you want to store a variable data that is going to be changed, you can store them in a variable, right? So, in the chapter, what we are going to discuss? So, we are going to discuss about various type of variables in here that you can use in your playbook. So, first one is playbook variables, and you will see how you will use directly variables in your playbook, and also how you can take reference variable from a file. Then you will see complex variables. So here I am referring complex variable to list or dictionary. Then you will learn about inventory variables. We have seen this, but we will just take a recap. Then fourth one is defining variables at runtime. So whenever you will run your playbook, like Ansible-Playbook, the command you use to pass, then at that time only you can provide the variables there. Then there is something called a fact variables. So we will also see then built-in variables by Ansible. Then registered variables means how you can take output of a play and use it in another play or another task. Then you will see about variable precedence. Okay, so let's move ahead. So first let's learn about playbook variables. So here a key vars is used at defining at the host level, and you will define the key means what is the value, the variable, and then the value. Now this value can be a boolean, a integer, or even a float value. Okay, and then you can use this value in your task or in your another play. And how you will use that? You will use it by use of Jinja to templating, right? Now, where you will use these double quotes and where you will not. So, whether if they are going to use inside any value or any sentence, then you don't need to provide double quotes between these variable definitions, right? But if they are alone being used, so you don't need to provide them the double quotes. But if they are going to be used, then you need to provide double quotes. Okay. So this variable, the value was declared directly inside a playbook. Now, what if you have bunch of variable, right? So for that you will need another file. So here I have created a file vars.yml, and I have defined a variable called value and assigned its value to 20, right? So in my case I have only one value, but in your case there could be hundred and thousands of variables. So in my playbook I can define and I can use keyword vars underscore files. Okay, and then after indentation, I will provide this file as a list. Now, what if you have different file? You can definitely do that, and you can bring it to the next line by providing another list, and you can provide whether it's in the same file. Then you can provide this path. If it is on another structure, directory structure, then you can provide absolute path. And again, we are using Jinja to templating for accessing our variables, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with playbook variable. There is nothing to discuss, and they are most useful. Means if you are using playbook, it's very rare that you will use different kind of variables. But yeah, you will use this kind of playbook variables and mostly list and directories. Okay. Now let's move to the complex variables. In this, we will learn about list and dictionaries variables, how you can use them. So this one is example of list. So here, after my vars keyword, I am defining one variable called foo, and it is of a type list. So once YML will pass through the next line, so it will see that he is defining three list. That means this variable is kind of list. Now, how you will access them? So yes, you are right. You will access them same like an arrays. Okay. So I'm using a debug module. So basically, this is just for debugging purpose. It will just give you output on your controller host terminal itself. Well, while you will be running your playbook, right? So you can access them by foo and 0. So it will be this one, and then foo 2. So this one. So index will be 0, 1, 2, just like your arrays or lists. Now, if you want to use dictionary, you can also do that. So vars and then foo, and then after the sum indentation, you will have key value pairs. Okay. Now, how you will access them? So either you can use list like structure, like square braces and then field one. So it will print this value. Or else you can provide dot to access the field two variable and it will print two, right? So this was for your complex variables. So now let's learn about inventory variables, and we have already seen this when we were discussing about inventories. So if you want to learn more about it, then please navigate to that chapter, inventory. So in here we have two kind of variables, host variables and group variables. So host variables will be defined in line for the individual host. So just like this one. So we have seen this, right? So here we have defined our host variable. So this one, Ubuntu 1 and Ubuntu 2 is my host variable, which is a alias for my this IP, right? And this is in my ini format. And there is a group variables. So group variables is used to group any particular group of variables to your group of hosts. So suppose I have one group web servers and I have two hosts in there. Now for my this group, I have the variables FTP server and proxy server. So I have created a group variable for my web servers. So what it will do, it will replace both of these things to each host. So for this one, it will have FTP server and proxy server, and for this one also, I have FTP server and proxy server. Of course, you can write both of them to your YML format. So this is the YML format of your host variables example, and this one is for group variables. So we have seen this also means converting from INI to YML when we were discussing about our inventory variables. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with inventory variables. Next one is facts variables, and this is basically gather underscore facts variable. So when we were running our playbook, it was saying some lines, right? Just after entering Ansible playbook command. So it was telling gathering facts, right? And then dot 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 dot, right? So by default, basically the facts is like it's collect information about your managed host, like its IP address, CPU and disk space and operating system information. And by default, it's true. If you want to minimize some time, then you can definitely set it gather facts to no. Okay. So this is a facts variable. Next one, if you want to define variables at a runtime, so you can define them via use of hyphen hyphen extra vars or hyphen e argument. So here I have defined hyphen e and then value 50 or OS Ubuntu. If you have only one, then you don't need to provide these double quotes. If you have multiple variables defined at the runtime, you will need to provide double quotes. Okay, and they have highest precedence. We have precedence table in the next some slides. So suppose I have this value, this variable called value is defined to 20. And if I will run this playbook with the value of 50, so it will replace the value to the 50 because it has the highest precedence, right? Now, how you will check the precedence? So we will see that. Now there are some built-in variables, which is host vars, groups, and inventory host name, and these are basically related to your inventory variables. So if you will type host vars and then your host, then you can take information of any fact related to them. So this is I am fetching IP address for my that host 2. So I can use host 2 vars using my Jinja 2 template in my playbook. About groups, so we have seen this while we were discussing about inventory variables. So these are basically the group. So this one is a host variable, right? Means I am defining the host to this and this. So this is my host variable. And this one is my group variable. I am defining these variables for my this group. Now then something called an inventory underscore host name. So this one is this that we have defined here. Okay. So if you will fetch the IP of this one and you will fetch it inventory underscore host name, it will give you the output of host one. Okay. So that's it for the built-in variables. And these are very helpful. Mostly host vars and inventory host name. Basically group is like not a built-in variable, but you can use them for fetching your details. Next one is registered variable. These are also one of the important. So suppose if you want to take output of any particular task or particular play and use it inside another play or task. So you can use them via register keyword. For example, this is a task and here I am creating a folder called folder 7. Right? Now in here, if I will take, I am just taking variable called output and I am assigning it to register. Means I am just assigning this variable to the output. Now by default, if it has created a directory, it will return a non-zero code, right? But if it has created a file, it will return a return code of 0. Now in the next one, I am using this variable output, and this one is basically return code. Return code is 0, then it's a good. And if return code is not equal to 0, then it's bad, means there was some error. Similarly, instead of RC, you can use std out, means standard output, or standard error, stderr. So you can use them parameters also, like here I've used RC, but you can also use stderr or std out, play and insert them in your playbooks. Okay. So in this case, as this has created and it was successful, so it will have a 0, and here it will not get run. Okay, because here it's checking whether output.rc equal to 5, but it was not 5. Here it got created and the output will have a 0 value. All right. Now we were talking about precedence. So this is the precedence. So some of them might not be familiar to you, right? But some of them definitely. For example, this one is the highest precedence. So we have seen this, right? So this one is extra vague argument when you will use while running the Ansible playbook on your terminal. So this one will have a highest precedence, and these command line values, like these arguments, it's not a variable, it's an argument. They will have a lesser precedence, right? If you have any inventory group, then it will replace to any block vars. Okay. Now to learn more about them, you can navigate to Ansible official docs and you can learn more about them. Okay. So if you will talk about task var, so these are just for the task which are defined for the on the task level, right? So it has the highest priority than your inventory host var or a playbook host var, right? So that's it for the variables demo. And again, you need to practice them if you want to remember them. So let's move on our controller and manage host, and let's see the use of variables using Ansible. Okay. Hey guys, I am on my controller node and we have seen that. So this is my managed node and this is running. I have not shut it down. And these are my inventory file from my previous chapters, right? So I'm using this Ubuntu Personal as my managed node, and this one was my playbook. Now let's try to create some playbook and let's practice vars. So let's create vars.yml, my basic file, right? And in here, I will start my file and then I will give hosts Ubuntu, right? Then I will give vars and I will set value to 20. Then I will start some tasks. And for starting my task, I will just give a debug. So debug is a module to just testing purpose to define some messages. So you can use message as a debug value and you can provide anything. So I will use value, value of my variable is, and I will use Ginger to template for my variable. And in here, I need to provide double curly braces and then a space and then my value and then my space. Okay. I will hit save, and you've seen that I haven't provided name of my playbook and either name of my tasks because they are completely optional. So let's go ahead and let's try to run this. So I am at this location where I have my this playbook vars.yml and my inventory file. Hyphen playbook, right? Then hyphen I to provide my inventory file and then my playbook name vars.yml and I will hit enter. I will ensure my VM is up and running. And here you can see that it is telling gathering facts means it is trying to take some basic info about my managed host. Okay. And here it was okay. If it was shut down, then it will fail and it will not move further task. Here it is also telling the details about our task, which was debug and our message from our managed host. So basically, whatever YML we have written, it performed on my managed host. And here it has replaced to 20. Okay. Now here it's 20. Now let's try to overwrite it with my argument with hyphen E. And let's give the value. So let me check whether the value was small and capital. So it was small value. So here I will provide E and value equal to 50. Okay, so if I will hit enter, so you can see that however I have provided 20 in my this YML file, right? My value was 20, but it has overwrite my value of 50 on when I provided the argument of hyphen E while running the playbook. So it take higher precedence. Now let's see some example of how you can provide variables from a file. So from here, what I will do, I will just type, let's give the version as 24 and OS was to Ubuntu. Okay, and I will save it. Now let's try to edit our main playbook and I can just disclose this and doing some stuff. It's look fine to me. And in here we need to provide an argument on vars underscore files. So you can provide many files also, but for now I will provide only one file. So here the file name is vars.yml. Okay, and it should be at the same location wherever you will be running your file. So here it is. All right. So now we have file. Let's start our task and let's give debug. And after correct indentation, I will give the message and let's give the message name as I am running OS, right? My variable of version version. Okay. So let's see this. Let's me verify. So OS capital and V is capital. So it's look fine to me, right? I will save this and let's try to run this again. I will go ahead and I will run this and I will close this one. And this time I don't need to provide vars. It is playbook. Okay. So let me hit enter and it's gathering facts. Okay. So here it has replaced the variables from my vars folder file, right? So I'm running Ubuntu of 24 version, right? So I'm doing all of these things on my these variables. If you want to take environment variable also, you can definitely do that. So how you can do that? So let's check this. I will go to my Visual Studio Code and from here, what I will do, I will take and my name is my host name is inventory underscore host name, right? I will save it and let's try to run it again. So you can see that it has given our host name, right? So I am not just I am running this. So I am running this on my group of hosts, right? So Ubuntu. You will go in here. So in Ubuntu, I have only this one. So if you have multiple, so it will also give you multiple as an output. So we have used that one also, right? Now let's see the example of list and dictionaries. So how you can use that. So for that, what I will do, I will use vars, and then what's my variable name? So let's give the variable name as foo, and then at here, after some indentation, let's give some variable names. So in the list, so this is my list, I will give one, then two, then three. So here I'm just using basic, but suppose you can implement this to your on-prem servers or on your cloud servers and enter your details. You can get details about those EMs by just providing your list number. So you don't need to manually provide them on your tasks, right? Now, so from here, what I will do, I will close this all of these. And I will use who I have second element of who list is, and I need to keep changing to templating, and I will use foo, right? And then so I'm taking second element, so I will give first index, right? And I will save it, and I will again go to my terminal and I will hit enter, and I will go ahead and I will run it. So here it's 2, right? So that's how you can play with the list. If you want to implement with dictionary, you can definitely do that. So let's give that. So I will give it as field 1 1, then field 2 2, right? Now here I can use two messages at the same time, and I am performing these on my managed host, but definitely you can provide them on the local host. You can provide here local host, so it will perform all these things on your local machine. So if you don't have managed VM setup, then you can definitely do that. So I will give the first first element of who dictionary is. So here what I can do, I can either use field 1 in here, or I can use dot field 2, and it will be your second element, right? So either I can use dictionary element with the help of this syntax or this syntax. So I will save it. It should print I have first element of 1 and first second element of dictionary is 2, right? So let's try to run this. I will go ahead, I will press upper arrow key and I will run it, and it is giving this on. Also, as it was it ran 2 only, so it gave 2 things. I can definitely keep this in multiple lines. So I have provided 2 messages in here. That is not correct syntax. Here it is also giving us a warning. So that we have used 2 messages, right? So it will take only last defined value. Okay. So that is, if you want to define more about inventory variables and if you have more things in here, so you can definitely do that. So suppose I have here my 1 2 group. So this is my group and this is my host variable, right? This one. And here suppose I have different type of things, and in here I can provide variables. So ubuntu, and then right, it should be vars itself. And then for this group of variable, for this group of host, I can define variable like any server xyz.com and db database. So you can define them as anything like, okay. So what it will do for each host, it will give these things as two nodes. Okay. So for each host, it will give you these details for each host. It will pass to it. Okay. So that's how you can use group variables and host variables. So I'm hoping you are clear with this. Okay. So in here, what I can do, I can, so when we were running our playbook, so you can see that here it was telling gathering facts equal to true. By default, it is set to true, and it was first getting details about Ubuntu Personal, my managed host. But if you want to disable it, so here you can define gather underscore fact equal to false. Okay, so it will stop gathering facts about it. So that is for variables. And I know that I have gone through only basic thing, but there are many advanced topic in the variables. You can play with full of list and dictionary. You can combine them. You can print the output of list and dictionary combined variable. You can take advantage of precedence rule and you can play many of the variable at the same time to precedence and to see the precedence in the real time. So that's it for this lecture. Let's meet in the next chapter with Ansible modules and plugins. Hey guys, and welcome to chapter 11. In this chapter, we will learn about Ansible modules and plugins. So we have used some modules, right, when we were discussing about Ansible ad-hoc commands and Ansible-Playbook. So let's discuss about some more modules. Basically, we will learn about them in an overview. And if you want to learn more about modules, you can go over and navigate to Ansible docs. So basically, there are thousands of modules currently supported by Ansible. And after modules, we will also discuss about plugins. So basically, some of the modules may be working their plugins in the background. You might not know, but they will have active plugins working in the background. So we will also see some of the plugins examples. Okay, so let's move ahead. So first, what is the modules? So if you will talk about modules, so these are block of Python code. So Ansible is written in Python, right? So that executed on remote host when you run each task in a playbook. So you can define modules in the block of your tasks, right? So each module is built for a particular task and you can use argument to change the behavior of the module. So each module, so only some of the modules is there, they don't have any argument supported. Other than those some of the modules, all of them supports various arguments. Okay, so you can use arguments to change the behavior, to change the parameter for that particular module. They are also referred as task plugins or library plugins. So basically, they immersed plugin inside them. Okay, so we'll learn about plugins also in the detail in the upcoming PPTs. Okay, now the default location for this module is user share Ansible. If you have Ansible configuration file enabled, then it will add this location. If it is not, then it might not be set. Now, while defining the modules, so it will take arguments as key value format. So basically not key equal to value. This will be key, then colon, then a space value, right? Like our dictionary format in YML. Like example, state equal to stop. So this is our service, right? And it will returns the data in the JSON format. So you are passing this in your playbook, but how it is fetching the data or how it is passing the data to your remote host. So it is passing the data as a JSON format. If you want to learn more about any particular module, so you can go ahead and type Ansible-doc and the module name. So it will give you all the plugin used with that module, whether it is already activated plugin or you want to activate it. And we have seen it, right? So we can either include playbook while running a command line, means ad hoc commands, or you can include them in your playbook. Of course, you can write your own modules. So here it is called as a template. Okay, so we will see the example of template also. Now, so there are some collection of Ansible modules. So I'm using collection word, which we will discuss in upcoming chapter with roles and Ansible-Galaxy. So if I will talk about modules, so they are just not come directly. So they will come with the collection. For example, this ping module is, or the service module is a collection coming from a collection called Ansible.builtin. So whenever you want to use it in your playbook, so either you can use Ansible.builtin.service, or as they are Ansible built-in plugins, so you can directly use service. You don't need to mention the whole collection name. Okay, so there are some system related modules like ping, service, user, group, system, make, mount. Then there are some commands module like command, expect, raw, script, shell. So in the ping, it's for ping. Here is service. If you want to restart, start the service. Here, if you want to create user, delete user, modify user, set up password for the user. Here, if you want to modify a group, if you want to assign a user to a group. Here is a system if you want to shut down, reboot, or check any difference. Here is the make command and then the mount command. Similarly, command if you want to pass a single line command. Expect means if that variable is expecting one variable raw, then script file you can hand over or run a local script file from your controller node to your managed host. And then your cell command, right? Then you have file modules. So you can specify file and you can use touch to create a file or directory as a state to create a folder. Then find about a particular pattern, then a copy, archive, access control list, which is very important. Then archive and the template. It is also one of the important. So here you write your own template of the file, means your own module. Then there is some modules supported related to database like MySQL, MongoDB, PostgreSQL, MS SQL. Now, in some of them, you can't just use them MySQL and then the following argument. It will not work. So you need to find the collection for it. So for example, this service was Ansible.built-in, right? So you were able to use it directly. But this MySQL or MS SQL, this will not be in the Ansible.built-in. So you need to find proper collection. So we will also see how you can find proper collection for the particular command or a module, right? So you don't need to worry about that. Then after database, then you have various cloud supported platform for modules like Azure, AWS, Docker, Kubernetes, Cisco, Google, even VMware, and many, many more. For all of them, means for Azure, AWS, and Docker or Kubernetes, we will try to see them example when we will be learning our collection. So basically, we will import the module for them using our collection. So they use different collection. Okay. So we will see example of some of them while we'll be discussing collection. So next chapter, that is collection and roles and Ansible Galaxy, is going to be very, very important. Okay. So please don't miss that. Next one is Windows. So it consists of various modules like win underscore copy, win underscore command, win underscore domain, win file, win message, win cell, win service, and win user. So suppose if you have Ubuntu as a managed host, right? So you can just use copy module. But if you have Windows as a copy module, so it will not detect this copy module. So you need to define win underscore copy. Then it will detect it because it's specifically for Windows. Okay. So now let's move ahead and let's see some of the modules in practice. So we will just take example of some and no need to worry about cloud one and other thing. So we have seen some of them Windows when we were discussing about our setting up our Windows as a managed host, right? So let's discuss some of them here. So we'll discuss about command, strip, ping, or service. So let's see them when we will be on our managed and controller host. Now before proceeding ahead, so now let's see some of the famous module in the action. So we'll try to cover these basics and these are most used. And also we will see the template module first. So let's see the template module first. So template module is like you have created a module for it and then you are importing that module and you are going to use it. Okay. So template module syntax is .j2, which is a Jinja2 template, and you should be aware of Jinja2 template. It's not that much hard; it's very easy. Here you have some template named sample dot hyphen template dot j2, and you have written some files. And here you have inserted some variables in here. Now in the main playbook, we have defined some variables which it will replace by taking the template from here. Then I am using template module. Then the source means where you are taking this template from. So I will provide an absolute path of this template with the name. Okay. Now it has taken this template. Whatever variable I have defined here, it will replace it here. For example, this curly braces, the name, it is example of a list, right? It will replace it. Salary, extra, whatever it has, it will replace here, right? So it is a if it has exclamation mark, then it has a list data type in the Jinja2 template. If it is a normal, then it is a normal variable. So it will replace all this variable. It will create the file in the JSON or whatever format, and then it will copy to the destination and it will apply the template to whatever the location you will specify on your managed host. So that's how template module works. So for that, you need to understand about Jinja2 templating, right? Now let's see some of them. So some of these modules in action. Hey and welcome back. So I have logged into both of my controller node and managed nodes. So this Ubuntu is my controller node and this Ubuntu personal is my managed node. So I'm ensuring that my managed node is up and running. And I will also verify my inventory file. So if I will go in here, so I have this one as my inventory file on which I have defined one group host, which is Ubuntu, then a host name of my this particular host, which is Ubuntu personal. It not needed to be the same name like your managed node. It can be anything. And then I have defined one user, right? So here, what I will do, I will just try to open command line in here and open Visual Studio Code in here. So it will open and I will delete unnecessary files. And now I have this file, right? Now from here, I will write exploring. Let's close all of these so that we will start from basics, right? So I will write three start to start my playbook, then my name of the playbook, and I will write the playbook name playing with modules, right? Then I will define hosts and I will define the host as group, which is Ubuntu, right? Now, if all the tasks it is going, if they are going to be have administrative privilege, then you need to provide become equal to true. But here, for creating files as folder as a DevOps user inside my DevOps home folder, it not needed to be admin privilege, right? Or for running the command, it not needed to be a admin commands, right? So I will not provide become equal to true. Now I will give the task and then I will give the name of the task and I will write execute command date and then I will provide command date. Then I will provide second task. Let's give the second task also. And let's display the content of inventory file that is stored at my Ansible.demo folder. So if I will go at my this one, so at Ansible.demo folder, I have inventory.ini. So let's see the contents also about it. So I will give in here, I will type command cat, then home, DevOps, desktop, Ansible demo, right? And inventory dot ini, right? So home, DevOps, desktop, Ansible hyphen demo, inventory dot ini. So looks like we are doing it. I will save it. I can either open the terminal inside in my Visual Studio Code, but let's go in here. I will clear the terminal and I will write my playbook. So Ansible hyphen playbook. I will provide inventory.ini and then the playbook.yml. So it's giving the play name, which is, and now in here it is telling execute command module. So it was done and display the contents of inventory file. So it was also done, right? It didn't throw any error. Okay. So we haven't seen about the details about them because we just type to try to run our command module, right? Okay, so by default, it will not write anything to our terminal. So for that, we need to use register. Okay, so let's use register here. So here I will use register and I will assign it to output. Okay, so whatever I am taking the output from this command, from this task, I am assigning it to this output variable, right? And now I can use another task to display the output using debug, display date, right? And you might have remembered that we have module called debug, right? And I will use var and then in here I will use output dot standard out, right? We have learned about it std out, std error and rc std out, right? Similarly we can do this for this one. So for here I can register it without put anything. So register output 1, right? And then I can start another task. So contents of, okay, looks like I have, so contents of inventory file, right? And then in here, I will use debug module again to show the output, and I will use with var so that I can fetch the data from my output one dot std out. So now what it will do, it will print all of these things to my debug module. So debug is also one of the module with the Ansible dot built-in functionality, and it will print out using, it will print the output one, which is the output of this one, to my standard output with the same terminal. So let's try to run now. I will go ahead, I will press upper arrow key and I will run it. So now you can see we have all of these things in a place, right? So it has also displayed our time, which is at the same time. If I will go in here and if I will type run date command fast, so Monday 7 July 9:17 p.m. IST, and it is same like this one, right? And it has also given the contents of my inventory file, right? So that's how you can show the output of that one. So that's how you can show the output from your managed host to the controller host terminal, right? So first, again, I'm repeating how you can do. You can register them to a variable, the whatever output from them, and then you can use debug module to print the output using var argument of debug module, right? So let's learn about one more. So what I will do, I will, so now let's use service module now, right? So I will check whether HTTPD service is running or not. I will tell you why I am writing running or not. I will tell you. All right, and then I will use module like service, and then the service module name, and it will be HTTPD, and the state will be started. Now, why the name is started? Why it's not start? Why the argument is start not and it is started? So suppose it would have given start. That means it is telling that hey, go and start the service. Suppose if it is already started, then it will close and throw the error in the playbook that hey, it's already started and you have gone the error. But if the state is already started, then it is checking. So this playbook will what do? It will check that hey, if it is started, then keep it as it is. Why? Because playbook are or the Ansible is for making idempotency also, right? So if the thing is already there, whatever times you will run the playbook, it should not throw the error or it should not change the state of the whatever the state of your managed host is, right? That's why it is started or stopped. It's not a start or a stop. Okay, so that is also one of the important question asked in the interviews. Okay, so I will save it and let's try to run now. I will clear the terminal and I will press upper arrow key and let's see this. Okay, so could not find the request with the HTTPD. Okay, so looks like we don't have HTTPD service installed, right? Do we have SSH? So let's check for it. Let's check for it. Okay, so looks like we have SSH server running, right? So here I haven't changed the name of this HTTPD, so it's a SSH server. So it is there, right? If I want to stop it or restart it, I can definitely do that. So this is about service module. Okay, now let's try to run copy modules. So I will give the name of my playbook, copy module, right? Then I will give the module like copy, and I need to be on the same indentation, right? Copy. Then I will give source, and let's give the absolute path home, DevOps, desktop, Ansible-demo. So I have this inventory file, and I need to copy it on my desktop. So I need to copy it here. So let's do this using my controller node. Inventory.ini, right? And I will give the destination as home DevOps desktop, and I will give the name as updated inven.ini. And in here, I need to provide remote underscore source equal to yes, as it will pick this thing from my local host, right? My controller node itself. So I need to provide remote source that, hey, I am going to do all these things at my remote thing. I will save it and I will go on my terminal. I will press upper arrow key and I will hit enter. And looks like it has changed. Let's verify this. I will go to my Ubuntu personal, and if I will go in here, and you can see that my updated inventory.ini is there, right? So that is my copy module. Now in here, what I will do, let's open the Explorer and let's create a file, and let's give the file name as script.sh, right? And in here, first I will give cmang line. So if you are not aware of scripting, then please go ahead and navigate to my bash script course, which is on my channel. So bin bash, and I will just printing a statement echo hello world. Okay. Now I will save it and I will go in here and let's try to edit this playbook and let's try to run this script on my managed host, right? So how I will do that? Now before setting up the script, I need to make it executable, right? So if I list here, so I have my script.sh. So I need to first make it executable chmod plus x script.sh. Okay, so now it is executable. I will go to my Visual Studio Code and I will give it as script module, and here I will use script. That's it. And then here I need to provide the absolute path of this folder. So home, DevOps, desktop, then Ansible, right? And then script.sh. I will save it. I will go to my terminal and I will try to run it again. Okay, so okay, if I will go on my desktop, so I think I have okay, it's a small Ansible. So we have given wrong thing in here. It should be Ansible, Ansible, then forward slash script dot sh. I will save it and then let's try to run it again. I will clear the terminal. I will press upper arrow key and let's try to run now. And now it was changed, right? Now how you can see the output again? So again for the output you need to register it to your output, right? And then you need to create one task again to see the output of it. Debug output. I will give the module as debug and then var, and then here it will be output dot std out. Okay, I will save it. I will go to my terminal and I will press upper arrow key and I will hit enter. So it should give hello world, right? Whatever output that I have run or executed from my this script. So from my local machine, I am running this script. This script is on my local machine. It hasn't copy on my managed host and it has run from my local host to the managed host. So that is the example of my script module, right? Then you have the service module, which we have discussed, right? Then here you can use a file module. So we can also see that. So file module, then I will give the example as file, and in here I will give path. So you can give the path, and path will be home, DevOps, then the desktop, and new file.txt, right? And state equal to touch because we want to create a file. It's not directory. I will save it. I will go ahead and I will press upper arrow key. I will run it, and it should run. So looks like it was successful. I will verify that by going to my managed host. Okay, so here you go, new file.txt, right? If you want to delete it, so how you can do that? You can just need to type absent, right? So and so with this, let's copy this one and let's paste it again to see the folder structure also. File structure, file and path, right? And I will give it as dir. Let's create an empty directory and state as directory. And we can also specify various permissions like your owner, group, or mode. So with the help of mode, you can provide permissions. So 0755, right? So if you want to learn more about these things and file structure and data in the Ubuntu or Linux, you can navigate to my Linux full administrator course in which I have talked it about in the detail. So I can assign owner. Owner would be DevOps and group would be also DevOps, right? I'll save it. And in here, what I'm doing, I am just deleting my file that was created and also I'm creating a directory. So I have saved it. Let's try to run it. I will clear the terminal again. I will press upper arrow key. I will hit enter. It was changed. I will go to my Ubuntu personal and you can see that dir is back and that file is deleted, right? If you want to delete it, you can definitely do that. You can go ahead in here. You can remove this one and instead of this, you need to provide absent. Just save it and run it. Okay, so we'll include that in another play. Let's understand one more play in here. Now there is one more module called package. So let me copy it and and in here I will define package module. Now for this one you need admin credentials, right? You cannot mention or change packages with your normal user, but you will able to create a file. So I will use it and I will change it to delete folder, right? So for deleting folder, we didn't need admin credentials, right? But here we would need. So in here, I will use become equal to yes. So I am specifying this one at task level. And no need to this one. I will provide package module and the package would be apt, right? My app module. And the name of my package would be Git. So let's verify whether Git is installed or not currently. I will go in here. I will open terminal. If I will specify Git, so Git is not there. Let's try to install Git. Apt Git and state equal to latest. Right? I will save it. I will go in here. I will press upper arrow key and in here, as we have mentioned, become equal to true. So I need to provide ask become pass. Okay, so we need to provide password of my admin credential. I will go ahead. I will run it. I will provide my password of my admin account. I will hit enter. Let's see. And it has gathering facts. So deleted the folders. If I will scroll bit down, so you can see it has also changed the package module. So it has changed both of these things. If you will not provide ask become password or become module, so it will fail at this thing. Right. So I will go back to my this one. I will not close this. I will close this one. And in here we try to delete dir. So it was deleted. And let's verify git now. So you can see now git is back. Right. So git was installed. Can we check the version? So yes, and it's 2.3.1, so which is latest for our Ubuntu. So that's how you can use modules in your playbook. You can also use modules in your ad hoc commands, and that's how you can manage your remote host with the use of modules. Okay, so now we have covered module, and we have also see the use of some modules on our manage and control node, right? So let's move ahead and let's learn about Ansible plugins. So they are like a piece of code that augment Ansible core functionality. Okay, so they make the Ansible core functionality too powerful. Also, they have, so basically the Ansible is built with already handy of plugins, and they are already might be activated in the background, but some of them you need to activate them, right? And if you want to write your own plugins, you can definitely do that for each of the plugins. Okay, so if for each of the plugins, if you want to write your custom plugin, you can definitely write that. So these are some basic plugins, means these are the most popular one, and we will see and we will discuss some of them in the upcoming slides. Okay, so let's see about action plugins. Action plugins basically acts in conjunction with the modules. Okay, so they might be working in the, and as I said, they usually execute automatically in the background, doing prerequisite work before modules execute. Action plugins are executed by default when an associated module is used, no additional action required from our end. If you want to learn more about it, then please go ahead and type Ansible-doc and then the module name. It will also give you plugin specific documentation that is embedded inside that module. Okay. If you want to create your own plugin, then you can create a Python file like this one, right? And I am importing a module called this collection, and I am importing a module called action base. Okay. And using this action base object oriented programming, like right, we are using class, and we are defining one function to display running my custom action plugin. I've just given a similar kind of echo statement, right? And then I have returned this result. Now, how I can bring this or use it on my main plugin? So I can use it. I can go ahead and I can use it. And in here, I will provide my run custom echo, and this one be my module that will be running in the background, which belongs to this action. And I will give the message like hello from custom action. Okay. Next one is cache plugin. So if you want to store any data and if you don't want to run some so suppose for each of the runtime it is gathering facts about your host, right? But if you want to cache store them and if you don't want to run them again and again, you can use of cache plugins. Though so they are very helpful. Okay. So the default cache plugin is the memory plugin which only cache the data for the current execution of the Ansible. You can use different cache plugins for inventory and facts. If you enable inventory caching without setting an inventory specific cache plugin, Ansible uses the fact cache plugin for both your facts and your inventory file. Okay. Now, if you want to set, so inventory caching is disabled by default. If you want to enable it, either you can enable it via exporting an environment variable Ansible underscore inventory underscore cache equal to true, or else if you have ansible.configuration file, you can add this line inside inventory group. Okay, so cache equal to true. So it will start gathering data and it will start using inventory caching. So that is cache plugin, and use of cache plugin is enabled by default. However, you can also create your own cache plugin. So for each of the plugin, you can definitely create your own plugin. And for each of the plugins, you can have Ansible-doc-t and then the plugin name and then -l to get the detail about that available plugin. Okay. So if I will use Ansible-doc-t cache, the plugin name and then the plugin name, so I will be able to see that plugin specific documentation and the example. Then there we have a callback plugin. If we want to create an event or a handler, we can use callback plugin in here. By default, the callback plugin control most of the output you see when running the command line programs, but can also be used to add additional output integrate with other tools, and marshal the event to a storage backend. So they will be using our event collection at any storage backend, right? So they need any storage for storing their events. So they will store at the backend. Log underscore plays callback is an example of how to record playbook events to a log file. Okay, so we can use this plugin to store the event of playbook how it is running. And the mail callback plugin sends email on playbook failures. The say callback respond with a computer synthesized speech in relation to playbook event. Okay, you can activate a custom callback depending on its needs underscore enable property by either dropping it into one of the callback directory source configured in ansible.cfg or in a collection and referencing it in a configuration or by fqcn. So you can specify them in your ansible.configuration file. I am here commented out from my configuration file, but you can re-enable it to enable your callback plugin. Okay. So basically the plugin are mostly used in the development environment. So if you want to learn more about them, I will provide you a link soon. So you can navigate to them and learn more about it. So they have an examples too. Okay. Now there we have a connection plugin. It is also one of the important, and basically it allows Ansible to connect to the target host so it can execute tasks on them. Okay. Now by default, Ansible ships with several connection plugins. The most commonly used are Paramiko SSH. You might have remembered this name in your Ansible.cfg file, right? This is native SSH and all local connection SSH type. All of these can be used in playbooks and with user bin Ansible to decide how you want to talk to the remote machine. If you want to learn more about these plugins and if you want the documentation, so you can go ahead and use this command to see the list of available plugins. And if you will use this command, ansible-doc, then space -t, then space connection, and then plugin name. So you will see the plugin specific documentation along with the examples, right? Then there are filter plugins. If you want to manipulate with data, if you want to filter it with output, if you want to filter it with some strings, or a series of a data, you can use of a filter plugins, right? Now these filter plugins, so these are used by Jinja 2 template, means you use Jinja 2 templating for gathering or using of filter. Okay, you can add a custom filter plugin by dropping it into filter underscore plugin directory adjacent to your play inside a role. We will learn about role. So basically role is a consist of predefined tasks, groups, and everything else, or by putting it in one of the filter plugin directory source configured in ansible.cfg. So here I am filtering out plugin. I'm using some filters using my Jinjato templating, right? And I am assigning it or I am defining it to my arguments like passing positional, passing extra named parameters, or passing both, right? And again, you can use this documentation to learn more about this particular filters plugin. Next one is inventory plugins. So you can use them. So they will allow user to point at data sources to compile the inventory of hosts that Ansible used to target task, either using the -i and then the path to the file, or -i with the particular host name while you will be running ad hoc commands. Okay, or if you want to have any other configuration sources, you can also define the syntax while using inventory plugins. They are mostly enabled by default and can be used with the auto plugin. If your inventory plugin does not have an YAML file, you may need to enable this specific plugin. And you can do this by setting enable underscore plugin in the configuration file, right? In the inventory second, and you can enable underscore plugin equal to true. So here you can define that and you can define what is the configuration that you are going to take. And here, so if you want to take inventory source, so it will take the source from here. Of course, again, in this plugin also, it has supported documentation. You can go ahead and navigate and read more about them. They have documentation along with their examples. Next one, if you are curious and learn more about plugins, then please go ahead and navigate to this link. If you want to learn more about modules in the details with an examples, then they have bunch of examples on their official docs. Please go ahead, navigate to it, and try to learn and practice more and more by running the playbooks or commands on your controller node while practicing on the managed host. Okay, so that's it for this chapter. Let's meet in the next chapter with the use of Ansible Vault.
Hey guys, and welcome to chapter 12. This is all about Ansible Vault, and it is going to be a quick chapter because Ansible Vault is necessary in terms of security if you want to enable it inside your organization. All right. So, one more thing I would like to talk about that Ansible Vault is completely an ad hoc command, but you can use your vaulted or your encrypted password or a file inside your playbook. Okay. So let's learn about this. What is this Ansible Vault? So Ansible Vault is a feature provided by Ansible Core and Ansible both to encrypt sensitive data like password, API keys, certificates, and more. Like, right? So if you might have remembered in the earlier chapter, we have seen when we were setting up our managed and controller node. So we would for setting up our managed Windows host, we were entering password of our file, right? Which we don't want that. So what you can do, you can just encrypt them with your vault and then you can store them in your playbook or variable file without exposing them in your plain text. Ansible Vault basically uses AES 256 algorithm to encrypt the contents. Now what it can do for you? So it can encrypt entire file and how it will encrypt. We will also see this in the upcoming slides. Basically, while encrypting the files, you need to provide the passwords. You can either encrypt them with your keyword or you can encrypt them with the file itself. So while encrypting the file, you might be asked for a password. That is the vault password. If you want to use it or if you want to decrypt it, if you want to rekey it, means change the key, you need that encryption password. Okay. Then encrypt only specific variable. If you want to encrypt any specific variable, you can definitely do that and use it in your playbook. If you want to decrypt and edit your encrypted file, or if you want to use multiple vault password needed. So how you can achieve this? So for achieving this, this would be easier, right? You just need to go through some commands, ad hoc commands using Ansible Vault. Now for this one, if you want to set multiple vault password, so how you can do that? You can provide hyphen vault hyphen ID while encrypting the file. Okay, we'll also see this. Now these are the common use cases. So in the development environment, if you want to store API keys, password or SSH private keys, or if you want to encrypt your whole inventory file with a secret because inventory file you don't want to export it or explode it to the outside world, right? If you want to share encrypted files in the version gate control, so you can definitely share that. It will be fully encrypted or password protected, right? If you want to automate secret management with the CI/CD pipeline, so it is also helpful in that. So now let's learn some of the commands, some of the ad hoc commands because it is not used in your playbook. You can definitely use the encrypted file or a string in your playbook, but you cannot directly use Vault inside your playbook. So let's see this. If you want to create a new encrypted file, you can use Ansible-Vault, then create and then secrets.yml. Now these secrets can be anything. So we are encrypting here the whole YML file, right? Now in here, you can provide -vault -id to give the vault ID separately, means if you have multiple vaults set up. Okay. If you want to encrypt an existing file, means if you have already a file, then you can directly type Ansible-Vault encrypt and your file name. Now both of these, once if you will enter, they will ask for a password to encrypt them. Okay, so you might need to remember the password. So basically, if you will type cat secrets.yml, it will also not show you. It will show you that something like Ansible-Vault, AES 256 and some random strings in there. If you want to decrypt it, means remove the password, you can definitely do that using Ansible-Vault, then decrypt and the file name. Then if you want to edit the file, you cannot just directly double click and open it. It will give a different file. So if you want to open it, you need to provide this one and it will open the file for you and you can edit it. If you want to view the content of it, you can use Ansible Vault view secrets.yml. If you will directly type cat secrets.yml, it will not work. It will show some random words starting with Ansible Vault, then AES 256 and the random strings. If you want to change the password or re-encrypt this, so you can use re-key with your file name. And if you want to just encrypt any string, so for example here I am just encrypting my underscore secret string. I want to encrypt it. So first you need to provide the name that this is my API key and this string could be used inside your playbook. Okay. So let's move on our controller node and manage node and let's see all of these in action. Hi friends and welcome back. So this is my controller node and I have also turned on my manage node, but it was not needed. I can perform all of these things while mentioning localhost while running my playbook, right? But yeah, I have turned it on so that I can perform this on my Ubuntu hyphen personal. So I will open my terminal in here and these are the work from my previous. So I will clear the tab. So first I would need to create a file. So let's try to create a file itself here. I'll give the file name and I will give the name as secrets.yml, right? Then in here, let's give db underscore user and it would be my DevOps and db underscore password. Let's give Azure at the rate 123. Okay. I will save it. So this is my demo file which I have entered here and I have stored my password, right? My ID and password which I don't want to use it for my outside world, right? So I will save it and if I will go in here and if I will type cat secrets.yml, you can see that you can see the contents, right? I will clear the terminal again and what I will do, I will use Ansible hyphen vault and in here I can use my as it was already created, I can use encrypt secrets.yml. I will hit enter and it will ask for a password. So let's give the password. I need to confirm it again so that you don't type it. And encryption was successful. If you want to type cat secrets.yml, you won't be able to say it. It will just tell you the random number with the encryption method, which is AES 256. If you want to edit it, you can definitely edit it by just going to this one and just if you want to see it, you can type view. So it will ask for a password. You just enter your password. So it will give you the things. If you want to edit it, just go ahead and type edit. You need to provide your password and it will open in the Vim editor and you can edit it. Okay. So I will close it. If I want to decrypt it, I can definitely do that, but I don't want to do that because I'm going to use the same file in my playbook. Okay. If I want to rekey, means if I want to change the password, I can definitely do that. So I will use rekey. Okay. So it will ask for your current passwords and then 2 times new password. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear. I will clear the terminal and let's use this file inside my playbook.yml. Okay, so you can see that in my Visual Studio Code itself, it was encrypted. I cannot see the contents because it was encrypted by my ultimate Ansible Vault. So in my playbook YML, let's use this. Let's create some file and let's see if you are able to print it or not. Okay, So I will go in here and I will close all of these things in here. And instead of Ubuntu, I will give localhost so that if you don't have managed host setup, you can also run them on your localhost. And of course, you need to provide this localhost on your inventory. So in here, I will go downside, localhost, this one, localhost, Ansible underscore host 7.0.0.1 Ansible underscore user equal to DevOps. Okay, I have saved the inventory file. I can also encrypt my inventory file, right? So I have done that, and this was my this was the string for my Windows, which I don't want that, and it's done. Now for my terminal, I will go back to my Visual Studio Code. I will go to my playbook.yml, and from here I will provide vars because I am going to use variable from one file, right? Vars underscore files, and I will use my secrets dot yml file because this one is containing my variable like db underscore user and db underscore password. Correct? Now this one is done, and this right now I will provide pass. I will give the name print db credentials. So by the use of vault, we will try to print the credentials, right? But you should not want to do that in your real environment. And I will use debug to print the things, and I will use message, right? And I will use like db user. Then I will use Jinja 2 templating for recalling my variable, right? I will use db underscore user, and at the same time I will use comma db password would be db underscore pass, and I will close them in them in a double quotes. Okay, I will should close this. Okay, so I have passed the variable, but you can see that it's still encrypted. So I will save the file. I will go to my terminal, and in here I will run my password, my vault. So Ansible Playbook. I need to provide inventory file because I don't have Ansible host file at my location, right? So inventory.ini, and in here I will give playbook.yml, right? And in here if you will try to open it, it will give an error that vault password was not there. So if you will hit enter, you can see that attempted to decrypt vault, no secrets found. So in here you need to provide hyphen hyphen ask hyphen vault hyphen pass, so that it will ask for a password whenever you will try to use that encrypted file inside your vault. Okay, so it is asking for my connection. So is it the first time, so I will go ahead and type yes. So you can see that using Ansible Vault, it has printed my credentials in here, right? Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with it. Now how you can set up a file to use as a vault. So for that, you need to mention something in your Ansible configuration file. Okay. So suppose if you have Ansible configuration file setup, you can mention default. Inside the default, you need to mention vault underscore password underscore file. As I don't have a configuration file setup, so I am showing you. And in here, you can use your particular file, and you can mention that hey, for any encryption, go ahead and use this file vault.txt. Use this file to encrypt my file. This will contain the password. Okay. And now how you will pass this whenever you will be running your playbook. So for that, instead of ask vault pass, you will use hyphen hyphen vault, then hyphen password hyphen file. And then you need to provide your whatever the file name was, which is vault.txt in my case. So that's how you can encrypt using a file itself instead of your password. Okay. So that was the quick about Ansible Vault, and many learners skip this topic. But if you are considering security as a parameter for your organization, you should not avoid that. You should use Ansible Vault because it's a more secured if you are talking about the Ansible. Okay, so I have this thing encrypted. If I want to send it and if I want to push it on my git repo, so I can definitely do that. It will not define my password, or it will not show you my credential if it is uploaded on different platform, right? So that's it for Ansible Vault. Let's meet in the next chapter, and that chapter is going to be very, very important, which is all about roles, collection, and Ansible Galaxy. Okay, so let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care, everyone. Hey guys, and welcome back. So we are going to start our chapter 13, in which we will talk about Ansible roles and collection with the help of Ansible Galaxy. Okay, so we'll also see the Ansible Galaxy and all of the topic that we are going to learn. We are going to also practice them on our controller node, and we will see the changes on our manage node. So let's get this started. So first, let's understand what we are going to learn in this chapter, because this is going to be a lengthy chapter. So first we will learn about Ansible handlers, because we haven't covered it so far, right? Because they are going to be play an important part when we will be discussing Ansible roles. Then after that we will learn about roles. We will understand its file structure, where we can use it, how you can create role, how you can manage, how you can use it inside your playbook, and how even you can create your custom role and you can push it to your Ansible Galaxy so that other team members or other people in the cloud can use it. Okay. Then we will see all about Ansible Galaxy. We will learn and we'll see the command. First, we will see the commands related to roles, and then we will see the commands related to the collection. Then we will learn about collection. It is the most important asked question in the Ansible interviews. And we will also create some project using Ansible Collection, Azure, and AWS. So let's move ahead. I'm hoping you are excited just like me. So let's move ahead. So what is handler? Suppose there is a dependency of a task, means if any configuration is required, or suppose if there was any change in the configuration, it should restart the server, right? But if you are going to keep them both in the same playbook, means same task, same level of task, so what it will do, if it will fail the configuration file to update, it will move to the again task, right? If you have mentioned ignore underscore errors, right? But what if you want to specify that if you will change the configuration file only, then only trigger the restart of any service. So that's how handlers comes into the play. Here we use a notify keyword to notify that hey, go to this handler and trigger this task. So they are only designed for the action that should occur only if something changes. For example, these are the basic example, but these are not limited to this. There are various example to use handlers. First one, if you want to restart a service after a configuration file changes, or if you have copied a configuration file from your source to destination. If you want to reload a web server, if new virtual host is added or any new configuration was done. Running a cleanup state means clearing cache and everything else when a certain file is modified. So these are the very basic example where you can use your handlers. Now, where handlers are helpful, so it helps us to make our playbook idempotent, means action only if needed. Don't run it again and again and change the configuration, right? It will also avoid unnecessary service restart, right? So it is not going to restart again and again. It will only going to trigger if there is something change, and if it is going to be triggered via notify keyword. it will keep our task and side effects cleanly separated, means they are not going to run both the task at the same time. They will run only once if there are changes in the previous task or the source task. Okay. Now they also follow a declarative automation style, means you can define the state of the change of the configuration. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with the handlers. Let's see the example of the handler. So here I have mentioned one example here in which this is a simple playbook in which I am first installing Nginx using apt module, right? The name is Nginx, state is present. Then I am deploying a configuration, basically a custom template of my configuration, Nginx configuration, and I am taking a source of Nginx conf j2, my Jinja2 template, and I am applying the template to this folder, right? Then at the same level of my task, I am using notify keyword to restart Nginx. So means I am going to use here handler. So in here, what it will do, it will trigger this handler. Now keep in mind that this handler name should be exact same like your handler name. So it will look for the handler and it will check for the handler. If it is found, then it will trigger that handler. It is not going to trigger that handler if it has not called from anywhere using notify keyword. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about roles. So in the real world, what is the role? You might have heard about it, right? So everyone in the world is assigned with the roles. Like doctor are assigned to see their patient, teacher are assigned to teach their students, cops are assigned to look for the compliance and security in their country, right? Similarly, the Ansible roles are organized in a way that they are built for a special purpose, and that purpose can be reused to an entire collaborative platforms. Okay, so let's understand this. So suppose if I am going to configure and run Nginx server. So what I am going to do, suppose I have 10 teammates in my team and they all have the code and they want to configure and run the Nginx server. I have write the code and I don't want that they will waste their time and they will also write the code, right? So there come the Ansible rules comes into the play. So here I will write the rule for Ansible-Playbook for my Nginx rule, means for installing the Nginx to define the dependency that on which platform it can be run. Then I have also configured its home page and I have created a rule. Now, as I have my role created, what I can do, I can further either I can push it to Ansible Galaxy and ask my teammates that, hey, go ahead and take this, or I can share them with any platform like GitHub or anything else. Okay, so that is what for roles. I'm hoping you are clear with this concept, why it is useful. We will see Ansible roles in detail in the upcoming slides, so you don't need to worry about that. Also, if you are not able to understand the theory, no need to worry. I have an upcoming demo session for you in which we will discuss Ansible roles and how you can push your roles to your Ansible Galaxy and how another user can search for your role. They can install it, they can install a specific version. So all of them I have in my demo lecture. Okay. So let's understand. Ansible roles are powerful way to manage organize automation code into reusable shareable units. Okay. So they are basically a reusable chunk of your code that you can share within, if they are private, then you can share it within your team. If you want them to public, then you can share it over a cloud repository called Ansible Galaxy, similar like your GitHub repository. So we will also discuss about that in a simple playbook. So how we used to run or write tasks. So we used to write tasks one after the another. But suppose if you have multiple tasks and if you have a complex task, so these tasks will be grown and they will acquire a very complex directory structure, right? Now here what we can do, if we have, suppose if we want to include our npm modules, if we want to install nginx, if we want to install pip, for all of them what we can do, we can create a separate role and we just need to specify roles and then go ahead and use npm, and that's it. You don't need to write whole task in your main playbook. Okay, so no need to worry. Again, we will see all of these from the basic to advanced. Okay, Now, what are the key benefits of it? So, we have seen this. It splits large playbook into reusable pieces. You can share code within multiple project or multiple team if you want to allow it. Use community roles from Ansible Galaxy. So you can also use roles that is already hosted by another developer or another user in the world, so they have also placed their role in the Ansible Galaxy. So suppose if you are working on suppose Apache, so you don't need to create or you don't need to install Apache, you don't need to configure it, you don't need to run it. Search for that role on the Ansible Galaxy and just try to import that role in your playbook. Now that role is going to install, configure and do everything else that needed to be to get run Apache in your hosts, right? As we are using a very small structure for our roles, so it will keep our structure very consistent and everyone will knows how we can find task handlers vars file, because we will discuss this in the upcoming slides. So basically roles, particular roles contains these kind of file structure within it. Okay, so there are basically 7 types of folder by default folder created in it. Also you can declare dependencies on the other roles, so that hey, I have this dependency on the other role, so you should install that also. If you will not install, then this role will might not work properly. Okay, so these are the key benefits of the roles. Let's move ahead and let's understand its directory structure. So by default, if you will create a role, so it will come with these things by default. Okay, now these are completely optional, means a role can work if you will just specify task and the main.yml file inside it. So if it is this one itself inside that, it will also called be a role. So this is the standard template of the role. If you will create a template for a role, so it will give you this thing by default. Okay, these 7 folders structure. Let's understand what these means one by one. Means you cannot directly put your main code inside defaults or a vars. Okay, they have some specific purpose. But yeah, you don't need, if you have any very simple role, then you don't need to specify all of them. You can just type roles means your task and it is ready to be called it as a role. Okay, so let's understand all of them whole structure one by one. So first one is default. So here it is a default variable in which they have lowest priority, means they can be overwritten by any of the other folder structure defined the YAML file. Next one is files. So they contains your actual code, means your JavaScript, your HTML, your CSS file. Next one is handler. We have seen this, right? If you want to trigger any task before any task, so you can use notify keyword and you can write your code in this main.yml. Now keep in mind that whatever folder structure you should have a playbook named main.yml. Okay. Next one is meta. So meta is all about data about your project, right? So here you can mention your who is the author, what are the dependency of this role, which other role it needs to be installed in order to its working, and what are the supported platform, what kind of OS, what kind of flavor, what kind of version it needs to be run properly. Next one is task, which is mandatory field, right? We use to directly define it in our playbook. So here we have a separate folder for it. Okay, so that we can just distinguish between different various platforms. Next one is template. You are also aware of this. So we can create a template using our Gen2 template rendered on the target hosts. Next one is vars, which is our variables, right? We can define our variables in the main.yml inside our vars. And these are going to be higher priority and it can overwrite anything within this task. Okay, if you will define any variable. Next one is test. So in here you can define your inventory file or any playbook, your test playbook to test the role. Okay. Next one is the library. So basically these are if you want to import any custom module or create any custom module inside this only, you can definitely do that. Next one is module underscore utils. So basically you can write your Python code here and share across the custom modules created in the library. And next one is readme.md file. You might have definitely heard it about if you have worked with Git and GitHub. So here you will write a description, users requirement about your this role. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with the directory structure. So let's move ahead. Now how you will create this role for your particular scenario. So either you can go ahead and create the whole structure manually, if you're going to create all the full set files manually, which is not recommended at all because you can see there are many files and folders, so it might be very time consuming. The another one is using Ansible Galaxy, and it is the most recommended way. You just write a command and it will create a default role for you. Okay, so let's understand what is this Ansible Galaxy. So this is basically hosted of your roles or collection on the cloud, just like your GitHub, so that other developer or other teammate can find, share, or manage Ansible roles within this Galaxy. Now in here, you can use community contributor roles instead of writing everything from scratch. If you want to install and configure Apache, then you don't need to write code for it. Just search for that role in Ansible Galaxy. Look for the description, what it says, what is all about. If it match with your requirements, then go ahead and install that role. You can also publish your own role and reuse for your team, or if you want to make public, so you can do that. You can manage your roles and collection dependencies easily by mentioning it inside your meta folder. You can using this roles and collection using your Ansible Galaxy. So you are standardizing your code, right? Means you are setting a standard that this is going to be set at this level, and we are going to use this folder structure in all over our project. Means all the developers are going to use this one same. So this works like a kind of SOP, means you are standardizing it. So what are the key concepts? There are three things related to Ansible Galaxy. First one is role, which we have seen it. So you can manage, create, delete, view roles with the help of Ansible Galaxy. You can also do all the things with your collection. We will learn collection after we will discuss about our roles. So these are basically a bigger package that includes roles also, then modules, then plugins, then docs, playbooks, test, package, and version. Okay, so they are very bigger package, and these are also can be managed by Ansible Galaxy. Next one is Galaxy CLI. So you don't need to do everything else on going on the web of the Ansible Galaxy and do everything else on that. You can use a tool called Ansible Galaxy, the ad-hoc command that you can run on your Ansible installed machine itself to create, install, publish, and manage rules and collections there. Okay, so I'm hoping you're clear. We will see the quick tour of Ansible Galaxy, so no need to worry about that. So what are its functionality? So you can find about your roles by searching about them, and you can learn about them description. If matches your requirement, then you can go ahead and install it. For example, this role is to install and configure the Apache, so you can directly install it. So this is by another developer. You can also specify versioning while installing the roles. You can publish your own roles to share with others to and or you can keep them private within your team. You can manage dependency with your teammates. You can also specify requirements.yml while installing your role, and Ansible Galaxy will look inside this YML file, will see the role name and version, and it will install that role for you also. Okay, so how it will use your Ansible role? Let's understand this. So first it will look for the collection because collection override everything else in your folder structure because it consists of roles, modules, plugins, and everything else. If you are not using any collection, means if you haven't downloaded any manual collection, and if it is only Ansible dot built in, right? So we have discussed it. So whatever module we were using earlier, like ping command, they comes from Ansible dot built in collection, right? So if you are using it, then it is going to look for the role in that collection. If you are using a custom collection, so it will first look in roles folder inside that current folder structure. If it is not roles folder, then it will look for the roles underscore path environment variable, right? Either it will be configured as environment variable or it will be inside your default group of your Ansible configuration file. You can also define your Ansible configuration file. Okay, so in my case, as I don't have Ansible configuration file placed on my directory structure of my managed host, right? So while we discussing, we will try to create Ansible configuration file itself. We can create on my current project structure itself. Okay, so we'll see that. It will also check for the roles in the current directory where the playbook file is located. Or if you have given a custom path to your role, means if you have randomly created your role in anywhere in the path in your folder structure, so you can define your path to here, right? So this is my main playbook and I am defining roles, then hyphen, then role, and I can define the path, the absolute path to my role. If you have multiple role, you can just definitely define that with using another list and you can define your path. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear how Ansible will look for your role and what are its precedents. So let's move ahead. Now, my question is how or you will use your roles. So first one is at playbook level, means you just specify roles at your playbook level just after your host or name of your playbook, and you just define roles and start your role name. This one is common role name, this one is a web server role name, and within this role they will have that 7 different file structure that we have defined, right? We have discussed earlier. If you don't want to include everything else, right? So if you don't want to include all the 7 folder structure in your playbook, and if you want to specify only task, means if you want to take only task within your playbook from the role, so you can define them in your task level. So here you can see that I am taking the role at my task level, and this is called dynamically reuse of my role. So if you will include underscore role, so it will use as a dynamically. Okay, and I am taking the role of my. If you want a statically use anywhere role in your playbook, so you can use import underscore role, so it will use as statically. Okay, so it can be changed, it cannot be changed because it is using import. It's permanent. If you want to define a dependency of your module to another dependency, you can define it in meta in main.yml. Okay, so for example, that particular role that is currently defined, so this is the meta.main.yml. Suppose it is a role for Apache or running my web server. So that running of web server role depends on this role with variable parameter of this role with variables of assigned to this, and this role with the variable assigned to this, right? So I'm hoping you are clear, and I am hoping you are getting a confidence in using roles and understanding roles and Galaxy. Okay, and I am hoping I have made it easier for you. So if you are liking my sharing of roles and all this topic about Ansible, then please go ahead and subscribe to my channel, like this video, share it with your friends if it makes easier for you, so that they can also get some knowledge about roles and Ansible. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's learn about Ansible Galaxy command. And in here we will only focus about roles because we have a separate slides for collections which we will discuss later. First one, if you want to create a custom role using Galaxy, so you can definitely create all the folders and files randomly, but it's not recommended at all because it will be time consuming. So you just type Ansible-Galaxy in it my role. So what it will do, it will create a role called my role, and it will have all these 7 folder structure inside it, all the default 7 folder structure. If you want to install a existing role from a Galaxy, so you can definitely do that. You can use Ansible-Galaxy install and the role name. So basically I'm using here username.apache, but it does not work like that. So it's just a common module or the role name or the repository name on the Ansible Galaxy that by default it uses username and then dot the role name. Okay, but by default it will be your role name. Next one, if you want to install, so suppose if that role has many version and if you want to install a specific version, so you can go ahead and type Ansible-Galaxy install and the role name with the version. If you want to install multiple role via requirements.yml file, you can definitely do that. So you have just write requirement.yml file, specify what source you need and what version you need, and just specify Ansible-Galaxy install -r means we are going to provide a requirements.yml file and it will install this role for you. Okay. If you want to show the installed role in your managed host, in your controller node, sorry, on which the Ansible is installed, so you can type Ansible-Galaxy and list. It will give you all the installed roles for you. If you want to remove any specific role, you can definitely do that using remove keyword. If you want to reinstall your role and overwrite existing, means suppose if you have installed your role and you have done something wrong and it is not working as expected, so you can forcefully install it. Okay, so it will overwrite all the folder structure of your current role. If you want to search for a specific role and you don't remember what is the exact role name, so you can search for the keyword nginx. And if you want to search for a specific other, you can also type it with your grep command. Okay, so it will filter and limit it with some limit search. If you want to view info about your particular role, so you can definitely do that using info keyword. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with these basics command used for your role. So let's move ahead and let's understand how you can publish your role to Ansible Galaxy. If you are not able to understand this step, no need to worry, I will discuss it in our demo. So for publishing your role to Ansible Galaxy, first you need to ensure that role is modified properly and it's working, right? Because if you will push and your teammates is using this broken role, then they can broke their code also. Okay, so you need to make sure that this role is configured and working properly. Then at your GitHub repo, you will create a repo named Ansible-role and then your role name. Keep in mind that this repo name should be Ansible-role because once we will try to search for our repository on our Ansible Galaxy, so by default, Ansible Galaxy look for only those repository whose name start with Ansible-role. So once we have created the repo on our GitHub repo, so what it will do, we need to initialize our Git repo inside our project and then we need to push it to this repo. Once we have all the changes in our GitHub repository, name Ansible-role, so we need to navigate to so Galaxy, Ansible Galaxy website. If you haven't created an account, then you need to sign up. If you have already created, then you can go ahead and log in. Then you need to connect your GitHub account by providing the credential. Then you can import your role by using my content, then add content and select your role that you have imported here. Now by default, it will only show the role that is starting with Ansible-role. By default, it will not show you all repo. Now, once the upload is done, anyone in the world, if it is public or if it is a private, depending on it. So in your teammate or in the real world, anyone can search for your role, install it, use it. Okay. So no need to worry if you haven't understand this process. We will see this when we will be on our demo lecture, which is just after this. So I'm hoping you are clear with the roles and Ansible Galaxy. So let's understand this. Let's move to on our demo lecture. Let's move to on our controller node and let's see this Ansible roles. And first, let's understand about Ansible Galaxy. Okay. Hey guys, I am on my controller node and I have also logged into my managed node. Okay, so this one is my managed node and this one is my controller node. Controller node is named with Ubuntu and managed node is named with Ubuntu-personal. So, and I have also set up this as my manager and controller node. If you haven't gone through the lecture in which I have set up installed in Ansible, and I have also set up how you can use Ansible using your controller and manage node, then please go ahead and watch that lecture first so that you can have Ansible ready infrastructure ready for your practice. Let's understand Ansible structure and Ansible role structure. So for that, I will first navigate to my desktop. And in here, let's create a directory called mkdir and let's create Ansible under hyphen roles. Okay.
I will clear that. I will navigate to that one and I will open Visual Studio Code in here, or let's try to import a role here. Okay. Now in here, what I can do, either I can go ahead and create the whole structure of my role, or I can use Ansible Galaxy to create a role for me. So if I will list the files in here, so you can see there is nothing here, right? So let's do one thing. Let's create one more folder inside it, and let's call this as Apache. Okay, Apache 2. So let's try to install Apache 2 role in here. So what I will do, I will use mkdir Apache 2. Okay, I will hit enter. I will navigate to my Apache folder, and in here I will initialize the role. So if I will list the content, if I will ls-ls, so you can see there is nothing else, right? So I will use Ansible-Galaxy, then init, and the role name. So the role name will be Apache 2. I will hit enter, and it is telling roles Apache 2 was created successfully. So what I will do, I will navigate one folder back, and in here I will open my Visual Studio Code, code dot. So now I have this one structure as here, and if I will expand it, so I have Apache folder, and then I have a Apache 2 folder, and inside it I have all these folder structure in here. Okay, so let's first define all of these. Let's set up all of these first. Means by default they will have nothing in there. Okay, so they have nothing in them. Also, so we have given the role name as Apache 2, but if I want my main playbook, so I will create a main playbook here. But for creating main playbook, I need to rename it as a roles. And what I did, I by mistake I changed the name and created the name as Apache 2. So I need to change it to roles. Okay. So how I can change the role? So I can change the role as Apache 2 to roles. Okay. If I will list the contents here, so I have roles in here. So you can see I have roles in here, and inside the role I have Apache 2. And inside this I have everything else. Okay, so first let's edit our readme.md file, and let's give a real readme.md file. Okay, so what are these? So what I will do, I will close all of this and I will write my own readme.md file. So first I will give a basic bold font, and I will use Ansible Apache role project. So I will give the name as this one, and let's give the description about it, that this is a complete example of an Ansible project using a custom role Apache 2. Let's give them in a single quotes role. Okay. Now once it's done, I will give another double fonts. So these are basically the markdown syntax. If you will write with hash, it will give the bold syntax, and like that this is the topic name. Okay, and let's give the details about uses. So first one, we need to specify how a user can edit it. So they can go ahead and inventory, they can edit it with your respective target hosts, right? And then once they are done, they can run it. Because this is ever ready, they just need to modify your inventory.file, and then they can run the file. And how they will run it, so it is also helpful, easy. Ansible-Playbook and my main playbook.yml. So wait, why I haven't providing here inventory file? Why? Because in here I will write my configuration file at the parent level of my directory structure, And in that configuration file, I will mention that this is going to be my default inventory file so that I don't need to provide this one. So Ansible will look inside this folder. It will check for the configuration file and it will look for all the host, all the roles, all the inventory file by default. So we don't need to provide inventory here. Okay. So we'll see that. No need to worry about that. And let's define a structure also because for other users, there might be different structure. So a structure would be, so first one will be our Ansible.cfg file, which we haven't created it till now, right? So we will create it in this lecture so that you should be also aware of how you can create a configuration file. So it will be your project configuration, right? And then you have your inventory.ini file. So it's a host file, right? Then you have your playbook.yml, which is your main playbook, right? And then you will have your roles directory structure, which is like your roles, and then Apache 2. Okay, reusable role. Okay, and created by DevOps channel, and we will also include it in our meta file. Okay, happy automation. I will save my readme.md file, and I am ready with the readme.md file. Now, what I need to do next? So first, I will write my playbook.yml. So I will on this role, I will create this one. So you can see that it is taking this inside this directory structure. So which I don't want that. I will create exit means override and I will create this one. So I will write playbook.yml. So now if I will minimize this, so I have playbook.yml in here. Now in this playbook.yml, I will write basic structure. So I will type hyphen hyphen hyphen. I will start my basically my playbook. I will type hosts and in the host either I can type localhost but I will do from my previous file in which I have mentioned my inventory.ini. I will copy the inventory.ini in here itself. Okay, so here I will use Ubuntu. So let's copy that. So this one is a folder from my previous folder and I have that inventory.ini file, right? So what I can do, either I can copy this. Let's copy this, right? We have copied it. And let's go to this folder and let's create an inventory.ini file first. So I will click here. I will go ahead and type inventory.ini and I will paste my code. I will save it. You might have remember that how we have set up this. And this one is my host IP and this one is my user. If I want admin things, so I can definitely do that. Right. So as I have inventory.file set up, so I can go ahead and type host as Ubuntu, right? And then I need to provide become equal to yes. And as I am mentioning become yes, so here I will also add readme.md file to mention all the things here. Okay. Okay. So looks like for this readme.md file, we need to keep this for exit of my roles because this is not about my role, right? I am writing it for my all over the project. So I will copy it. No need to worry. Roles become yes, right? And then I will use my roles. So roles, and then I will give indentation, and then I will give my role name. A role name is Apache 2. So as I have this role in here, so at this structure, it will look for a directory called roles. If you haven't set up this roles folder here, if you want to give a specific path, you can directly give the absolute path here. I will also create an Ansible configuration file here in which you can define a role path here itself by default. So if you will not specify any role path here, it will take that. Okay. I will save it and it's done for my playbook. You can see that how it has minimized the effort for installing the Apache 2. We would need to go to the task and we needed to run all the tasks here one by one. But I'm just importing this module, this role from here. So this structure I am creating here, but in case if it is already on Ansible Galaxy, you can install this role. We will also see that. No need to worry about that. Okay. So for playbook.yml, it's done. Now let's create one file called readme.md because we have wrongly mistaken readme.md here itself, but we needed readme.md here itself. So I will go ahead and type readme.md and I will take the contents of all of it and I will copy it and I will save it in here. I will save it. Okay. So I will minimize the role because I will modify the role by default afterwards. So I have readme.md, I have playbook.yml which going to be use this role, which we will set up the role. And I have inventory.ini means on which host it's going to trigger. So it's going to be triggered on my Ubuntu-personal. Okay. I will click on remind me later for my managed host. I will go back to my controller node. So these one are done and my inventory.ini file is also set up. So let's write ansible.configuration file around. Okay. So till now we haven't written it, right? So ansible.cfg, which is my default configuration file. So it will overwrite all the setting that I will use anywhere else. Okay. So if I will run my ansible.playbook command in from this directory structure means from ansible-roles here. So it will first look for all the related setting in the Ansible configuration file itself. And then it will apply the changes that is taken from other directory. So if you haven't gone through the Ansible configuration, so please go through my lecture in which I have talked about Ansible configuration and its dependencies and its precedence from which it is taking first to run your playbook. Okay. So I will close this one. I will close this one and close this one. And in here, I am not making this as a complex. I'm just giving as a defaults. Okay. And in here, I will give the inventory, right? And let's give the path name as inventory.ini. Similarly, for my roles underscore path, I am giving the structure as roles. If you have these folders anywhere else, you can give the absolute path. If I will not provide the roles path, it will take by default this one. If you want another one, so you can provide the absolute path. So you don't need to provide the rules. Okay. So by default, I'm providing this only in my ansible.cfg file, but there are various options. If you want to learn or explore more about them, please go ahead and navigate to my lecture in this series itself calling Ansible configuration. So now my configuration file is also ready. So what I will do, I will now start modifying my roles because by default, all of them will contain basic main.yml, but they don't have anything. Okay. So first, what I will do, I will try to, so as I don't need test, so what I will do, I will just click on it and I don't need test, but I can keep it or create a new folder, but as I don't need, I can rename it and give it as templates. Okay. And in here, what I will do, I will delete this file because I don't need it. If you are going to use it in a test, then you can do that. And in here, I'm going to rename and let's give the name as vhost because this is the default configuration file of your Apache. So vhost and then conf and then j2, which is because my template is all about using Jinja 2 template. I will hit enter and I will start writing my code here for my template thing, right? So let's write our templates file. So how we can do that? So first, you don't need to remember all about it. I am taking this reference from internet itself. So star and then, so I will write this quick code quickly for you and I will come back. So I have written the code here and these are nothing. It's just defining the configuration of my Apache. Okay. So if you are well aware of a server, how you can configure, then you might have familiar with this configuration file. Now I'm done with my template. And so what I will do next, I will go and edit my variable file and we will use variables also for better understanding. Okay, hyphen hyphen hyphen, and then I will use two variables in here. First one is directory. So Apache underscore conf, my configuration directory, right? dir, and I will keep it as etc Apache 2. Okay, then Apache underscore service underscore name, and the service name will be Apache 2. Okay, I will save it. So now I am ready with vars and templates. I will minimize them. I have readme.md file which I don't want that. I can write that this is a default configuration file, right? Role for installing, configuring Apache 2 servers. Okay, I've just written some basic thing in my readme.md file. So we have done this, and now let's write task and let's write our main file. Okay, in which we will write our Ansible configurations file. So first I will give starting and then I will give the name install Apache. It's not a playbook, right? It's just task. The main playbook is outside. We will call this task from here itself using roles. So install Apache and it should be small. Okay, and I will use module apt. I will give name and I will use variables here, right? And I will use Apache underscore service underscore name. So by default, what it will do, we don't need to provide vars here. By default, it will take from my vars because this is what is role is made for, right? Whatever it's telling, it's going to and take from the vars directory itself. So if I will do, so it will take this one. Apache service name, which will it will take Apache 2. So it will install Apache 2. Okay, and then state is going to be present, and then here we are going to use handler. Notify means once it will get installed, it will notify the handler Apache restart Apache. I will save it. I will go ahead and now this one is the task. I'm not going to provide this handler in here. I will provide it in my handler folder. Okay, so for all of it there is default and we don't need to provide handler property here for using variable vars property here. Okay, so that is what the role is made for. Now I will start my another task to deploy my configuration file, right? So deploy virtual host config. I will use template module. Source would be vhost dot conf dot j2 j2, right? And destination would be I will use my directory of my destination directory of my told Apache location, right? So it will be Apache underscore conf underscore dir. You need to make sure that you have a space, double curly braces, then space, because that is standard templating, okay, of Jinja 2. And then in here, I will use, let's use sites. We will create it also. So sites available, and let's give the name as 000 default.conf. Okay, and I will close this one. So I have my destination in place, and I will again notify my handler, which is the name of restart Apache. Then once the configuration is also done, I need to copy the index page. So copy index page. And I will use here, yes, you are right. I will use copy module, source, index.html, and destination would be var www, and then the HTML. You might have work on web development, so you might be remember that this is the default index dot means the default home directory, right? So HTML and then index dot HTML, so that if we will try to run localhost, we will also define a port of 80. So we will once we will type localhost, so it should connect with the Apache. So I will save it. Now I have task also in place. Let's define meta. And in my meta, what I will do, let's not modify this, right? I don't I don't need any specific version to put in here, so it's good. I don't have any dependency, so it's also good. Let's edit our author. So author would be DevOps channel, right? Let's give the description about this project. So role about setting up Apache 2, and the company name will be, let's give the DevOps channel. This is also an YML file, right? So it is contains the data about our this role. So I'm good with meta also. Let's define the handlers now. So in handlers, we need to define handlers, right? So let's define that. Okay, so in here I have forgotten in meta, as we are using apt module, so it will work only on Ubuntu. Okay, so we need to provide a platform also. So let's provide that platform. Do we have platform in here? Okay, so I have platform in there. So let's uncomment this, all of them. In the platform, let's provide name as Ubuntu, right? And the version supported are, okay, I am giving it wrong indentation. I need to be here. And then I need to provide versions. And I can provide multiple version, but I will go with Bionic because I am on Bionic. Okay, I will save it. So this is my meta.yml. It's ready. And my task bus is also ready. My readme.md is also ready. My vars dot is also ready. And my jinja2 template is also ready. So now I am on my handler. So I need to specify handlers now. So in a handler, we have only one handler as we have in my task. So we are calling only one handler to restart Apache. So let's do that. Let's write quickly. I will cancel it. I will go to handlers and let's write quickly. So this one name, and it should be the same name that we have specified in notify keyword. So restart Apache. We need to check that main.yml. So restart Apache. Okay. So restart Apache. I will go ahead and call a module called service, right? And then the name which I will use it from my vars folder. Okay. So we don't need to provide vars because that is the role is made for. We just need to provide the variable and it will automatically take the variable from my vars directory and the state equal to restarted. Here again, I'm not providing restart. I am providing restarted. If it is restarted, then ignore. If it is not, then go ahead and restart it. So my handlers folder is also now ready. Now we are left only with the default. Now, what do you think? What should we provide in the defaults? So in here, yes, you are right. We need to provide the defaults variables that the Apache uses. So http underscore port, which is 80. If you will not provide it, it will also. And if you want, you can provide a server admin here. Server underscore admin. And for demo purpose, I am just providing abc at the rate devops.com. Okay. So I have ready all of these things. Now, am I forgetting anything else? So if you will go to the main.yml page, you can see that it is taking the index.html file and it is trying to copy. Now, where is that index file? We haven't provided that, right? So if you will not provide, it will throw an error. So for that, we need to create a structure. I will click on it and I will click on the folder and I will create files. Okay, so that we can provide our code files in here like index.html, and I will click on file and I will give index.html, and in here we will just provide HTML basics things, right? So this one I will give the body, and let's give the header tag, and let's give hello from DevOps channel. Let's give another header tag, or you can give the paragraph tag also. Let's give h2 here, and let's write, if you see this, hooray, your Apache is set up and configured successfully. Okay, so I'm hoping you're clear. Now I have all these things in my place. Let's go through it quickly, go all of them one by one, what we have done so far. So first I went to this directory and I have created a roles. Then I have created a role called Apache 2 with the help of command Ansible Galaxy init Apache 2 after moving to roles. So earlier I have given name Apache 2, but it should be roles. And if you don't want to provide that, so you can change that in the Ansible configuration file itself. Here we created four files. First one is readme.md file in which I have mentioned what this role is going to do, this project. Then my playbook.yml in which it's just telling become yes and roles. And in here we need to provide that run this, and as we are using become, it needs to use ask become pass also, right? Then we have playbook.yml in which we have given this thing, our main playbook, and we are not providing any task. It is going to take all the tasks from this role. Then we have inventory.ini, which I have copied from my previous lectures. It is just to trigger the action on my managed host. Okay. Then I have configuration file, which we haven't created yet, but for this lecture we have created it, and I have defined my by default inventory path and by default roles path. With the help of this, what we have achieved. So once we will try to run the command to run this playbook, we don't need to provide -i inventory. So it will look for inventory ansible.configuration file and it will take that, right? Then it as the Ansible Galaxy has in it my role, so it has created 7 file directory structure. This one was test, so I have modified according to my project, which needed for configuring an Apache, and I have renamed it to template, and I have inserted my template. Here I'm using two variables like Apache underscore conf directory, which is this one, and Apache service name will be Apache 2. Then the task, these are the main tasks which I'm using. So first one is install Apache, and I'm using variable which is Apache service name. And in here you can see I am not using vars module here because it will directly take and look for in the same role. Then I am using notify keyword to go through the handlers. This is for my deploy a configuration file. This is to for my copying the index page. Okay. Then I have meta the data about my role. So it's here I have edited this the platform because as I am using apt module to install Apache, so it will only work on Ubuntu Bionic Liver. Then I have my handler as I have called from my task to restart the Apache, so I need to set up my handler also. Then I have created one more folder in my by default role, which is files, in which I have placed my by default created index.html. Okay. Then I have default structure in which I have provide some variables in here. Okay, so it can override. It has lowest priority than my vars. So I'm hoping you are clear. Now you need to make sure that your managed host is up and running. So I will check that. I will check the Apache version, Apache 2 version. So Apache 2.v. So you can see that my Apache 2 is not found. Okay. So let's go on my controller node. Let's try to run this because I'm going to do all these things on my controller node. So I will go ahead and I will type Ansible. I will clear the terminal first. Ansible-Playbook. As I have Ansible.configuration file set up, I don't need to provide inventory file or anything else. And I will just provide playbook.yml, and I have used become equal to yes in my playbook. So I need to provide ask become and pass. I will hit enter. It will ask for a password. I will enter my password. If it will throw any error, no need to worry. We will see this one by one. So it was able to reach to my Ubuntu personal. Now it is installing my Apache. It is on my task Apache 2. So this one is my role name Apache 2, and this one is the task. So it's in the task phase. If it will have trigger any handler, so it will also do that. So you can see all of the tasks were done. It has also triggered the handler after these tasks were done. So first let's understand this what it has done. So it has called my task, right, from my role Apache 2, and what is the task name? Install Apache. Then this one and then this one, and also it has started my not task handler. And from where this handler took from, it took from Apache 2. And what was the handler name? It was restart Apache, and it has also restarted. And what all the things it has done? It has done on my Ubuntu personal. So now as I have all of these things in the place, it has didn't give any error. If it has given any error, then please go ahead and check all the codes. If still, then check on the web that you might have definitely do something wrong. If it's still not, then let me know in the comment section. I would be happy to assist you. Now I will go to my controller node, or sorry, my manage node, and now this time I will type Apache-v. So now you can see that it was installed, right? Now how I can check one more thing. So I can go to my browser on this managed host and I will type localhost, not on port 3000. Just localhost, I can type colon 80 because I provided 80 as an HTTP port. I will hit enter, and you can see that whatever things I have copied is visible here, right? Hello from DevOps channel. If you see this, so your Apache is set up and configured fully, right? So hooray, you have made it. If you have also set up your managed host and configured your managed host to run and configure using Apache, then you are in the right path of learning Ansible. Okay, this is how we achieve automation in the real world. So now we have roles in our hand. Okay, now as I don't want this personal means my managed node because the testing was done, so I can close my Ubuntu personal machine, right, so that I can do more stuff on my controller node. Okay, now what I can do in here, I can go ahead and navigate to, because I need to push this role on my on my Ansible-Galaxy, right? Because what is the matter if you are not going to share it with your teammates so that they can use it, right? So what I will do, I will first give a tour for Ansible-Galaxy, and then I will navigate to my GitHub. I will push my this code, right? And then I can give the rename of my project like Ansible-Roles, right? So let's go ahead and let's type Ansible-Galaxy. I will click on login. If I don't have any credential, I need to log in. So I can sign into with GitHub. I have already an authentication signing up in here. I'll go ahead. I will click on authorize Ansible. So here I have logged in as a GitHub, and now I have Galaxy logged in. So what I can do in here, I can go to Ansible Galaxy and I can search for any particular role. And let's search for a role like Apache 2. So it will search for all over the world about your roles that you have searched in here. You can go ahead and just search for this role and you can install this role, right? Similarly for the collections, right? The name is specified within them or for the roles. right? So now let me go ahead and let me log into my GitHub account, create a project, and let's give the project name as Ansible hyphen role hyphen Apache by DevOps, because I have another role with this same thing. Okay, and I have done that, and I will click on create repository. Now make sure that the role name should be Ansible hyphen role. Okay, I will click on create repository. Okay, so once it's done, I will go to my terminal, and what I will do, I will navigate to, I will list the files first, and I will first move inside my roles. So cd roles, because I need to import only roles. If I will list the files, so I have this one Apache 2, and I need to move inside my Apache 2 itself. If I will type git inside, so in here I need to initialize one git repository. So git init. So I have initialized and git empty git repository. I will add all these things to my staging area. So git status, so it has all these things, right? I will type git add and then dot. Then it has added to staging area. I need to commit them. Okay, and in here I will type first commit for my role. I have hit enter. Now you need to check the branch. The branch name should be main. If it is master, then you need to rename it with git branch hyphen capital M main. And now I need to add our remote. So this one is remote. So I will add it. I will hit enter, and I can check the remote. So git and remote hyphen v. So I have done that. Now I can push it. So git push hyphen u for upstream, then my stream name, which is origin, and then my branch name main. Okay. So in my case, I have SSH setup, so it will not ask for any credential and it will push directly. Okay. In your case, and if I will refresh the page, so it should have all this role structure in here. So you can see, right? In your case, if SSH is not enabled, so for my case, I can go to the settings, and I have SSH keys enabled for my Linux VM. So that's why it didn't ask for a password. If you don't want to set up SSH, you can go to developer settings, you can go to personal access token, and you can generate access token. And while asking username and password, instead of password, you need to provide your personal access token. Okay. So now I have this one in place. Okay. So I will go in here. So I will go in here and I will try to import my role from here. Okay. I will go to roles. I will click on import roles. I will check for the repository, and let's go to my home page of my this one, and the role is this one, and I need to provide that. So it will try to clone this one, and you need to make sure that you have imported the role structure here itself. Okay, so I will give you the brief. So you need to ensure that you are going to provide this thing in here. You are going to push this thing in here. You cannot push the whole structure, because it will look for a meta folder inside that role. If you will provide the whole structure, it will look for a meta file. It will not found, it will give an error. So we need to push only role structure here. Okay, we don't need to provide the whole structure. And let's try to click on import. Let's see. And importer is started. I will go to the details page, and looks like it was imported. Okay, and I will go to my roles, and if I will go to the roles import, and you can see that this role I have imported. Now instead of searching for the roles on my from my all over the world, let's search for our about our role and let's see with the help of commands. Okay, so first I will clear the terminal and I will maximize the window because I'm going to do all of these things. I will clear the terminal. Okay, so now we have set up and installed our role on our Ansible on our Galaxy, right? So let's see and let's search for our role itself. So Ansible-Galaxy search DevOps channel. So let's see if we are able to find out or not. So you can see that our role is there, right? And it is totally searching on our cloud. If we want to clone it, we can definitely clone it and use it. If you want to see the installed role on your system, so I can use Ansible-Galaxy and list command to list all the roles and things that was installed in here. So as there was nothing, so I can provide with default path and collection with the type. It will list the role for you. Okay. If you want to install any roles, so as there was no roles installed, so and I have searched for my role. So let's go ahead and let's try to install my role itself in here. So I will type this one list install and let's paste this. So now it has extracted my role. Okay, so it has installed the role for us. If you want to see the list of installed roles, so you can type Galaxy and then list. So you can see that this one it has configured and where it has. So by default, it will be at my this location. Okay. So home DevOps, then Ansible, and it will be by default will be install the roles in my this location. So this is the role I have completed. If you want to search more about any roles further, so you can go ahead and type it search and let's search with Nginx. And if you want to filter out with anything else like grab it with the account like DevOps, so you can do that if they have anything. So it will show you, and it is totally searching on the web of the Ansible Galaxy. If you want to see the role info, so we'll also see that. So you can see that it has given out the output. If you want to see the about the role info, so you can do that using Ansible-Galaxy, then role and then info and then the role name. So here the role name is this one. So it will give you the description, the meta file. Okay. So basically it will give you the meta file. So I will paste. So it will fetch the details from Ansible Galaxy and it will give you all the details about it. Okay. So you can see here, right? I press Q for exit. If you want to remove any particular role name, you can definitely do that using Git. Sorry, not Git. It's Ansible-Galaxy and remove and the role name. So it will remove the role from your machine. Okay, so it has removed. If you will type Ansible-Galaxy list, so it will not found. Okay, so it's by default directory of your downloaded role and it has nothing here. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with Ansible rules and the working of Ansible Galaxy. And I'm hoping I was very helpful for making you understand about all of these things in here. Okay, so let's meet in the next section of this series of this chapter while understanding about collection, and it is also one of the important one. I know it was very long chapter for you, but it was needed for illustrating with you with the demo. Okay, so let's meet in the collection. Hey everyone, now we have created our custom Ansible rules for deploying our Apache web server on our managed node. So let's move ahead with Ansible collection, and till now I am hoping that you have some confidence in Ansible rules and working with the Ansible Galaxy. So now let's expand our knowledge and let's learn about Ansible collection. So in this part of this chapter, what we are going to cover? We are going to cover all about collection.
we will understand is theoretical. And please keep in mind that this is going to be a necessary chapter, because in this we are going to see a first real world project for deploying our Azure VM using Azure Collection. Okay, so please don't miss it. So in the chapter we will learn about Ansible Collection, how it works, its folder structure, what these folder contains inside it. Then after it we will learn about using our Azure Collection. We will search for Azure Collection, then we will download it on our controller node, and then we will try to use that collection to deploy a Azure VM from our controller node itself. Okay, then we will create our own collection. So basically collection is an abstraction layer over the roles and all the things. Okay, so we will use it, and we will not create a role that is so that requires for collection. We will not create a new role, we will use Apache role for our collection itself. And then once we have our own collection in place, we will try to publish on Ansible Galaxy. Once it's get published, we will see the changes on the Ansible Galaxy website also. So this is going to be a completely practical chapter in which you can use them in your real world or in your project. So let's move ahead and let's learn about Ansible Collection. Okay, so what was the roles? So roles was like was way to organize and reuse our configuration file, and it was consisting of defaults in which we can place our variables, our files, means our coding files, right? Handlers, meta, tasks, templates, vars, and etc. folders, right? Now the collection comes on the top layer of these. So collection, it will contains roles, but it can also contains modules that comes under plugins. Then you can also define the playbooks, the predefined playbooks for your collection, your test collections, and then various things. Okay, so they contains these things inside it, while the rules, it was inside the collection and it was having some folders like defaults, files, handlers, meta, tasks, templates. And now this is a version, so you can version this collection and create a shareable package and you can update it on your Ansible Galaxy. Now basically it solves our problem for distributing reusable automation content with the verifiable content. Okay, means you can add your certificate and GPG keys for the verification, so you can make it authentic to use it. The collection can be published to our Ansible Galaxy. We will also see that, or our private repository. So it does not need to be Ansible Galaxy. You can have any other Galaxy server like PIV server in place, and you can upload it. Now, what the collection includes? So these include basic these things and not this. So there should be a meta also. I have forgotten to include that. So modules, so these are the custom tasks you can run in your playbook and they comes inside plugins, right? You can immerse them inside plugins. Then you have roles, we have seen this, right? And we will not create role from basic, we will try to use roles from our previous lab. Then we have a playbooks directory in which we can create many playbook and we can use it in our collection. Then you can have some documentation and test plan also, means you can specify these things in your YML file. Then you should have a meta directory also. Without it, you won't be able to publish it on your Galaxy. So meta can contains basically a required dependency that you can specify. Okay, so we'll also see that. Now, why you should use collection? So if you want to organize contents clearly, if you want to create a versions or shareable package, you can use collection. If you want to separate from pre-installed modules and plugins by Ansible, then you can separate it. It uses a namespace. We will see that. No need to worry about namespaces and collections differences. Then you can use other people or leading cloud technologies contents in your project to use them or use their modules, plugins, tasks, and playbooks. Okay. So these are the three most used cases scenario of your Ansible collection. So let's see the example of a simple collection. So suppose if we will try to install Ansible-Galaxy collection install community.general, so it will install this collection, right? So this is not exact cancel collection. This is a namespace and then this is a collection. So once if I will install it and once if I will try to use it, I can use it. So once if I will install it, so it will get installed inside my .ansible and then inside collection, then Ansible collection, and then it will install like then the community, the namespace folder will come inside it. Then the collection folder come inside it, and inside it I will have various folders. So inside general I will have plugins, and within this plugin I will have modules, and then the Python code for using my various module. Then at the same project level of my collection I will have roles, playbooks, galaxy, meta file, and everything else. Now how I can use this collection? So I can use this collection via this one. So this is my simple playbook, and this is the module supported by my collection general. So in here I am writing the first playbook for using my this collection, right? So now either I can mention collection community.general, and in here I can definitely provide multiple collections. So here I can either use collection and then this and then directly this, right? Or I can directly use this one itself. I don't need to use this because I have already installed it. So either you can install this one, means use this one collection hyphen community.general and then its direct module name, or else you may use this one, the whole FQ and FQDN name. Okay, so this will also work. Now, what are these things? So let's understand this. The first one, this community, it called a namespace. Basically, this is your username or your brand name or your company name. Then this is called a collection, in which you specify the functionality or program. Means this calls under a general program. You can inside your one company you can have multiple collection, means multiple programs to work on, and then within these collection or your program you will have modules, means there are various module for my each program. Okay, suppose there is a application and let's call it as a demo app or a vote app. So within that vote app we will have a voting, then calculating, and everything else. Okay, so these are called modules and we are aware of this. This is called an argument. So I am hoping you are aware how you can run it with an ad hoc command. This is very much easy. You just write Ansible, then localhost, then I will provide module name, then hyphen m, and after module name I will provide this whole FQDN name. This one, right? Then hyphen a for argument, and then I will provide this one in double quotes. And that will also work using ad hoc commands. So I'm hoping you are clear with collection. So no need to worry if you don't understand it. We are going to use it on our VM. So let's understand some of the collection ready examples. So first one, if you want to install a particular collection and if you are sure that you want this collection, so you can go ahead and install it. If you want to search about any particular collection, so how you can do that? So you can use Ansible-Galaxy collection search and then the collection name. If you are not sure about any collection, you can just type Azure, it will give you the list. You can also pipe it with grep with the namespace name. If you want to see the install collection, so you can type Ansible-Galaxy collection list. If you want to remove a collection, you can use Ansible-Galaxy collection uninstall and then namespace dot collection name. If you want to initialize a new collection, means if you want to create our new collection, so you can use it this one. So you need to be in this directory itself. So no need to worry. We will also see this how you can initialize your collection, how you can publish it on your Ansible Galaxy. So this is for creating our or publish our collection. So Ansible collection, publish, and this one, and then we need to provide our API key also. First we will build, so it will create a tar.ggs file, and then we will try to publish it. So we will also see this. Then if you want to search for a collection, we have seen this. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with the overview of the collection and its working, its folder structure, right? So let's move ahead and let's create and let's use Azure collection to create a VM in Azure from our controller node itself. So let's meet on our controller node. Hey guys, welcome back. So this is my controller node. You might be aware of it. If I will open my terminal, so DevOps and Ubuntu personal was my managed node. As we are going to deploy a VM on Azure, then we don't need our managed node because we are going to do it from localhost to our Azure. So I will also try to open my Azure portal, and you need to make sure that your Azure is properly configured and ready to log in. So I can use my account. I will authenticate it. Okay guys, so I have logged in and I have a subscription pay as you go because I have ended my free trial. Now in here I will check my Ansible version first. So my Ansible version is properly used and configured, right? Now I will try to use Ansible-Galaxy to install our AZ collection. So Ansible-Galaxy collection install, and then I will use azure.az collection. Okay, and I will use hyphen 4 so that if it was previously installed, it will overwrite it. Okay, so this force option is also included in the terms of collection. We have seen this in terms of role, right? So I will hit enter. It will start installing. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so looks like my Azure collection was installed successfully. Now what I will do, I will open my file explorer, and in terms of working of these files, or in terms with the working of our Azure AG collection, we something called have a dependency installed for our Azure. For each of the services in the Azure, we have our services called Azure MGMT, and for example, for creating a VM, we have a backend module called Azure MGMT Compute. So for each of it, we need to install them. Okay. So for example, we need to install compute, network, and everything else. Okay. So as we have installed our Azure AZ collection, so it will create a folder. Let's open our Ansible. Let's open collection. Let's open Ansible hyphen collection. And if I will open Azure, if I will go to Azure collection, and if I will open requirement.txt file, so you can see it has all these things, right? With the particular version. Now what I can do, I can go to my terminal and I can type to install that dependency also, because by default it came with my Azure collection. Okay, so let's specify that. So I will use sudo pip3. Okay, because I will install pip to install them. Then install -r, and then I will provide the absolute path. So I will use Ansible, then collection, whatever the path name was, right? Collection, then it was Ansible underscore collection, then it was Azure, and then it was AZ collection, and then it was requirement.txt. Okay, so let's hit enter, and I need to enter my password. Okay, so now it will start installing all the requirements for me, right? So you can see it is currently installing MS Graph SDK, then it's install Azure CLI core, then it's install Azure MGMT authorization, and all these things. You can see that it's installing MGMT compute also. Okay, so it will, let's wait for some time and let it get installed all the packages for me, or all the modules for me, so that I can use it in my playbook. Okay, so looks like it took 3 minutes to give me all these things, and looks like it was installed. So let's move ahead. Okay, I will clear the terminal here. So I will type az login, and it is saying az login command was not found. So let's install it. Sudo apt install az cli. Okay, so it was unable to locate package. So I will search for how I can install Azure CLI, and I will go to for Ubuntu, of course. I will go to the first link provided by Azure, and I will select that it's my Ubuntu. So I will use app package. Then the first one, it can install with one command. So let's go ahead and let's try to install it. So I will paste this, and looks like it was installed. I will clear the terminal again, and now I will try to use AZ login. So it will open my browser to authenticate. So I will wait for my browser to open, and it will ask for login. So I will click on it and it should log in. It will also give me our subscription ID and subscription name, right? And I will select one because this is my default subscription to make changes, and it's done. Okay, so now it is set to default the make changes in this subscription. I will clear the terminal again. And now in use to authenticate, you need to create something called a service principal.
And whenever you will create a service principal, it will give authentication to your account. Okay. So let's create a service principal here. So what I will do, I will use easy active directory, then sp for service principal, create for rback hyphen name, and I will use the name as Ansible hyphen collection. Okay, to use it in my collection. It can be anything. I need to provide a role of contributor, and then I need to provide a scope equal to my subscription level. So subscription, and then I need to provide my ID of my subscription. So I will go to my here, I will go to my subscription, and I need to copy my subscription ID. So here it is my, oh sorry, I'll go to the overview. I will copy my subscription ID. I will go in here. I will right click on here and I will paste it. And in here, I will provide the use that I want to use it for my SDK authentication, because I'm using Azure SDK Service Development Kit for my Azure. Okay. So I will hit enter and it should give me. Okay. So I think I am missing something. Okay. So looks like I need to provide subscriptions. Okay. Subscriptions. Okay. So now let's try to enter. And now it has started creation. So you can see that only missing of s inside subscription created issue, and now it has created and given this thing as the output. So with this I will create a, either I can use my environment variable to export all this output and save my credential, or I can use a credential file to authenticate. So how I can use it, either I can use export and then Azure client underscore id, and then I need to provide the whole id, then my subscription id, tenant id, right? Either I can provide this way using my environment variable, or I can use my credential folder that will be placed inside my .azure. Okay, so if I'll go inside it, so here I can create a file called credential. So I will go ahead and I will open it in my terminal, and inside here I will open my Visual Studio Code. And so I am in here and I will click on create file and I will create a file called credentials. So make sure that it should be the same like this one, credentials, right? And it should be on the parent directory. And now in here I will create a group called default, and then within the default I need to provide those passwords that I got inside my another terminal. So these things. Okay, so from these I need to give only four things. So first one you need to give about subscription underscore id, then you need to give a client id, and of course you can just make them export as an environment variable like Azure subscription id in the capital letter, and you can export it as an environment variable, but I won't recommend you to alter any environment variable, so I would ask you to separate them in the credentials file, client id and then my secret and then the tenant. Okay, and then you need to provide all of these things here. So for subscription id I have got it right. So the subscription id would be this one. I will copy it and I will paste it. Then at my client id I need to check for the client id, so this is my client id. Then I need to provide a secret, so secret will be this one, the client secret. I will right click and copy it, and then I need to provide a tenant id, so tenant id will be the tenant id. The first four option we should be aware of. So I will go inside here and I will paste it. Okay, so I am ready with credentials file. Okay, I will just close it and we don't need to reload it. It will automatically take from my .azure credentials files. Okay, so by default, if Azure authenticate, it will automatically check from .azure and then credentials file. Okay, so now I'm good with it and I will save it and I can close it. Okay, so I will clear the terminal in here and I will check the connection. So let's check the connection by running an ad-hoc command using our module Ansible AZ collection. So I will type Ansible local, which is going to be azure.az collection dot azure underscore rm underscore resource group, means I am going to create a resource group. Okay, I will verify the spelling azure.ag collection. So this is my namespace name, this is my collection name, and this is my module name. Okay, then I will provide an argument, and for resource group, what's needed? So name would be, so the name is recommended. So let's say RG test, and location is needed. So location would be, let's give East US for now. Okay. So once we have done that, I will hit enter. Okay, provided his host slots is empty, only local is. Okay, I need to provide local host. I am wrong here. It's not local. It should be local host. So let's wait and let's see if it was achieved or not. Just for the testing purpose, I am using an arrow command to create a resource group. And looks like it's done. It's getting provision state equal to succeeded. I will go to my Azure. I will go to my home. I will click on resource group. And till now it's not reflected. There you go. And we have RG test in place. Okay. So now our test was successful. Let's create a playbook. So first I will navigate to my desktop and let me close this because I don't need this. So let's do this. Let's go to desktop. Let's create a folder Azure collection. Okay. And I will navigate to this. And in here, I will open my Visual Studio Code and I will write the code to create a playbook. So here I will just create a file called playbook.yml. Now I am going to write a proper code to create a VM on Azure. And of course, you should have that those prerequisites enabled for you. Okay, means to install Azure collection, then set up your modules, set up your credential. So if you don't want to see all the code, then you're good to skip. You can skip it and you can just copy paste all the things from web. You can get them on the web. But I would suggest you to go ahead and type those, because so basically that will very helpful for setting up or to understand YAML in the details. Okay. I will start my YAML file and I will give the playbook name create as your VM using AZ collection, right? Then I will give host, and host will be localhost, and you can provide a connection also so that it will not alter to anything in your inventory file. But I will not create inventory file and I am going to perform this on my manage node, and I will provide local. Okay. Then after this I need to provide a vars, means variable, and I need to provide some variables. So first one will be your resource underscore group, and I'm going to provide a resource group as Ansible collection. Okay, RG. Then I need to provide a location, and this is going to be East US. Then I'm going to provide a VM name, and it should be Ansible VM. Then I need to provide a VM size also. So I'm just defining a variable so that I don't use it them again and again. And I will use a standard underscore B1S. You need to make sure that whatever the VM size you are mentioning here, it's in your quota. Okay, how you can see the quota? You can go to this one, you can go to this one, you can go to your subscription, you can go to users plus quota. Then in here you can filter it with your location. So in the region, suppose if I am deploying in East US, So I will go ahead and I will select all and I will type East US, and I will see whether whatever the quota that I'm going to use, it's there. So you can see I'm going to use this family and I have the quota. So we'll go to the home page again and I will go to Visual Studio Code again. I will close the necessary tabs. And then for the VM, I will go and provide my admin username and password. Of course, you can use Ansible-Vault here also, right? Okay, or let's give as your admin at the rate 1234. Okay, so that we can log in and verify the VM. And once it's done, I will start my task. Now, for creating a VM, we need first a resource group. Then we need to create a virtual network. Then we need to create a subnet. Then if you want to connect to it, then we need a public IP address. Then we need a network interface, and then we need a VM. Inside VM, we can attach the managed disk. Okay. If you will not attach a managed disk, then you need to provide a storage account. Tasks. Okay. And let's start our tasks. So task will be create resource group. I will write the code and I will explain you in between. And the module name will be Azure RM underscore resource and then group. Okay. The name would be, and I will use my this one, my Jinja 2 template, and the resource group name I would use this one, right? Then for the location, I'm going to use the same template, right? And instead of this one, I am going to use variable location. Then if you want, you can provide a auth source. So auth underscore source, but by default it will take credentials also. And I can provide credential underscore file, and the profile will be default because I have mentioned it inside the default. Now what I can do, I can just type them. I can just copy paste them 4 or 5 times and I can edit them inside them. So this one, okay, I have provided 4 times. So first one I have created a resource group. Then at second, let's create a virtual network. And my virtual network group module name is Azure RM underscore and then virtual network, right? Then let's give the virtual network name as, because I don't have this one as, so let's give the name as vnet ansible. Then I need to provide a resource group. So in here I will use resource underscore group. This is my argument supported for my that variable. And then I will use the resource group name. So this one I can copy paste it. And I don't need a hot source and this one provided again them again. I need an address underscore prefix needed. Okay. I need to provide them in double quotes 10.0.1, or let's provide 10.0.0.0 and then 16 as a address space, right? And then the location would be location. And to be on safer side, let's provide the location at the end. Okay, so I have created my virtual network also. So you can see how it is easier, right? These are the predefined module by Azure itself. Now we have created our virtual network. Let's create subnet. So for creating a subnet, we have module name as subnet. Okay, and the name will be, let's give the name as subnet ansible, right? Then we need to provide a subscription or for a resource group. So I will give the resource group in the next line. Then I have the location. So location will be good. And so I don't need location actually. So because it will come inside this virtual network itself. Okay. So we need to attach them. Okay. So after resource group, we need to provide now address prefix. So what is the address range you is going to use in this, right? So in here, I will go ahead and I will type 10.0.1.0 and I'm going to use 24. So you need to make sure that this subnet should be resides within this, right? And after this, I need to specify what virtual network you are going to use. So the virtual network is my this virtual network. So it's VNet Ansible. Okay, so I have created my subnet also. Now I will create a public IP so that I can check and see whether I am able to connect from my VM or not. So public, create public IP, and the module name is Azure RM public IP address. Okay, then I will give the name Ansible IP ADDR, right? Then you can provide a resource group, and the resource group would be this one. Then the location, so you can provide the location, you can just copy paste it from here. You can see that how I am easily copying pasting, right? So from here I can just paste it. I don't need to provide auth source and profile again and again. And after this location I need to provide allocation method. And for now, to be on safer end, let's provide a allocation method as static. Okay, so let's verify again. Public IP address name would be then my resource group, then my location, and then my static. All right. Now let's create another task for my NIC. Okay, so network interface. So create network interface, and the module name is used is network and then interface, right? Then I will give Ansible NIC. Then it will have a resource group, a location, then it will have a virtual network, right? So in here, I will go ahead and type virtual network. So I will just copy paste this and I need to provide a subnet also. Okay. So the virtual network and the subnet, what's the subnet name? So we have created it. So subnet name would be this one because the NIC need these details, subnet. And then in here, I need to specify IP config means my NIC, this should be attached my IP. So this NIC, I'm going to attach it to my VM, but this will not work until and unless I will attach my public IP also to my NIC, right? Because the IPs are get attached to the NICs. So I'll provide IP underscore configurations, and then I need to provide them as a list. So I will give name. Then let's give the name as IP config 1, right? And then let's provide public, then IP, then address, then name, and my public IP address name is Ansible IP address. Right, so we have created it. I will save it. Now we are on our main thing. So let's do this. Let's copy all of these things here and let's write our final task to create our VM. So create virtual and machine. Now, what is the module name? Can you guess? Yes, it's a virtual machine. The name would be the virtual name I have already provided on the top. So it should be not name. It should be, I think, VM underscore name, right? Let me see the variable on the top. It should be the VM name. Yeah, VM name and VM size, admin user, admin password. Okay. So I'm good with it. VM name. Then I need to provide the resource group. That is done. Location. It's done. Then I need to provide a VM size. So VM underscore size. And I need to provide it, and variable is VM size. I can also provide here itself, right? Then I need to have NIC, or let's provide the admin username and password for. So admin underscore username and admin underscore password, because I'm not using SSH. You can also use SSH. No need to worry about that. And then within these, I'm going to provide my admin underscore username, right? And then in here, I am going to provide admin underscore password. All right. And then I need to provide my NIC, because I am not going to attach it to my virtual network. Virtual machine does not get attached to virtual network. They got attached to network interface. So I'll provide network underscore interfaces. And why it's interfaces? Because we can attach multiple interfaces to our VM, right? And then so my interfaces and the virtual network interface name is Ansible NIC, right? Then I need to specify managed disk underscore type. If you will not specify managed disk type, so you need to provide storage account. Okay. So for specifying your storage account, it is also is easier. You can mention Azure RM, then a storage account, then resource group, location, name, then the type, and then if you want, you can specify tags. So your storage account will also get created. Then manage this type, and I'm going to use a standard underscore LRS, right? And at the end, what should I provide more? So we have specified its name, resource group, location, site, admin username and password, NIC, but which OS is going to use? So we need to provide that also. So I will use offer, and the offer name, it will not work just if you will provide Ubuntu server. You need to provide the fully qualified domain name by the provider. So it's Ubuntu server and then the focal. If you want to learn more about it, you can go to the collections and learn more about it. Okay. Then you can go to the publisher, and the publisher of this one is Canonical. Then the SQ means what is the version you are going to use. I'm going to use 2004, then LTS, and then Gen 2. And then the version will be latest. Okay. So if you want to learn more about it, just go ahead and type about AZ collection, right? So AZ collection on here, Ansible docs. Then in here you can go to plugin index, or if you want to go ahead, search for rm underscore compute. Okay, virtual machine, right? So virtual machine module, right? So this is the module. You can go to this module, you can go ahead and see the examples. Okay, so you can find the various example in it here. So I think I have used this one, right? So if you got stuck somewhere, you can go ahead and provide and take the reference for Ansible docs. Don't rely every time on the internet or on ChatGPT, because they can also provide some wrong info. Okay, so looks like it's run, right? Let's verify again. Let's quickly go through them again. So I have given a playbook name, create as your VM using easy collection. Then I have given host as local host and collection as local, so that I don't need to perform this on my managed node, right? Because it's going to completely perform on Azure. Before it, what did I do? So first I install Azure collection, then I set up my credential, then I'm writing this playbook. After this, I provide variables, resource group, location, name, VM size, admin username and password, so that I don't need to provide them again and again. Then I am starting my task for creating a resource group, virtual network, subnet, public IP, NIC, and then finally my VM. Okay, and these are my various arguments supported by my various modules. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to run it. And we have tested it, right? So my Ansible was able to connect to my Azure. And if I will go to my Azure, so if I will list, and if I will go to my resource group, so you can see there is nothing. I have just only RG test. So I will go to my Visual Studio Code, or sorry, go to my terminal. I will clear the terminal. Okay, so I have done one mistake here and I have reverted it back. So in the resource group name, this one we have provided earlier Ansible collection RG. So we provide variable value. We had to provide variable name. Okay, so we have provided variable name in here, right? So what it will do, whatever the resource group it will call, it will replace with Ansible collection RG. And earlier we were just writing Ansible hyphen collection RG, which was wrong. So now in here, I will open my terminal. I will verify that I have my playbook in here. I will save it and then I will try to run Ansible hyphen playbook and then playbook.yml and I will try to hit enter. So it's telling gathering facts. So localhost is okay. Now it will create our resource group and it will take time on each task because it's completely on cloud and looks like it's changed, means it was created. I can also provide with a hyphen VVV for verbose and it will give you the details about each task. Now it's on the task of creating virtual network. So let's get it created. So virtual network was also created. Now it's on create subnet. It was also done. Now it's on create public IP address. Now it's on public IP address. It was done. Now it's on create network interface. Now you might be wondering why I didn't got any error at the first time itself. Because so here we got one error. We will fix this. But you might be wondering why I don't get the error in these tasks. Because while performing on my test environment, I got more fixes or more error. But I was able to fix it while performing and while viewing these things in here. Okay, means to do all these things in here to see what are the argument provided in particular subnets, what are the module name, what are the exit module name by navigating for each module on the collection section in the Ansible official docs. So I was able to fix it, but in here looks like we got an error telling create virtual network, error retrieving available machine sizes, API version this does not have operation group, virtual machine sizes. Okay, so looks like in this API that it is going to use, it does not have virtual machine sizes for this API. Okay, so first let me verify my quota. So I'm using BS quota. So let me verify whether I have that quota in my bucket or not. I will go to users and quota and then I will go to region. I will select to East US because I'm deploying everything on East US. And I will see that BS family. Okay, so I have quota of 10 but it's not using, so for my quota I am doing done. Now in here what I will do, I will see PIP. So as I am stuck on only on virtual machine, so I will check the version of my Azure MGMT and virtual machine module. So PIP3, so Azure MGMT and then compute, because this module and package is used. So let's see. And if I will go in here, so you can see that when I install Azure CLI, it's installed this version, right? But when I was showing you my collection, so Ansible collection, collection, Azure, AZ collection, and then requirements.txt. So you can see in here, so the compute and supported version was this one. But in the new module, it is not supported, right? So what I will do, I will again try to overwrite all the module again. Okay. So how I will do that? I will again type sudo pip3 install -r, and then I need to go to my this one, my home folder, then my Ansible. So if you don't know how to work with absolute path, then I would request you to go ahead and first learn about Linux course. So I have Linux course on my channel, then go ahead, please learn it. I have given from a basic to advanced level of info all about Linux. So collections, Ansible_collections, then Azure, then AZ collection, then requirements.txt, and then hyphen force, so that I will reinstall all of them forcefully. I will hit enter. I will provide password, because look like when I have installed one package, it has overwrite it. Okay, the version, but in the requirement.txt, it was everything else, different one. So I will provide hyphen -ours and I will hit enter after providing the password. And now let's get it reinstall it, all the packages. So you might also get an error related to network interface or virtual networks. So you just type that command for reinstalling and for forcing to install from your requirement.txt file. Okay, so let's wait and let's get it installed completely. So what it's doing, whatever the version is finding unmatched version, it's trying to uninstall it and then trying to install it again. And looks like it was installed. I will verify the version again of my Azure MGMT compute. So okay, now it is also 3.1.0. Okay, let I think I need to uninstall it. Pip uninstall Azure MGMT, then compute. I will uninstall it. So now it's got installed. If I will type pip so looks like okay. So now it was uninstalled and now I have the version of 33, right? So let's try to run our playbook. I will clear the terminal. Ansible-Playbook and then playbook.yml and I will hit enter. So as all of these things were already created due to idempotency feature in Ansible, it's not going to do or perform anything. It will just give you OK. If was going to create or delete it, it might have given you changed and then localhost. But as these were already created, it's giving OK and it's not overwriting or recreating anything. It's just leaving them as it is. It has created on our Azure, but we will verify that when we will be have our virtual machine in place. So let's see if this time we got an error or not. And it's taking more than usual and let it take, and there you go, we have our virtual machine in place also, and it's telling changed one and OK 7 because so this one were already created, so that's why it's calling as OK, and earlier these states was also changed. Now I will go to my Google Chrome and I will refresh the portal page. Then I will go to my subscription, or let's go to the resource group. Now you can see my Ansible collection RG is in place. If I will go to my this one, so you can see the name of my this one Ansible collection RG. VM was Ansible VM. Network was VNet Ansible. Subnet was Subnet Ansible. Public IP was Ansible IP ADDR. Let's go ahead. So you can see Ansible NIC, the network security group by default it has created, and my VM. So let's go on VM, Ansible VM. So it has assigned to my public IP address. Let's click on it. Let's go to my terminal. Let's use SSH, then the username that I have provided, the admin username.
which was Azure user, then at the rate and the public IP. I will hit enter. Okay, I will hit yes. Now it's asking for the password. Password was Azure admin at the rate 123, right? Let's verify this. Okay, it was 4 also. And it is not advisable to use passwords and credentials here. You should use Ansible-Vault. If you want to learn about Ansible-Vault, then please go ahead and navigate back to the some chapter called Ansible-Vault. And on my terminal, I will provide 4 also. I will hit enter. And there you go. I am on my Ansible VM created just by Ansible. If I will list the files, I have nothing else. I can become a sudo user. So I am on my root folder. If I will list, so I have all these folders. So within 1 GB of memory, I am able to log in. So that's it. You can how you create your VM. I got only one error in my case, but you might get different errors. So just ensure to use this file while installing the package, right? This requirement.txt. So follow me along and then practice on it. A watching lecture won't help you. Just set up your VM, play on it, and deploy as your things. Okay. So that is also one of the most uses case scenario of Azure Collection and Ansible Collection for deploying a VM on the Azure, right? So before moving further, I would make sure to delete everything else that was created. Okay, so that I will not incur any extra cost. It will incur extra cost to you. So I will select all or let's delete a resource group itself. I will copy the resource group. I will click on apply force and I will click on delete. Click on delete and within the minutes it will delete all the things. I can of course delete these things on my terminal here itself. Okay, so I will exit it. Okay, so looks like it was deleted, so it's not responding. I will cancel it. I will close the terminal and I should reopen it again. Okay, so that is the playbook.yml. I will try to provide it in my resource section or I will try to attach its link on my description of my this chapter. Okay, so thank you all for joining it with me. Let's meet in the next slide. So we have used our Azure collection to deploy and create VM in Azure from our controller Ansible node, right? And I'm hoping it was very helpful and it was one of the real world example of using Ansible nowadays, right? So let's move ahead and let's create our own collection. So we have used and create our roles called Apache 2. So let's use that in our collection. Let's create our own collection and let's try to publish it on our Azure Galaxy and let's see the that created collection in Azure Galaxy. Okay, so let's see example of creating our own collection and let's try to push it on Ansible Galaxy. Now before making forward, I would again tell you the resources that you have created in previous chapter, ensure to delete them and ensure you don't have any resource group in place. Okay, either they will incur you an extra cost. So let's move ahead and let me open my terminal. So let's move on the desktop. Let's create a folder so that I will place all everything else on my that folder itself. And let's create the folder and let's name it as Ansible Collection. Okay, I will move to that folder. I will clear the terminal and I have this empty directory. So for creating our for the role, how we created it, we just created Ansible-Galaxy role init and my the role name, right? So for creating our collection, it is also pretty much similar for creating a skeleton of our collection. I will use Ansible-Galaxy, then collection, then init, and then in here, I don't need to provide only collection. It will ask for my namespace and then my collection name. So I will give the name my namespace as DevOps channel and then I'll provide dot and then I will provide my collection name which is going to be Apache 2. because I'm going to copy the role of use Apache 2 and I'm going to paste it inside this collection. So I will use this command while initializing I need to provide collection dot my namespace dot collection. I will hit enter and you can see that collection this one is was created successfully. I will open my Visual Studio Code to see the things and it has created. So within it I have this namespace DevOps channel, then it has created a collection and then I have docs, meta, plugins, roles. This one is at so first I need to copy my roles inside this folder. Okay, so from my previous folder, let's see where I have my roles folder. So I will minimize all the things. So I think it was the folder of my created roles, right? So within this role I have this Apache 2. So I will copy it and I will go to my desktop. I will go to my Ansible collection. I will go to DevOps channel. I will go to Apache 2. That's my collection name. And then within the roles, I will paste it. Okay. So I pasted my role from my previous session so that I don't need to create it again. So you can see. And as I have posted, so I have that Git repository. I need to delete that Git repository. And now my roles is with these folders that we have created from the previous chapter when we were creating our custom role. So if you haven't gone through that lecture, please go ahead. In that role, we have set up and created our Apache. Okay. And we have also seen that while deploying that role in our manage node. So I have that my roles, I have pasted that role. Now we have to create some folders in here by default. So first one, so the first folder you need to create is docs. So not here. I need to create in here. So okay, I have docs in here. So let's create a playbooks, right? And then I need to create not in here. So within this I will click on it and I will click on here and I need to create tests so that I can test my this one. Then I will click on here and I will click on folder and I need to create a mandatory folder called meta. Okay, so looks like a folder meta exists at this location. Please use. Do I have a meta? Okay, I have meta also. No need to worry. So I have playbooks and I have docs, I have tests, and I have role. Now in the meta, I have runtime.yml and you can provide anything like so I will uncomment this and I will provide that it's require Ansible of greater than 290. So I will or let's specify Python also. So I will give same thing. I will paste it and I will give Python. So basically we are defining a kind of dependency and I will give that this will work only if your Python version is greater than 3.6, right? I will save it and I'm done with the meta. I can close this. I don't need to provide anything in docs, right? So I will leave it as it is. Then so I'm done with roles and plugins is default. So now I can give this one readme.md. So it's telling this one. Let's give some description. Documentation for the collection. This is the collection to set up and test Apache 2 web server on hosts. Okay, I have added just some readme demo. If you want, you can add here also in the plugin. And in the plugin itself, you can create a subdirectory of modules. You can write your Python code and you can use your custom module inside it. Okay. So for that, as I don't want to make it complex, I will not create it, but you can definitely create modules there. And I have galaxy.yml file also. It's also needed and you can define various things about your so DevOps channel, this one, and it's look good to me. And let's give the author name DevOps channel, right? And I will leave the domain as just like as it is. I will save it. So I'm done with galaxy.yml file, and I don't need readme.md file. So now let's create one folder in tests.yml and playbook.yml, and let's create them. Okay. Now inside playbook.yml, I can click on it. I will click on file, and let's name this as deploy underscore Apache. Okay, so deploy underscore apache.yml. Now inside here, we have seen this, how we can write it. So I will just click double hyphen, triple hyphen to start my playbook. And then I will write hosts as Ubuntu. And let's not use hosts. Let's use localhost. We will try to make changes on our VM itself. Become would be yes. Then in here I will use collections. I will use DevOps channel, right? And then dot Apache 2, right? And then I can provide roles. What's the roles? It's Apache 2. I will save it. I am done with deploy.apache. So what it will do next, if I will, so I will push it to my Ansible Galaxy. Now someone will try to install my collection, and someone will just provide playbook forward slash this one. It will directly run this. Okay, so that is what the playbook for. Okay, so I'm done with this, and if you want I can provide with the test also. Let's give the test also, and let's give the name as test.yml, and let's start our yml file. Let's give the name test apache server. Host will be localhost, connection would be local, and then become equal to true, because you need as you are going to install a package, you need admin privilege. And then again I will use collections. If you have multiple, then you can provide in the next line DevOps channel, and then dot Apache 2, and then I can use roles, and it will take the taste from my roles. All right. So I will go ahead and repeat all these things again. So I have initialized my Ansible collection with the help of this command, and you need to initialize with your namespace name and then the collection name. So it created a directory for me, and in that directory it didn't have playbooks. Okay, so in the galaxy.yml I have edited something, like I have added an author and namespace. In the test I have created, so as I have already created a role for my Apache, configuring Apache from my previous chapter, so I've just copied paste inside my role. Then in the meta, it's a runtime, I have provided the dependencies, kind of dependencies. Then in the playbook I have written a main playbook, and from where it will take the playbook, it will take from my role Apache. Similarly the test, it will take from this one. Okay, so now I am done with it. Now I have prepared my collection. So how I will do that, I will go to my terminal and I will list the file. So I am inside my DevOps channel. So what I will do in here, I will go to my DevOps channel. First you need to navigate inside your collection. Okay, so if I will list cd apache 2. Okay, so if I will list the file, so here should be your galaxy.yml and meta file. Okay, so you should be at this repository. Now in here I need to first build the package, so I will use Ansible-Galaxy. So first I will try to navigate on Ansible Galaxy documentation, Ansible, and if I will type DevOps channel, so I don't have anything, right? So Ansible Galaxy, right? And then I will use collection and then build. So it will create a file tar.gz, and it will bundle all of these things in in that file. Okay, it will create a metadata file also. And you need to make sure that where you are going to run this command, at that location you should have a with meta with this file, runtime.yml file, and you should have a galaxy.yml file and these things. Okay, so I will hit enter, and you can see it has created a tar.gz file. I will list the content, so you can see my tar.gz file is there. Now I can push it, okay, to my Ansible Galaxy. So for pushing it to my Ansible Galaxy, Ansible hyphen Galaxy then collection, then publish, and then I need to provide my tar.gz file. Okay, and then in here I need to provide, so from here it's not going to authenticate to my Ansible Galaxy, right? So how you can do that? So here I need to provide an option called API hyphen key, and then in here I need to provide that API key. Now how you will get that API key? For that I need to navigate to my Ansible Galaxy, and I need to click on API token inside collection, and I need to click on load token. Now it's just one time. If you will replace or go to another tab, it will disappear. So make sure to keep this API token. I will right click on it and I will click on paste. I will hit enter, and it will verify whether that meta file is there or not. Okay, so it's telling that a namespace in file name not found. I will go to namespaces and I will go to my namespace. Okay, and I have this namespace, and I need to first navigate back to the folder, and I need to first rename it MV DevOps channel to DevOps channel 23. Okay, and if I will list the files, so I have DevOps channel 23, and looks like I need to create all these things from the basics. So what I will do, I will delete everything else from this file. So rm-r, and within this folder I will delete everything else. Let's list the files. rm-r DevOps channel. Okay, so if I will list the files, so I have this one. If I will go in here, I will close all of them, and I will verify each of the file one by one. So in your case you might not get that error, because in my case I had already one namespace, that's why it gave the error. Okay, so this one, and I need to provide all these things from the basics. So this is my namespace and this is my collection, so this should be good. Then I went to docs, so this is nothing. Then I have in, okay, cancel. Then I have in meta, and this is my runtime, and in the runtime it's good. I can close this. Then I can go to the playbooks, and in this I have deployed at Apache, and I need to provide the collection name. I will save it. Then I can go to the plugins. I have readme.md file, and looks like I don't need to modify anything. Then I will go to the roles. I don't need to modify anything else this also. Then I need to go to the test. Then in here I need to provide 2 3. I will save it. Then I need to the galaxy, and I need to verify that my namespace is correct. Okay, so as I got error, I will clear the terminal, and I need to navigate back to my Ansible collection. Okay, let me list the file. So I need to verify again, and I need to build it again. Okay, cd apache 2. If I will list the file, so I have this one. So now I will type Ansible-Galaxy and then collection build. So now it has builded our collection. So what I can do, I can now type Ansible-Galaxy collection publish, and then the tar.gz name, whatever it's given in the output, and then my API key, And the API key, I think I have overwritten it. I will go to the API token, I will load the token and I will copy it again. And looks like it was done and it is waiting to import my task. So let's wait. And looks like it was done and it is telling collection has successfully published and imported to the Galaxy server. So now let's go to our server. Let's go to namespaces. Let's go to my namespaces. Let's go to the collection and click on view collection and you can see my Apache 2 role is there. Okay. If I will go to the collection, if I will go to DevOps channel 23, so you can see I have my collection on my Ansible Galaxy. Okay. So now this collection is ready to install on your on any device and you can use this collection to for your own use for deploying your Apache server. Then go ahead, please find my collection and try to install or configure Apache 2 on your machine. Let me know if you got any error. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. Now, I know it was a very long chapter, but it was needed to illustrate with demonstration and with the help of demo. Okay, in this chapter, I have illustrate all about roles and collection and all about Ansible Galaxy in detail with the demo. So if you are liking my sharing my content, please go ahead and subscribe to my channel, like my video, subscribe it with your friends who wants to learn Ansible and many DevOps tools. So let's meet in the next chapter. In the next chapter, we will see some of the real world example on using Ansible. We have seen some example already, like deploying our Azure VM from our controller node, right? It was also one of the most useful example nowadays. So let's see some more example in the next chapter. And congratulations, you have made it so far. We are now only two chapter left for completing our Ansible course. Okay. So let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care.
Hey everyone, and welcome to chapter 14. In the previous chapter, we have seen how you can set up your roles and collection, how you can create manual collection on roles, and how you can publish them on Ansible Galaxy, right? So let's move ahead on this chapter. And if you have missed previous chapter, then please go ahead, navigate back, and learn them, practice them, and then come to this chapter. Okay? Because the previous chapter takes a most important part in this series of Ansible. So let's start our chapter 14. This is all about understanding some real world example of Ansible means where nowadays Ansible is being used mostly. So in the real world or in your project, so there might be 100 target hosts that you are going to manage from Ansible. So in my demo or in my this lecture, I won't be able to provide and I won't be able to illustrate you with the help of example of creating manually those 100 servers, right? Because it will not be feasible for me. So I will try to show you the playbook, the actual playbook, and you can run it. If you face any issue, just let me know. But I will make you understand all the playbooks one by one. Okay. So first, let's understand the top five scenarios where the Ansible is being used nowadays. First one is for server provisioning and configuration management. So suppose if you have any already defined server, if you want to deploy a new server, I'm talking not about cloud. So for cloud, I have another point. If you have set up Ansible for your on-prem, then you can set up your new server with using Ansible, and you can also define your software. You can also create users, firewall packages, and more settings inside that new created server itself. Okay, so the first one and the most used is server provisioning and configuration management using Ansible. We have seen all of these things, right? So if you want to deploy a new server, you can use cloud technologies. If you are on-prem, then you can use your own custom modules to create them. Okay. If we want to deploy a software, we have seen this, how we can do that. We can use our modules. So in our Ubuntu, we used apt to deploy various things like Nginx, Apache. For users, you can use a inbuilt module called users. For firewall, you can use network. For packages, app, yum, right? So you can do that. For setting, you can use systems module. So the second use case is cloud infrastructure automation. With the use of this, within this point, you can create and manage resources in the
top leading cloud technologies like AWS, Azure, GCP, OpenStack, right? So we have seen this when we were discussing about collections, when we used collection of Azure.az collection, and then we try to deploy various things, means virtual network, resource group, subnet, NIC, public IP address, and then we use to deploy our first, finally virtual machine. So that one is also one of the most popular use of Ansible. The third is use application deployment. So you have taken your code, and if you want to deploy it, if you want to use your Git inside your Ansible, you can definitely do that. For that, we have a module called Git itself. And then we can take source. Similar like your copy module, it takes source and destination. So you can use Git module, then source, and in the source, you can paste your whole repository ID. The authentication acts as similar like you're setting up your API key that we just did in our collection lecture, right? So with the use of that Git module, we can deploy our code. If you have any CI/CD setup, then that can be also deployed. So if you will talk about deployment of the code, so this is the most used in the DevOps practice, right? So that is also can be leveraged by Ansible. Second one is restart services. You have seen this, right? We can use module called services, and then we can provide argument like a state equal to restarted. Then configure environment variable. You can either define it directly from your shell, means export and then environment variable name, or either you can definitely define it on your playbook itself. And then handle. Okay, so we have seen the handlers. So you will use notify keyword and then it will call the handle. The fourth one is security patching and updates. And if you are using Ansible in your company, then it's 99% chance that you are definitely using it for security patching and updates. To managing and upgrading all the apps in 100 and bunch of servers with one command with one playbook. The fifth is orchestration of the complex workflows. So if you want to coordinate multiple hosts, if you have set up multiple hosts in your inventory file, if you want to build a multiple step tasks like setting up a load balancer, DB cluster or CI/CD pipelines, you can definitely do that with the help of Ansible. Okay, so we'll see load balancer in this example itself. And with example of this, so let's see some more examples where the Ansible is now used most. Means what are the cases scenario? Okay, so let's understand this. So first we will see using our load balancer with the help of Ansible. So here is the simple folder structure. So in here I have a project directory, then at the root level I have inventory file, then playbook, and here I am created a role. Okay, and the role name is nginx underscore lb load balancer. And then in the load balancer, I am providing just two folder like task and templates, right? I told you that it's not needed to define all those 7 folders inside the roles. You can define it only two tasks itself. So in my role, I will define tasks and templates. Okay. So what I am going to do, what are the case scenario here? Basically, we are going to write code to configure nginx.conf file, this one, right? And then we are going to define an upstream block named backend listing your backend server. So we will see this when we will be discussing our conf file. Okay, so this one is my inventory file, and in the inventory file I have one host as load balancer, the primary host or the upper host, and then I have two web servers, means my backend hosts. Okay, and I am using here Ansible SSH credentials, right? My username and password, and it's not recommended at all. Either you use SSH keeper or you should use Ansible-Vault. So this is the inventory file. Then we will see our playbook file. So this is my simple playbook in which I am not doing anything. I am just taking that go ahead and just leave the host as load balancer, means it is going to trigger this playbook on the load balancer, this host. Become yes because I'm going to install these servers. So we will see this in our nginx lb that we are going to install nginx server. And then becoming yes because we are going to install a package called nginx. So we would need admin credentials. So this is my inventory file and this is my playbook file. Playbook file is very simple. We are just using roles nginx lb. Now let's see the task main YML and nginx conf. So my nginx configuration file will looks like this. If you haven't worked with Jinja to templating, then no need to worry. It's very easy. So here I am defining one upstream backend named backend, and this will be listening to our backend servers. So this will be listening to our web servers, and it will take our host from the Ansible host, and where it is listening is it is listening to port 8. And here are the some predefined for our engineering servers, where by default headers are set and the where it is going to pass. Okay, so it is going to pass HTTP and one by one all of these backend ports. So here it will replace each backend host here. So once we will try to visit HTTP and one of my load balancer IP. So I have in my case only one load balancer IP. It will route it to one of the web servers in the backend. And we are only hitting the request of to the load balancer port 280. Okay. So let's see. Let's write our main file, which is inside our task and main, because in my playbook I am not writing any task, I'm just calling roles. So what this role will do, it will take the templates module itself, it will take the task module itself, right, and it will apply to it. So we've seen the nginx configuration file inside my templates, and then we will see this one. So first one, I am installing my Nginx. So I'm using apt module. Then name of this module is Nginx state present. Update cache yes means it is going to use our cache memory to check for the Nginx packages and modules. If it is there, then it will use that one itself. It is not going to completely take and install from the web. Then at the second task, I am configuring Nginx as load balancer. So I will use the template. Then I'm taking source, and I am not providing any absolute path, because where I am writing this main.yml file, at the same location I have this Nginx conf. So this one, and the destination will be etc Nginx. So just remember this. So we are deploying this on our host, on our load balancer, right? So what it will do, it will create by default folder called etc nginx and www.html also. So in this folder we are copying this configuration file. Okay, and we are setting the owner of this configuration file as root, and the group is default root, and the mode is to read write executable to my, so read and write for my owner. Then I am also adding a task to test our nginx configuration, and I am putting a command called nginx-t. I am putting it to output call nginx test, so that I can use it to provide it with my debug command. Okay, I can use it with my debug command, just register.std out. So what it will do, it will print that in my debug output. And then I am giving a kind of error handling like changed when false. So it's not, it's basically a conditional that whenever it will not change, then only test it. If it is changed, then don't test it. Then I am also going to restart our nginx servers. Here I am defining service and name nginx state restarted and enabled yes. Okay, so once if you will call this, once if you will run this playbook, so what we will do, how we will write ansible hyphen playbook hyphen I inventory.ini, then playbook.yml. So what it will do, it will start nginx server, it will install on my load balancer, and it will route these servers, so from this to this one. Okay, so once if I will log in to my this Ansible host, my load balancer host, and if I will log in and go to localhost, so by default it might be routing to this or this on the port 80. From your controller node itself, it was not a controller node. Keep in mind, this is a different host, this is a different host, and this is a different host. From your controller node, if you will try to access curl http this node, this load balancer, so what it will do in the backend, it will be either trying to redirect to this one, or it will be trying to redirect to this one. If you have worked in a web development area, so you can also set up internet information services in case if they are windows, and you can by default install nginx servers in them to redirect. So what it will do, you can define them in the www.html file, and you can write them the host file. So I will tell you. So suppose in this host what I am going to do, in my www html folder that was created by nginx, so in this folder what I am going to write, so html. So in this, what I will do, I will just define h1 header and footer and h1, and in here I will define a host name. Okay, so host name environment variable. Okay, so here I will define host name. I will write host name, and then here I will end my header tag. Right. So now what I will do, I will save it. So and this is completely in my nginx folder and which is installed in my each servers. So once if I will write this, I will save it. So what it will do, if I will try to log in this one from anyone. So suppose this one is my controller node, right? This one is my controller node and I have opened my browser, and in here I am writing http then dot, and then I'm going to use this IP, the load balancer IP. Okay. So what it will do now, it will connect it to two load balancer because I have two web servers in the background, and it will give output as whether if you are typing host name, so it will take web1 and it will replace here web1. So what you will see in the output, you will see on the web page, it will be either web1 or web2. Okay. So this will be very handy, and this is also one of the most useful, and it is also one of the most used scenario in case of Ansible, means if you are setting up a load balancer. So I'm hoping you are clear. So let's move ahead and let's understand one more scenario. So here we will understand about asynchronous actions using Ansible. So basically we will talk about two keywords like async and poll. The Ansible in the backend is going to check for each task in each 10 seconds by default. What if you want to customize it, or if you want to make it to not check it for 10 seconds, set it up the timer to check it for 15 seconds or 20 seconds. So how you are going to do that? So you can use keyword like poll. Now what is this async? So this async, suppose if you have bunch of tasks, right? If you have 10 tasks, and if you are trying to illustrate or establish that one task should not take more than 10 minutes, whether it is going to fail or execute. If it is going to fail, so it will throw all the errors. So for that you can define an error handling that ignore underscore error equal to yes. That you can also implement using this example. So we have seen error handling also. Okay, and error handling is also and not also every time and most of the time is being used if you are using Ansible. So let's see one example. I have one maintenance.sh file at this location. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I have one server and I'm going to check for a maintenance. I'm going to shut it down for a maintenance, and I will wait for using poll keyword. Okay. So I have this keyword files and maintenance.sh. This is a simple script in which I am typing echo starting maintenance on my host name. It will replace it with my host name. Then I will sleep for 30 seconds and then I will type echo maintenance complete. So this script is going to 30 seconds, right? So after writing this code, what I will do, I will also change the permission so that I can make it executable. Now after this, I am going to write our code and at this location, and I'm going to trigger all of these things on my web servers. And suppose in my web servers group I have 10 of servers defined. Now in the remote script path means where I'm going to copy the maintenance.sh file on my web servers folder. So I'm going to keep them in temp maintenance.sh. Now the first task is to copy the script to my remote hosts, all the hosts defined in this group. So I'm taking it from files and then maintenance.sh, and I am copying it to remote script path. So this one. So this is not a web server, this is a group, and this group might contains 100 of servers in the backend. Okay. Then I am going to execute this script in the background. Here I'm using cell command to execute the cell, and you should make it executable first. I will give the remote script path, and it's the cell command will not take any other argument. If you will type command, then it might take an argument. If you are taking cell, then it might not take any argument. You just provide the cell file and it will execute it. Then I'm using async 90 means, hey, go ahead and run this script for 90 seconds. Then I'm using poll 0. By default the poll is 10. So what it's going to do, you should not wait for each of these servers for it. So I'm using 0 second means if it is going to check for any connection, you should not get 10 seconds of time. So I might have three servers defined here, and it is going to take each servers 30 seconds. So I'm using 90 seconds so that it will not going to check for each servers. So once it will get to this task, it will start executing maintenance.sh on my three web servers one by one alternatively. Okay. And it is not going to wait at all. Then I am going to register whatever output I got here to script underscore job variable so that I can use it later. Then I am calling a task for getting a async status, and I'm using job ID, and I am adding a script job my register with Ansible job ID. So from here, okay, I will get my job ID. Then I am getting the output of this output from, and I am assigning it to variable called result. Then I am assigning until. So these are the new keywords, and these might be also very helpful when you are using Ansible in the real world. So until, it will keep retrying until the result is finished, and it will try for 10 seconds. Retries will be 10 seconds and the delay will be 5 seconds. And then finally we will show the output. So this output, and we are using a debug module, we have seen this, and we are calling a stdout module, an argument here with the help of result function. Okay, so that is the use of asynchronous action if in case of Ansible, and it is also one of the most useful case. Okay, now let's move ahead and let's understand about rolling strategy. So suppose if you have bunch of servers, and if you want to update your servers with something or with the patches, so you need to understand a strategy in the Ansible. Okay, now we have four strategies in the place. You can definitely combine them. We can combine these two, you can combine these two. So by default, it uses a linear structure. All hosts in the lockstep means first. So suppose if you have two tasks, task one and task two, and if you have two hosts, host one and host two. So first, if you haven't defined any strategy, what it will do? It will go ahead and it will run host one, task one. Then once the task one is completed for host one, it is going to run for host two. Then it will go ahead and run task 2 for host 1 and then for host 2. Similarly for free. So for each of the task, one host will run, and then for once the task will be completed, then the another task will run. And they will be running in the parallelly. But these are the parallelly execution. So let's understand them one by one. First one is linear or default strategy. We have seen this. So what it will do, the host 1 runs task 1, right? And we are using debug module to print this, and we are using inventory underscore host name. So in the host, from the host inventory file, it will take the host name of this one. Okay, then once the task one for host one is completed, then the host two will come and it will run the host one, right? Then the host one will come to task two. Once it will get completed for host one, then host two will come and the task two will complete it. Okay, so this is the linear approach. So you can set up the strategy whatever you like, or whatever is concerned for your company, you can use that strategy. Okay, so this one was our linear approach. Then next come our free strategy, in which the host run task as soon as they can independently. If one host finishes task one, and so it start task 2 immediately independent of whether the another host is on still on task 1 or whether it got error. If it got error, you can here type error handling itself. And what could be the error handling? You can use here, unreachable underscore host. So you can use it in the free strategy. Okay, so you can use unreachable, and if you are defined to as yes, so must means what it will do, if any host is unreachable, it will ignore that and it will come to the next task. If you will not define that, it will throw that error that this host is not reachable, and it will stop the your playbook at there itself. Okay, so just make them, just understand these strategy a very simple way. These are very easy and they are definitely being used in your company, right? Next one, host pin strategy, in which tasks for each host always run on the same workflow process, which can matter for plugins that use local context. So if you are using a host pin strategy, so pinned host, where you have defined using your plugins or your local cache. Okay, so you have definitely defined in your plugins where the host, or you might have used a delegate to keyword to delegate this task whenever this host is doing this, right? So you can use host pinned using that delegate to keyword to run this and separate from other hosts. All right. Next one is customer combine, means you can definitely combine two strategy. So I have combined here linear and tree. So for this, it will follow a linear strategy, and for this, it will follow the tree strategy. Okay. And in here, what I'm doing, I'm combining two plays here. Okay. These are not combining of two playbooks. If they have two playbooks, so they might be starting with hyphen itself. Okay. So how you can combine two YML file? So once it's done, you can again start three hyphens in here to start another playbook. But here, it's called a play, means we are starting one play after the another. Okay, and we have combined two strategy in here. So let's move ahead. If you have understand about our strategy for rolling out update, now what if you want to have a zero time downtime in your scenario of rolling out update? So you can use a strategy called free with the serial keyword 0. Now what is a serial keyword is used for? So serial keyword is used if you want to deploy or if you want to trigger that particular host at one time. Suppose if you have 10 servers in the backend, and if you are defining serial equal to true, so what it will do at one time, it is going to trigger only two hosts at a time. Okay, these are very helpful and very used when you are going to perform a rolling update on your web servers. Okay, and they are very common and they are definitely being used if you are managing a zero downtime deployment with Ansible. With the help of these keywords, you can have a canary deployment, you can have a blue-green deployment with the help of and with the combine of these two. So you need to understand these concepts. We are defining some scenarios here. Suppose we have four web servers behind a load balancer and we want to update or restart them one at a time. Okay, so we are not going to affect because it will not create or it will not call a zero downtime. Then we will use the free strategy to let each host move independently one by one. Then we will use CL keyword control how many hosts runs at the same time. Now let's see its deployment one by one. So I have these web servers. This is my inventory file. I have these web servers, and basically I have a load balancer in place which is connecting to this inventory file or these web servers in the backend. Okay, so they are connecting that my load balancer is connecting to these four web servers. So I will write my code and I will type strategy as free. And what was the free strategy? First, it will go ahead and run for just forget about serial one. Okay. So first, let's understand about strategy equal to free. What it will do? It will take each task, it will run and start executing each task, no matter where the web 2 is stuck, where web 3 is stuck. Now, suppose if one user is using web 2 and at that web 2 it is stuck. So, how you are going to get rid of it? It is not a zero downtime. It is definitely a downtime for web. So, here we are furthering filtering out the above result to serial 1 means go ahead and filter this result to serial one means update one server at a time. So what it will do, it is just like a linear approach, but in the linear approach we are going to use a task first, then it will complete it by the host name, then the host name will get task 2, and then web 1 will come here, right? So we don't want that. Same here, we are going to do this scenario, and in filtering out this scenario, what it is going to do, it will first run web 1 server for each of these. Once it's done, then web server 2 will come with the help of serial 2. Then it will use a free strategy. Then it will run all of these things for the web 2. So with the help of this, if it is going to trigger for web 1 server, it is not going to change anything in web 2, web 3, web 4, right? So this is called a zero downtime. I have changes going on web 1 server, but it is not affecting a web 2, web 3, web 4. If we are not defining serial 2, if we are not defining this serial, so let's understand what happens. So what it will do, it will use strategy free, it will start coming this one. So web 1 will come here. Once it will get completed, web 1 will come here, web 2 will come here. Once it will get completed, web 1 will come here, web 2 will come here, web 3 will come here. Once web 1 will be here, so web 2, web 3, web 4 will be there. So with the help of this strategy free or linear, all the four web servers will be affected. With the help of server serial, at once we are selecting only one server and then we are using strategy free means hey go ahead and select this server. So for the best practice, I would request you if you have suppose four server itself in the backend, you can have serial equal to 2 as a setup so that you can faster deploy or test your environment by rolling out your update, and at the same time you can have two web server free for your users. So I'm hoping you have understand. So these are the common patterns you can follow. So if you want to update all hosts step by step together, so you can do linear. So what it will do, the by default strategy is linear itself. So once host 1 will come here or web 1 will come here, it will stop till here. Now web 1 will come here after completing this. 2 will come here. Once web 1 will complete this one, so web 1 will come here. Now web 2 was completed this, so web 2 will come here and then web 3 is here. Similarly, at the last what it will do, web 1 will come here, then web 2 will come here after ending the second task, then web 3 will come after ending the first task, and at the last web 4 will come. Then again, web 1 will complete this task, exit from the task, update was done for web 1, web 2 will come. So this time, with the help of this by default linear approach, we are using this one by one, right? Now let's understand what these tasks are also doing. So it's basically a debug module, means it will print it to your terminal from where you are using Ansible. So it will use and debug, and it will print updating and then inventory host name. So you can test it out, right? If you have 4 servers, you can test it out. It will definitely work. It is not working for testing purpose. If it is not working, then no need to worry. Just let me know in the comment section. I would be happy to assist you. Then I am using pulling a new code. Okay, and I can use a new code or I can use a git module to fetch my code using source and destination argument. The source will contains your git repository and the destination will complete your contains your deployment path. Then here I'm using a cell and I'm giving full stop in here, and this one is for multi-line argument for your modules. Okay, so here I am giving multi-line argument. So first one is echo pulling new code on inventory.hostname. So it will by default it will take this one. So this is called inventory._hostname. We have discussed it in the variable section. Okay, then I'm sleeping for 5 seconds. After this I am restarting web servers, and what is the web service name where I'm going to use is nginx. And then I am going to use whether my web service is up and running fine or not. So it will use your URI module, and URI is HTTP Ansible host, means by default it is going to connect to your Nginx server. Okay, so this is the YAML file is doing. So this one is for step by step together if you want to use linear. If you want to use rolling update one by one, so you can use this command. We are using this, so we are rolling out update one by one. In the scenario, if you want to rolling update two at a time, you can use free with the CL keyword of two. These are the most common practices used nowadays if your company or if any project is using Ansible. So I have illustrated you the 5 top most cases of this use, and also the common practices using async, poll, different type of strategy, how you can set up a load balancer using Ansible itself, right? Now let's move ahead and let's understand one more example if you are coming from a Java background. Okay, so this is the most helpful and most useful use of Ansible itself. In here, what it is, in this, I have a war file or a jar file, and I'm going to deploy it using my Apache Tomcat server to my web server in the backend or my remote host using Ansible. So let's see how you will do that. First one, let's understand the scenario. I have one or more Tomcat servers. Suppose I have Ubuntu as an example, so that I will use apt as a module. And then I have a pre-built a war file. If you haven't and if you are building from scratch, you can definitely do that. Then what the Ansible is going to play in this scenario, what its role. So first it will install a Tomcat server if needed. Then it will copy our war file from our controller node to Tomcat web apps directory. So once if you install any web server, so suppose if we install our nginx, so what it will do, it created a nginx folder inside etc nginx, right? Similarly, if you install our Tomcat server, it will create a folder called web apps. Then we will, once the configuration and once we will copy the war file, we will restart our Tomcat to take the changes reflect on the updated Tomcat server. Then we will verify the deployment. Okay, so let's understand this. So I have this folder structure in which I have one inventory.ini file in which I have defined one of our web server on which I'm going to deploy our Tomcat and how we are going to deploy our war or jar file. Then I have a main playbook. which I will use to define all of these things. Then I have a folder directory in which I have defined, not defined, I have a my app.var file already pre-built there, which is the output of my code. Okay. So this project structure is helpful when you are working on in your operations team. It's not for a development team. Development team has handed over their war file to you to deploy on a Tomcat server. Okay. Now this is my inventory.ini file in which I have one Tomcat server. I can have multiple Tomcat server. So this is just a remote host on which I'm going to install Tomcat and I'm going to deploy my war file. Okay. And these are the variables I can definitely use here. So I'm using our SSH key pair to authenticate. I can definitely use our password using Ansible-Vault. And then I have my main playbook.yml. So let's understand this one by one. The name of my playbook is deploy war to Tomcat. Then my host is Tomcat server, means it's going to trigger this one. Become equal to true means I'm going to use and I'm going to install my Tomcat. That is why it is using Tomcat and it is checking for. So I'm starting my task. I will check whether my Tomcat server is started or not. So I'm using systemd module to check for the servers, right? So if you want to check for the services, you can use systemd and then you can use your HTTPD, SSH, anything else. Okay. I will check whether it is started or not. It is started. I'm good. You can also create another task to debug and basically you can use here register to output and then in the next task you can use debug and message equal to then in the debug you can use argument called message and you can use output.stdout so that it will tell you that tom code is started or not. Here it is just checking. If you want to take the output also you can use debug command. Okay, so that's how you can do that. Let me understand you also by taking pen. So after this I can use register keyword, register argument here. Okay, and I will what I will do, I will use it as a output. Okay, then in here I will define one more task for our debug module, right? And with the debug module I will use, so I will use debug, right? And in debug I will use a message argument, and in the message what I will do, I will use this output and then std out so that it will print it to my terminal whatever the output I will got here. Okay, so std and then out. I'm writing it on my mouse pad, that's why it's taking time. Okay, so you can use another keyword to verify. Now the next task is to copy my war file to my tomcat webs directory. So the source is my files and then web app war and the destination would be opt tomcat web apps that is created by my tomcat servers on my target host and I'm deploying my app.var. If you will place this web app or war file to any other location it will not work. Then I am once if I have copied I have given a permission called tomcat and my a group which is my user. I can have a ubuntu user. If you have that as an admin privilege then I'm giving a executable permission also so that we can execute it, right? And then after we are restarting our nginx or a tomcat server, and after that we are restarting our tomcat server so that it will take this reflect. Once it's done I will write ansible-playbook inventory.ini playbook.yml. Once it's done, what I can do, I can use this host. If it is a reachable to your controller node itself you can use curl, and then once if I will run this on my browser itself it will execute this war file using Java. Okay, now keep in mind that this war file needed Java because war file comes from the output of the Java. So you can also add tasks to ensure the installation of Java and configuring of Java. Okay, also suppose if you don't want to use Tomcat server, what you can do, you can use even Java itself to trigger the run of this war file using Java CP command. Okay, so that can also use and execute this war file on your server. It not needed to be Tomcat. So it will execute and it will give you the output. But Tomcat server is used to deploy your app to a web server. And if you want to test it out, you can use Java. So you need to make sure that, and I am assuming that Java was already installed and configured on this Ansible host or on your controller node. Okay. So that's it for this lecture. We have understand and we have seen most of the common use cases of Ansible in this chapter. Please go ahead practice them. Just create, if you do not have enough resources in your virtual box, go ahead on cloud services, deploy your Ubuntu VM of in fact 2 GB of RAM, it can work. Okay, so deploy it, practice it. Let me know if you got any error with these examples. In these examples, we have seen where it's being used. In the collection itself, we have seen how you can define or deploy a Azure VM using your controller node, right? Then we have seen how you can use a load balancer. Then we have seen how you can deploy a war file in a Tomcat server. We have seen how you can use Ansible using rolling updates, using strategies. Then how you can use async or poll keyword, right? So that's it for this chapter. So let's meet in the next chapter, which is going to be of our last chapter in this Ansible series, which is all about Ansible Tower. In this chapter, we will have a quick guide about our Ansible Tower. Okay, which is a paid version of enterprise application of Ansible. So let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care everyone.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this very last chapter of this series on Ansible. In this chapter, we will have a quick guide about Ansible Tower. So let's learn about it. So if we'll talk about Ansible Tower, so it's currently owned by Red Hat and it's a enterprise level web-based UI for and API for managing your Ansible automation. So till now, you were doing all these things via your terminal, right? For managing your inventory, for managing your playbooks, for managing your roles, for managing your collections. So now, what if your company does not want to store all the automation stuff on your controller node? They want to store them on something called an Ansible Tower. So that's how you can implement your Ansible Tower in your infrastructure. And nowadays, many enterprise uses only Ansible Tower itself instead of Ansible on your controller node. Okay, because it provide a web interface and the most important is provide a role based access control in which multiple user or a group of user don't need to install Ansible on their controller node. They can just go to their Ansible Tower link and they can access the Ansible with the help of whatever access they have defined. Okay, and this Ansible Tower also have a secure storage for your credential. They can have a job scheduling and approval workflows. They can have a real time playbook output, logging, and even an auditing. And one of the most important, Ansible Tower provides you an API to integrate your application to the other backend tools like CI/CD, ServiceNow, and many tools. So keep in mind that Ansible Tower is a purchase product. It's a commercial license product. Ansible Red Hat. So currently it's owned by Red Hat. If you want, you can have an open source project, so free version, which is called AWX. Okay, so we'll learn about it in the next slides. So let's learn about why you should use Ansible Tower, why you should not use terminal. Do not have any access control. If you are defining any Ansible administrator, they need to have an Ansible install on their local machine, right? Which is going to be called as a controller node. So without tower, the SSH keys is completely scattered. You define all these things in the SSH keys for your different web host, your different web servers. So they are completely scattered. With the help of tower, you have a central credential vault and it uses a PostgreSQL for storing your data, which is very safe. Okay. Then for connecting to your automation, you have only CLI method to connect with it. While with the help of Ansible Tower, you have it's a web UI and it uses a REST API. You can call API with the help of your application itself. Here you don't have any user access control. You define, you ask the administrator that hey, go ahead, install Ansible on your controller node and start managing your server. But in here you have a fine grained RBAC. You define which user is restricted to how much role, which section. Here you just need to run your playbook. They are completely manually scheduled. while help of Tower, you have automated job schedules. In here, there is hard rotating. You cannot find who made changes and when, while the Tower it's on your home page itself. Here, there are no workflows, how you are going to manage your playbooks, how you are going to roles, collection. But here, you can have a multi-step job orchestration. Means you can define you are going to run this playbook after this playbook, right? So that was the difference. Now, if you will talk about the core features, so first one is very important. It is a web-based, means you are seeing the things that here are these things. Okay, so web-based UI and the dashboard in which you can view and launch playbooks. You can see job status, history, and logs, and you can also organize inventories, project, and credential itself. Next one is very important. It is rule-based access control. You can separate your admins, your operators, auditor roles, and you can also define team-based permission and you can assign these permissions to these groups. Next one is credential management. You don't need to store all of these things as SSH keys in the separate file. You have a central vault for storing your SSH keys, your cloud keys, or even your vault passwords. Then you can have a project. You can isolate your project from each other. You can connect your tower to your GitHub repository and other distributed version control system or centralized version control system in which your playbooks are placed and it will fetch the playbooks directly. Next one is inventories in which you can define a static or dynamic inventories which we have seen, right? What is dynamic inventories? So dynamic inventories is basically a Python file in which it will get uh, write or triggered and it will change your inventory or the target host on the base of the database or the code that you have written in your dynamic inventory Python file. Next one is job template in which you define how a playbook should run with the help of your inventories, credentials, variables, right? They are reusable and parameterized. If you will talk about workflows, so yes, they have the workflows in place. Before running a playbook, you can define approvals, they have a manual trigger, you can define a conditional logic. So suppose if you want to define that if the target host is CentOS of version 7, then run this playbook itself. Yes, you can define them in your playbook itself, but you can have in your workflow setup. Then you have a scheduling. So you can run and schedule a job in the basis of a daily, weekly, or hours. Then you can trigger or create a notification itself. If it is going to run a playbook, then create a webhook or create a trigger for it. If it is going to fail, then also create a trigger for it. You can integrate your email or cell phone to push notifications for it. Then you have a very important REST API. So basically, it's a full API to trigger jobs, pull logs, and to integrate with various services tools like CI/CD, ServiceNow, etc. Okay, now let's understand its architecture. So you have given permission to a particular user or a group of team, and yes, they connect to your Active Directory, means you can directly fetch the users from your Active Directory. When these users and teams are connecting via web-based UI or API, then they are connecting to Ansible Tower and in the backend it's using Django app and PostgreSQL DB to store your data. Then you are going to run your playbook and in the backend it's using Ansible engine to run your playbook and that an engine is using by either SSH, WinRM or even an API to connect with your web servers, your DB servers or your cloud VM. Okay, so that's how the Ansible works under the hood and that is the overview on its architecture. Let's move ahead and let's understand whether it is a free. Is it available to use for you? So no, it's completely not. It's a paid and licensed product and it's currently owned by Red Hat. If you want a free version, so there is another alternative which is called Ansible AWX, which has nearly the same feature like Tower, but it does not have any firmware support. It does not is stable as a production, and it does not have early releases as compared to the Tower. So none of the organizations uses Ansible AWX. It's just for a testing or learning purpose. While nowadays every organization is using Ansible Tower by purchasing projects and license because it does support commercial support. Now let's learn about Ansible Tower and Ansible AWX. What's the difference? So Ansible AWX, so it has open source. It is open source. Anyone can install and use it, while the Ansible Tower is not. It's a commercial product and paid product. Okay. If you will talk about support, so there is no support for AWX. If you got any error, then you need to go and search for a community support for AWX or a web support. While in case of Tower, if you got any error, then you can directly connect your Red Hat support and they will assist you. Same features, so yes, mostly, but in case of Tower, you get fully tested features with a stable features and extra integration and plugins. In case of upgrades, so they are not early releases, they are completely community managed, while in case of Ansible Tower, it's completely supported. Okay, so let's move ahead, and this is the home page of Ansible Tower. So first of all, I would like you to apologize because I was not able to set a demo for it because I can only set up an Ansible AWX because setting up Ansible Tower needs a CentOS or a Red Hat based operating system. Okay, so I don't have any of these, and if you want an illustration for Ansible AWX or Tower, they needs their own course. Okay, so they needs their own course for a better illustration. So if you will tell me, I can make a course for you only on Ansible Tower and Ansible AWX itself. Now, for implementing and for accessing Ansible Tower, you should have a Linux CentOS version 7 or 8, or you should have an Ansible Red Hat Enterprise Linux operating system. Okay, so you should have only those two, and the Ansible Tower is supported for only those two OS, and you should have a license for it. Okay, so as I don't want to purchase a license for this part of this series, I can purchase a license for you so that I can make a separate course on Ansible Tower itself. Now next comes Ansible AWX, which was a free version of Ansible Tower. Okay, so I was trying to set up Ansible AWX for you, but I was not able to do so. I will tell you the reason. So Ansible AWX supports all the operating system that is comes in Linux. So for my Ubuntu, it was supported. So yes, it was. Now next come how it runs on your Linux. So basically, it can be run either two ways, either using Docker Compose or Kubernetes. For running the Ansible engine for your Ansible AWX, the Docker Compose is deprecated. So I was going to use it via Kubernetes. So while running it Ansible AWX using Kubernetes, it's second line of your YAML file. You are defining an API, right? While the code or the while Kubernetes engine is coming on the second line is showing an error. I tried many methods. I went on any web-based links and methods. I tried everything, but it gives me error only. So as of now, I think there might be some upgrades or there might be some improvement in there. That's why they have it's not supported and I'm not able to run it. But in the future, they might definitely have one fix because Ansible AWX is definitely needed for learning purpose or for a testing environment because not everyone can run Ansible Tower on their own, right? So I was not able to set up a demo for Ansible AWX or Tower. I apologizing for that, but I do have a screenshot in here for the dashboard or for the home page of this Ansible Tower. Now, how you can access this? So once if you will install Ansible Tower or Ansible AWS in that web-based you can open your browser, you can go to the local host with some port. So that port will be given you while installing the Ansible Tower or engine. And then you can log in with your admin credential. By default, the username is admin and password is also admin. If you are using Kubernetes and Ansible AWS, so the password getting password is bit tricky. You need to get it from one file inside that Kubernetes. So once it's set up, once you will run, it will give you this home page. Now this one is the dashboard on which we are currently, and you can see it's very easy to understand with the help of UI, right? So here it's giving a host, how many hosts I have, how many failed hosts, how many inventory sync failure means the dynamic inventory, right? Then how many projects I have and how many projects sync failure. Then it's a job status. You can filter them with you either fail or succeeded. Then the job type either with the help of playbook, roles or collections. Then in here you can have a recently used job template and the recently job area in which you can see the job. Now in here you can see the jobs. So basically it show you all the jobs whenever you if you will click on here, so it will show you all the jobs, playbook runs, your inventory syncs, your playbooks project syncs itself. Next one is schedules in which you can define your jobs to run automatically on basis of your time interval, weekly, hourly and daily. Okay. Then the view, so basically it's totally for customization in which you can customize your view on your own preference. Then next come a resources section and access section. In the resources, you have a templates in which you define your own playbook job template that you are going to reuse. You have credential section. It uses PostgreSQL for storing your credentials, right? And you are going to store your SSH keys, your cloud keys in here. Next come projects. So basically these are the code sources, usually your Git repo containing your Ansible playbook. Okay, they are going to automatically trigger if you are going to keep them with the help of schedule. Then next come inventories in which you define your inventories with the help of credential and with their user itself. Okay, and how these users are going to connect, whether they are root or normal user. Next one is inventory script. It's for dynamic inventories if you have set up in place. Next one is access. If you want to isolate the environment, you can use organizations here. Next one is users. So you can have active directory in place to integrate your users in here itself. Then you can have a team. You can group user together for role-based access control, authorization and authentication. Then you have an administrator here. So in here you can manage your custom credentials definitions. Okay, so that was the overview of Ansible Tower homepage. So if you want to learn more about Ansible Tower, just let me know. If I will get some time, I will create a license for you. I will install a CentOS operating system and I will try to set up a demo for you Ansible Tower because it needs its own course. So we are now at end of the course. Thank you all for joining it with me. I know it was very long chapter, but yeah, it was needed to make you understand Ansible fully. Also, I am sure that you definitely practice it while watching my lecture. So please like to my video, subscribe to my channel, please navigate to other courses. I have many courses like Bash scripting, Git and GitHub in detail, my Linux course, a DevOps full roadmap, and the upcoming courses like Docker, Kubernetes, and many, many more. So please share it with your friends who wants to learn about DevOps tools, and please subscribe to my channel. As of now, I can see there are currently 98% of my audience who haven't subscribed to my channel. Okay, so please subscribe it to my channel. It will motivate me to make more lectures like this. So thank you again all of you for joining it with me. Let's meet in the next series of chapters or lectures. Till then, take care everyone.